what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into that gas night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, January 8th, 2024. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell. in this late stage, hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, whenever, and wherever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward. High on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant high cyber future? Yeah. I'm a little hyper today, chat. I almost made it hyper future. I don't know what that is. Is the hyper future different than the cyber future? I sure hope so for copyright's sake. I might not have been the first one to come up with cyber future. But yeah, here we go. Trying to find my music. It's somewhere here, chat. What are my go-to jams? Well, look, really anything that's not going to get copyright claimed. But for in practical purposes, as far as finding good music that's not going to get copyright claimed, it's usually game soundtrack, sometimes even lo-fi. Sometimes like a lo-fi version of the game soundtrack. That's the sweet spot as far as not getting the plug pulled on me on monetization. So that's what we're going for here. But yeah, no, I need to hunt down if you see some copyright-free music that is a banger. I mean, it does exist. It really does exist. And honestly, the people that make stuff like that, they deserve all the credit in the world. All the credit in the world to those out there who, you know, make their music usable by anyone. And those music creators, yeah, Link Retro says, are heroes. I believe you are correct, Link Retro. But right now, yeah, I've been look, I might as well just play this game. This is Final Fantasy VII. One in chat if you'd be up to see me play this on Twitch. Aim to... Oh, they use AI for music? I haven't listened to a lot of AI music, to be honest. Strikes the pose indeed, Tempotronica, but yeah. Yeah, I should probably say something, right, about the beginning of the stream, okay? So, like, I know that sometimes it's a little bit frustrating that in the beginning of the stream, you get here early, there's music, but there's no me, and you're just kind of like, well, I came here for a stream. As much as that song is a banger, you know, when's the stream gonna go? It's kind of dependent on you, right? What I'm doing there when I'm starting the stream with music is I'm waiting until a magic number of people get in the chat. When that magic number is reached, I come on stream. So yeah, the best thing that you can do if you want the stream to start sooner is to like the stream, because that'll pull more people into the stream, and to like at least leave it on in the background if you can. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. I know you all have busy lives, and there's a lot of different options out there on YouTube. Far be it from me to like, well, I know some of you would like it if I bossed you around, right? I think statistically speaking, that's like undeniable, right? There's a certain cohort out there that's like, no, we like it when you yell at us, Irene. I'm used to yelling at people with more power than me, not people in chat, right? That's generally my thing. Boss me around, mommy. Yep. I mean, like, look, that's unironically a non-zero amount of people feel that way. Wait, this is it. This is the song that I always am going for, right? Definitely play Final Fantasy on stream. Have we got more votes for that? Wait, what happened? What? Wait, that was it, and then it just stopped playing. Is it this one? I think it's this one, right? Maybe I just get confused because the intro is different. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But yeah, we're back on our shit again, talking about... But yeah, I was just, like, letting you know, like, right, in case you get here early and you're, like, desperate for the stream to start, that's the best thing that you can do to get it to start sooner, is to, like, at least leave it on in the background, because invariably what happens is some people come in and they're like, oh, I'm too early, right? And, you know, you, like I said, you can do what you want. I'm not gonna yell at you for leaving, but I will tell you that if you stay, the stream will probably start a little bit sooner. But again, it's like a magic number. It's like when that magic number gets hit, I appear. What's the magic number? I can't tell you because it's magic. And just like a magician will never tell you how they make the rabbit appear out of the hat, or pull out like a endless, I don't know, do whatever magicians. Oh, them they're magician fellers. They sure are tricky. They are sure with their prestidigitation. I don't know, where's the southern voice coming from? But yeah, so yeah, we've got TYT. We're going to talk about TYT again, and I want to drive home a certain point about TYT. So if you've noticed, there's like a theme for my channel. It's not, you know, like we cover all the news that's fit to cover, all the news that I can fit into it, but there's a certain preference. There's a certain there's certain themes that I like to hit over and over again. And a lot of those themes have been people, you know, injecting like reactionary ideas into the left, right? That's your Voshes, your Destinies, your Ethan Kleins, I guess, to a lesser extent, your Xander Halls, right? That's you know, that's part of what we talk about, and you know, I've done extensive coverage of those content creators, right? I feel like with TYT, I want to point out that we're talking about something fundamentally different here. At least I see it as fundamentally different. Vosh is an edgy boy who decided that left-wing politics were correct, but they weren't being correctly done, right? So, you know, he comes from like a kind of an anti-SJW realm, and he's like, well, actually the SJW shit is correct, but they're not strong enough. So, like, you know, let's do this, but do it stronger. And in doing so, he unintentionally, I think, he hasn't unpacked his own baggage, he unintentionally injects some reactionary elements into his left-wing rhetoric, right? But that's fundamentally different than what TYT is doing, which is essentially selling out to MAGA, to the right wing, and delivering their audience of progressives into the hands of the Charlie Kirks and the Patrick Bet Davids and the Tim Pools and the Sitchin Adams. He's more of a dirtbag leftist. Yeah. And yeah, people are pointing out some real problems with Vosh, and I've been over those too. I covered those extensively too, although it made me vomit to a certain degree. But I do think you can see why something like TYT would take precedence at this moment over something like Vosh, because TYT, they're literally just like, oh, is the right winning now? We want to be on the winning team, right? They looked at Obama. They looked, or let's start off, like, let's take it way back to the very beginning of the TYT. They looked at George W. Bush and they said, we don't like this. This is no good. This is a loser, right? Obama comes along. This is a winner. And a lot of people assumed that progressive politics were ascendant. The Obama coalition that came together looked pretty strong. Trudeau then comes into office in Canada, right? And you start to see, so as long as that's looking strong, TYT is on board with that. Now you have two Trump elections, one by a very slight popular margin. And TYT is reappraising stuff. They're like, oh, maybe this country is actually center right. Let's be center right too. And they are aiming to deliver their audience, their progressive audience, into the center right. Now that's harmful. That's straight up harm. They're helping MAGA. Do you get the difference? Like I think that Vosh is wrong on strategy, and yeah, obviously got some really pretty sick shit in his tax folders, right? But I don't see the White Leaf network as being as pulling for the right the way that Jink and Anna are. So I just wanted to drive that home in case like that wasn't clear to anybody, that we are dealing with something fundamentally different and a lot more harmful potentially, because it's going to be appealing for especially content creators. And I'll burst your bubble here. Not all content creators are in the game for the right reasons. Some of them just want to be a star. Some of them just want to be successful. Some of them just want to make money, right? And if you want to, if you it seems like you could make more money on the right, obviously, than the left, then that's the way that you're going to go. So, I mean, that's where I am. That's like for anybody who's a little frustrated with how much we've been covering TYT lately. This is why. All right, my goal. All right, their goal is to deliver maximum payload of progressives to the right, right? To take people that came to TYT because of their progressive sentiment, and yeah, a lot of it is just shitlib sentiment, slightly papered over, right? A lot of it's not real deep. Some of these people are just parasocially attached to Cenk and Anna, but to deliver the maximum number of payload of these people to the right, my goal is to provide a life raft for people to get off of the TYT, the HMS, TYT. Is that how a ship is named, Chad? Is it like SS TYT or HM? Is HMS Her Majesty something? Oh my God! Somebody help me out with this. What am I saying here? What am I even saying? What is HMS? HMS stand for ship. His Majesty's ship. Jeez, or Her Majesty's ship. Okay, so I was on the right track. Depending on the reigning monarch of the United Kingdom. Okay, so wait, in the US, it's like, what is SS? What's SS? Stand for on ships. Steamship. Okay, so it's not a I think I get it. For a cute butterfly in your hair, Simone Pierre, thank you. Actually, I think I've got just the butterfly for today. Let me grab it. Super sick ship. It's USS. Wait, isn't that for like the Enterprise? Isn't that like a starship? United Steamship? USS? Wait, so on the US, so if it's a US Navy ship, it's USS? Wait, then what does USS stand for on like the Enterprise? 'Cause the US doesn't exist, right? In the future. Shh. Don't tell Trump. He thinks the US is gonna comprise all of the Western Hemisphere. You guys looking for Lebensraum? Chat, I want to cover that today, right? There's a 30-minute press conference done by Donald J. Trump in which he discusses his ideas of expanding the United States, taking Greenland, taking Panama, taking Canada. Some of those he's more serious than others, but I wouldn't underestimate the seriousness on any of that. U.S. Navy has different kinds of ships. CVN is a carrier vessel nuclear. Whoa. wants to expand his empire. Star Trek is the United Starship. Wait, is that like the... Shouldn't it be like Federation Starship? Why is it not like FSS? Oh my god. Sorry. Nuclear is in nuclear powered, not as in not as in carrying a nuclear ordinance. I see. Okay. Wait, is there a second part to that message? But yeah. Wait. Why is this not? Sorry, chat. I gotta make this pop up in the. Why is this not working? Let's try it again. There we go. A cute butterfly is in my hair. Thank you. So HMS is British, HMCS is Canadian. His Majesty's Canadian ship. US ships have various designations depending on military or not, or at the time of propulsion. It's USS. USS is appropriate for Shaky Gurga, given how much steam comes from his ears. We're going to see some of that steam coming out of his ears today with David Packman. Although, well, I don't know. I don't want to prejudice your... I don't want to give too much of a preview of what happens. But it is David Packman we're talking to, right? So keep that in mind. Obviously, there are criticisms of Cenk that I would make that would not even occur to David Packman. Zara says, Steam o'clock incoming. Wait, as in the gaming platform? Cenk and Anna have not conceded on transphobic classism discrimination. They do not make these absolute obstacles to seek the significant consensus that can be made with right-wing populist, says Robert Suho. I figured out why Trump started going off on Panama. It's because one of the good things Carter did that was actually good as president was repatriate the Panama Canal to Panama. Yeah. And the Canadian, the Canada thing is about the Northwest Passage. So if you don't know, you may have heard about this in history class. Was it Drake who first took the Northwest Passage? Went through the Northwest Passage? Was that Drake? I believe. Anyway, it's a, so look, if you're trying to go from the Atlantic to the Pacific, it's kind of hard because there's a continent in the way there. There's a big old continent there, right? So one way to go around the, you know, to get through is to go underneath south of South America. Those are treacherous waterways, and that's a long way out of your way, right? If you're just trying to go Atlantic Pacific, you're going all the way down to the south and making that treacherous voyage, right? The waters are rough down there. That's where the Scylla and the Charybdis hang out, I think, canonically. No, actually, Chad, I'm retconning the fuck out of that. That was supposed to be in the Mediterranean. Anyway, yeah, so that's one way to get Atlantic to Pacific or Pacific to Atlantic, right? The other way is the Northwest Passage, which is in Canada now. Traditionally, there was a limit to the size of the ship that could get through there, and, you know, it kind of had to be an icebreaker. There's a lot of ice. It's not easy to get through the Northwest Passage. It's not... What, can somebody remind me? Cape of Good Hope is like South Africa, right? South American ship passage. Why are we talking about ships? God, chat. I got so into this. Strait of Magellan. Yeah, the Strait of Magellan, the Beagle Canal. Wait, that's the Drake Passage? Wait, maybe I'm mixed up. Cape Horn, I think, is the name I was looking for. But right. So yeah, two really out of your way kind of fucked up ways to get from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Now, the United States at some point took that land in Panama, dug a canal through there, and has used that, like occupied that land. This is where John McCain was born. So like, even though John McCain doesn't have that citizenship what birth in the United States of America, he's born on like a military base, right? So it's American property in Panama, right? And then as chat was mentioning, Carter gave that back to Panama because it's kind of, and look, the United States has been a bad neighbor to the rest of the Western Hemisphere, basically, but especially to Latin America. The Monroe Doctrine says that nobody gets to fuck with countries in Central and South America except for the United States, and we will fuck with them exceptionally. It was in Colombia at the time. Interesting. Jink was kissing Zuck's ass on Twitter after Zuck. Natalie, maybe I'll watch the Zuckerberg. TYT did a segment on Zuckerberg today. Yeah, so if you don't know, Zuckerberg has basically, well, I mean, you've probably seen some of this, right? But he's straight up kissing Trump's ass. So it's a human centipede that we're dealing with, right? With Trump being the head of this human centipede, Zuckerberg attaching his mouth to Trump's ass, and then Jink attaching his mouth to Zuck's ass. And that's the great chain of being at the moment. The great chain of sucking, I don't know. Jink is using a private definition of right-wing populism. Honestly, he's more suited for right-wing populism than he is for left-wing populism. Like, I really do keep on coming back to what Hank Thompson said about Jink living in an ideological cul-de-sac, both in the terms of having, kind of a suburbanite, middle class, mentality. And I mean middle class is in the construction of that, right? Because middle class is the way that they get you to forget that you're working class and get you to see your class enemies as being those below you and not those above you. But yeah, that kind of, I mean, it's very nostalgic for like the 1950s era. Is Trump affixed to Zuck's asshole or the other way around? No, the other way around. Definitely. Now, Zuckerberg, I think, is pretty conservative and has always been conservative, and maybe that hasn't been noticed because, the way that companies like to brand themselves, sometimes they want to put themselves in a more progressive orientation to seem like they are on the right side of history. But really, they're just looking to suck up to power. I mean, right? It's all about the bottom line. It's not red, it's not blue, it's green with corporations and with Zuckerberg in general. A lot of his natural inclination swings right to begin with. Yeah, us bad neighbors, us use the Monroe Doctrine. Huh. Billionaires are always conservative. Zuckerberg's BJJ doesn't give him a backbone to stand up to Trump's. Some people are crediting his, participation in, I guess, I think it's MMA as an exercise, which, look, the training for MMA is a good exercise, right? As far as, being very comprehensive. Also, being, like including, the one thing that I find about, fighting sports that make them good exercise is that you got more rotation, right? A lot of exercise, like if you think of somebody that's running, right? We're all in our sagittal plane here, right? That's like the plane that goes right down the middle of your body. That's the sagittal plane. So all your movement is in that sagittal plane. With something like, kickboxing, if you think of a round kick, for instance, right? You're literally rotating. And I think that's an underemphasized modality of exercise. And yeah, and like wrestling. Now look, there's some bad parts to this. There, like I'm gonna be real nuanced here and tell you that sparring is probably bad for your brain. All right, I gotta be real about that. I love sparring, but it is probably not the healthiest kind of thing that you can do, and it's very hard to have that sort of trust with somebody where you're gonna spar. The kind of sparring people like to do is a little harder than what would be safe, right? Um, and then when you talk about like wrestling and jujitsu, you're really putting a lot of wear and tear on your joints depending on how quick you tap, I guess. But yeah, people are crediting Zuckerberg's MMA practice as being responsible for him going right wing. No, he was always right wing. Jink's stated position ignores history. You can't trust fascists. 2, the civil rights movements wasn't popular, but they fought until they got the legislation passed. Yeah. Martin Luther King, they did polling on approval ratings for Martin Luther King, and the ones I've seen are like at 28%. Like most people hated Martin Luther King during his lifetime, and then they changed what he meant. And kind of recuperated him as a neoliberal symbol for nonviolent. It's a status thing to be more right wing when you have more money. I mean, I've seen it work in both directions. But yeah, look, it's a class interest thing above all. Right? And the kind of like neoliberalism will sometimes paper over its reactionary nature. It's a right-wing philosophy. Neoliberalism is the philosophy of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher. It's very right-wing. But it'll sometimes, when you've got the Hillary Clinton version of it, it's trying to say, oh, but we, care about this marginalized group. We care about that marginalized group. They'll try to use these groups that they honestly do not stand up for when the rubber meets the road, right? It's only, it's only looking backwards, right? That they're like, oh yeah, civil rights. That was a great movement. Meanwhile, in fact, I think, Hillary Clinton, what's her? Goldwater. Okay, now look, she was really young at the time, right? But she was campaigning for Barry Goldwater. Very, not a very anti-civil rights candidate at the time. And honestly, with Hillary Clinton, I think that's a more natural, thing for her. But yeah, when they're looking into the past, they sort of try to place themselves on the right side of history. BJJ is really bad for quality of life. Yeah, I agree, Irene, about BJJ's impact on your body, especially your neck and your back. You can get your knees broken by falling weight. Yeah, this is the problem, is that like a lot of the positive benefits for kickboxing, boxing, MMA as an exercise, right? Is it doesn't come from fighting, it doesn't come from sparring, but it comes from the kind of practice that you do for those things. So, and for some people, it's more like myself. It's more fun. It's more fun to kick a bag than it is to, I don't know. I'm trying to think of to do functional, hit or something like that, I guess. Reagan was the godfather of neoliberalism, although our first neoliberal president, it surprises some people to find out, was actually Jimmy Carter. But yeah, Reagan, Thatcher definitely leaned into that harder. Staph infections. Yo, that's a good point, Narwhal by Nature. I didn't even think of that, but you're right. Yeah, Staph aureus is a very nasty bug that is almost endemic to wrestling and jujitsu mats everywhere, right? Or any kind of so it's probably on like any kind of exercise mat. But yeah, we're going to be going over mostly TYT today. I do want to try to get in that Trump. I know we haven't been doing as much politics lately, and I'm going to try to get back into that more. We have a fairly short, by Trump standards, presser that he did, and it's going to kind of inform some of the things that Cenk and David Packman are talking about today. And yeah, again, I always get this when I cover somebody like Luke Beasley or David Packman, that, you know, these people are not, I never want to give the appearance that because I'm covering David Packman confronting Cenk that I think that David Packman is all cool and shit. I think my point here is that even a squishy centrist lib like David Packman, even somebody like David Packman can see what's wrong with what Cenk Uygur is doing. Although I mean, you can be the judge of, you know, how well he ends up confronting Cenk on some of these things. But yeah, we're going to cover the press conference. And if we have time to, I've been weighing whether I should cover this or not. Cenk stopped into Brianna Wu's Dollcast. That is Brianna Wu's podcast with Kelly Cadigan, and I can't even remember who else. Natalie knows. But yeah, this is when Cenk was like, "Hey, I'm in favor of trans people. I'm even going to be on one of their podcasts." You know, like we're all going to be like, "Oh, great, thanks, God, Cenk. We thought you were transphobic, but since you're going on Brianna Wu, now we know. Now we know that you don't viscerally, you know, vomit every time you have to be around a trans person. That's great." Christy Z, you must have just gotten here. Yeah. There's a reason that I'm covering Cenk today. But you are free to do, you know, and watch what you want to watch. So, yeah, no worries. No worries, Christy. Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason, just so I can repeat, right? And it's that Cenk and Anna are fundamentally different than the people that we've covered in the past. People like Vosh, people like Xander Hall, people like Destiny, you know, ostensibly on the left, but overall kind of injecting more of reactionary viewpoints into the left than they are, you know, supposedly de-radicalizing and bringing people over from the right. I think that TYT is fundamentally different because what they're doing is different, right? Their mission is to take their progressive audience that they've accrued over many years of you know, sometimes being the only progressive news outlet on the like on YouTube, right? Sometimes the only choice, right? So they've accrued all these people that are progressive minded, and they're trying to take their ship and steer it into a MAGA port and be like, and get them all off. And so they're literally trying to take the TYT community and make it pro MAGA. That's what they're doing. It's not just that they're bad. It's not just that they're poo-poo heads. It's not just that I don't like them. It's not that they hurt my feelings, right? They are fundamentally helpful to the right proper, not, you know, the reactionary side of the left like you'd have with Vosh or Destiny or Ethan Klein or whoever, but straight up MAGA. I mean, look, Mondale wasn't wrong when he said they were showing up as straight up MAGA. Mondale was onto something. Dollcast is so cursed, I kind of have to watch it like a train wreck. Okay, thank you. Natalie Marie knows what we're talking about. Kelly Cadigan. Okay, I got that one. Taftash. That's the person that I forgot. Always forget about Taftash and Skylar. Yeah, I've been on, I feel like I've been on a debate panel with Taftash at one point. We might have butted heads, like not literally, but like we might have disagreed on one thing. I think somewhere out there, there's a clip of me dunking on Taftash, but I don't remember. It might have been somebody else. But yeah, no, I totally appreciate your sentiment, Christy Z. Jink has always had a reactionary personality. That's true, Philip. That's true. Yeah, and if you go back far enough, you'll find TYT doing transphobia. Yeah, they had an interesting arc on that, right? Because back in the day, early TYT, here's why Jink is reacting the way that he's reacting, at least on trans issues, right? Back in the day, he used to be able to use like transgender as a pejorative. In other words, if he wanted to comment on a cis cheerleader that he didn't think was attractive, he would say she looks kind of transgender to me, right? So that was okay. You know, you got away with that back then. Nobody on the left called you out for that. Nobody in the Democratic Party, right? You could straight up be transphobic, and then people would be like, yeah, that's, you know, gross and weird and you know, right? And then in the 2010s, things changed a little bit. And I don't think that Jink changed along with things. I think that part of him stayed behind, but at least he sort of knew enough to, you know, keep those reactions sort of quiet. But, you know, he's realized he doesn't have to. There's at some point, I would love to lead this conversation to a concept called diagonalism, which is how a lot of this stuff works. A lot of these attempts to take people on the left and steer them towards the right are forms of diagonalism. It's finding constituencies that in some way the left has left behind, whether it's the electoral left or whatever, and sort of almost like culturally capturing them. Have you ever, like in the game Othello, you know how like you put one piece of yours on this side and one piece on the other side of a group of your opponent's Othello pieces, and it flips them? That's what Steve Bannon tries to do. That's what he looks for. He's out there always on the prowl looking for a constituency that has been underserved by the left, that's either been like overpromised, you know, like millennials with something like student debt, or somehow just not being reached, and he'll try to go for those people. And he's been fairly successful because the left is just not onto his level of the game. Yeah, AEW, I am... Well, I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil what I think of Packman's... Packman's confrontation. And that's how he is titling it, right? That's how he titled his encounter with Jink as a confrontation. And I guess like on a you know, he's confronting Jink over, I guess I'd say, strategy, while missing the broader point that Jink is not on our side. Like, as bad as David Packman is, as bad as a lot of these centrist libs are, Jink is not even on the same side of things. Anyway, Steam o'clock incoming, I guess. Is that what we're doing? Are we almost at the top of the hour here? We're getting there. And that means I need to move on. Long enough intro, as it were. There's also something really... How should I describe it? I've noticed a pattern in the way that issues are strawmanned. We'll see if we get into that today. Work appropriate. I don't know why the sound did not come up for you. Here, I'll do it manually. How about that? We'll do it live. We'll do it live. But yeah, just in case you, like Christy Z, are wondering, are we going to be talking about TYT this whole time? No, we're going to talk about Trump. We're going to talk about Trump a little bit too. Okay, let me see if I can do this correctly. Work appropriate. Super chats $5. Liberals trying to shift the progressive left more right, like a political Titanic. Centrists like Jink need to beware that iceberg. Yo, I love that chat is going with my maritime theme, the maritime theme that I've chosen for discussing Cenk and TYT and why they're above and beyond the kind of reactionary lefties that we've dealt with and talked about in the past. But yes, thank you for the super chat. And also, you're playing right into my hands, just like David Packman may be playing right into Cenk's hands today. You are playing right into my hands in helping me to explain, what is this? What are we doing here? What are we doing with this? This is the Dono goal, all right? It says 0 right here. Wrong. It's at 6%. And it goes up every time somebody donates, whether that is a super chat, like that, whether that's a super sticker, whether that is you gifting membership to somebody else, to other people, or whether that is you getting yourself a membership, whether that's you contributing to my throne or signing up for Patreon or helping me out on Twitch, which I greatly appreciate. Look, chat, I'm demonetized thanks to the work of the likes of Ethan Klein, Destiny, and Dan Clancy. They were going for Hassan, but instead they got me, right? Hassan doesn't depend on a certain amount of money from Twitch advertising, but I don't get paid at all unless you sub on Twitch. So thank you to everybody over there on Twitch that supports me there. And we're going to be doing more things exclusively on a few more things exclusively on Twitch. We'll try to do another subathon. I had fun with the last one, so we'll try to do another one soon, the next month or so. But yeah, much appreciation to everybody who supports me on any platform. Also, because you'll help push the Dono goal forward. It's at 6% right now. If it gets to 100% by the end of the stream, we get extra content. What content, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. No, you didn't ask. I'm putting words in your mouth, chat. That's a straw man. Or something. Yeah, well, it's the one that you vote for, right? Right now, the poll is open on YouTube. Right? 70 of you have voted so far. Of those 70, 49% of you are voting to see Legal Eagle talk about Matt Gaetz. 20%. Prachi, thank you for, I almost said remembering. Remembering to member up. I can't say it correctly. But regardless, thank you for re-upping your membership. And forcing me to do a little bit more addition. Here we go, addition. Look at that. We're at 9%. We're at 9%. So yeah, 70 of you have voted so far. 49% of you are voting for Legal Eagle. Yeah, and if you get bored with the TYT stuff, here's a way to unlock some extra content that's in no way about TYT. 20% want to see the true identity of Adrian Dittman. We talked about Adrian Dittman a little bit on, I think it was it Saturday or Sunday? I can't remember, chat. But I gave you what I knew at the time, and we watched Adrian Dittman talk with a video game streamer named Connery Spance. There's some more information that's come out since then, and I think we can kind of nail down a more exact answer for the question of who is Adrian Dittman. And it might surprise you, right? That's at 20%. That's in second place. In third place, at 17%, we have a visit to this spanking therapist. Okay, I changed this one just because some people were confused about it. Yo, Globitz, thank you for repriming. Oh my God, chat, I gotta make up new terms for all this stuff. Thank you for the Prime sub on Twitch.com, which I should remind you, costs you nothing. If you have Prime, you can sub to me for free on Twitch, and I appreciate it greatly. But yeah, that brings us up to 12%. But yeah, go ahead. If you haven't voted already, make your voice heard. Even if you're watching on Twitch, you can come over to YouTube, cast a vote, leave a like while you're there, because it helps me out a lot. And that's part of what decides which of these topics we get to cover. The other thing, the other component to that is when you donate, you have the chance to do the most amazing thing. No, you have the chance to put your donation towards one of these topics, right? So if one of these topics you just really want to see that, you can tell me legal, right? And then I'll put your money where your mouth is, turning your donation into a bonus percentage for the topic of your choice. So I'll actually add to what's on the poll. And sometimes the donos decide things, sometimes the polls decide things. You can also, if we scroll down here, you can also vote for Vox Populi, in which case you are just making sure that that poll counts. Yo, Pedro, thank you for re-upping your membership. Wait, let me hit it. There we go. Oh, yeah, what does that bring us up to? 15%. But anyway, yeah, you can say, you can add your money to the topic of your choice. All you got to do is let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see next. And I'll put your money where your mouth is. If I don't notice you, feel free to @ me. Feel free to say something to a mod, and eventually I will see it, and I'll put it, I'll add it to the topic of your choice, and it'll serve as a little bonus, right? It'll add to the percentage. So that's how we decide what we get for bonus content and whether we get bonus content. We're 15% there already, chat, so there's a very good chance tonight we will have another topic after the topic that I've covered. All right. And with that, see, I got to start us off on some TYT. I do understand, though, like, aversion to watching TYT. I experience it too. But there are a couple of things I haven't covered so far. This one. Oh yeah, like maybe we'll start off with the.
Now that the election results are.
It's great to welcome back to the show.
Okay, what am I?
Watch this guy Pac-Man, he's good. Pac-Man.
There we go. All right, so we'll start off by watching David Packman's introduction, his trailer, if you will, to what's going on with TYT. So apparently, I think he's been getting a lot of questions from his audience, right? Everybody has. If you're on the left, and especially if you have in any way worked with TYT in the past, your audience wants to know, what is your opinion on what's going on with TYT?
Andy Boom super chatted $10. Vox Populi.
Vox Populi, yo, look at that. The Vox Populi is coming through. Andy Boom, thank you for the $10 super chat, and I will add you to Vox Populi. Look at that, 10 for Vox Populi. So that almost think of it this way, chat. It's like a threshold that any topic has to cross before it starts racking up bonus percentages, right? So it's like, whereas this is all plus, the Vox Populi is a minus. It's a minus from everything, and what that does is just emphasizes the vote of those of you voting in chat. So yeah, make sure to make your voice heard. And thank you, thank you, Andy Boom. All right, so let's get started. I'm sorry I'm taking so long on this. Give you a little preview to what's going on with David Packman and Cenk, what the conversation is going to be about. Then we'll take a look at some of the clips from TYT, the Donald Trump presser, that ridiculous presser. And it's ridiculous, because he's saying shit that is just out of pocket. But with Trump, never think something is so out of pocket that he won't do it, right? especially when it's like exerting leverage on another country, which is what he wants to do with Canada, or even with Greenland or Panama, right? We'll take a look at that. So yeah, let's get us started here today. See what's up with this David Packman situation. And here we go.
All right, so many of you have written in and have said, David, you must weigh in on what's going on with Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. Isn't he your friend? Don't you have to talk to him about what's happening?
David Packman, the worst thing you can do to this guy is ask him to take a stand, right? Just be like, hey, buddy, could you get off the fence for a minute? And he's like, no, I love the fence. The fence is great. Why do I got to get off the fence? Oh my gosh. Like, I mean, let's watch this again. See how annoyed he is by, aren't you supposed to be friends? Like, what's going on with Cenk? What's the deal with Cenk Uygur?
All right, so many of you have written in and have said, David, you must weigh in on what's going on with Cenk Uygur.
Oh, this god-awful audience paying you all this money and forcing you to take sides. What the fuck?
From the Young Turks. Isn't he your friend? Don't you have to talk to him about what's happening because he's turning into MAGA? Well, let's talk about what Cenk has been saying with the context that Cenk is going to be on the show on Wednesday, and we're going to talk about all of this. The concern from some in my audience has been that Cenk Uygur is doing a Dave Rubin style turn. He's becoming a MAGA.
Oh, you silly audience for thinking this, right?
Patamian. He's becoming a Magadonian. Okay. In part because he's saying, hey, maybe MAGA can get some good stuff done. In part because he showed up and spoke to Charlie Kirk at the Turning Point USA America Fest atrocity a week or two ago. So I'm going to play a couple of clips here that I believe are going to allow me to give what my current view is on what's going on with Cenk. Last week, I covered that Laura Loomer, who is disgusting and gets so many things wrong.
By the way, don't lie. Not a fan. Not a fan. Okay. Okay.
Correctly identified some of the reasons we might not want unelected billionaires running the government.
I feel like TYT has a clip on that too. Is that what he's about to show? TYT went over this too. And it's a weird thing, right? Because Laura Loomer was one of the people on the right. Most people on the right, they don't mind Anna doing her red pill thing. They quite like it. They quite approve of it, right? Laura Loomer is like, you're a fake MAGA. Don't you dare. And Anna's like, I'm not trying to be MAGA. And Laura Loomer's like, yes, you are. It's turned into a cat fight. Well, mostly with Laura Loomer. I mean, it's mostly Laura Loomer embarrassing herself, right? She's always taking the L.
I said, it's a broken clock that's occasionally right. Here is Cenk's take on Laura Loomer. Let's listen.
She has said the worst possible things about Muslims. I'm Muslim. So I get it. I get it. She's terribly wrong on race, right? But at the same time, you have significant portions of MAGA that are now saying
terribly wrong on race. That's an interesting way of saying she's racist as fuck. Like, look, there's being wrong on something, right? There's having the wrong answer. There's thinking that the best thing you can do for the working class is to lower taxes on millionaires and billionaires because they're job creators, right? And then there's hating the poor, right? So there's, being wrong about immigration, being wrong about visas, and then there's hating people from other countries. Which side of that Rubicon, which side do you think Laura Loomer's on, Cenk? Like, she has some wrong ideas about race, but on the other hand, yeah, so does Richard Spencer, so does Nick Fuentes, right? There's a name for this, Cenk. It's called racist. And if you're not a fucking loser liberal, where you're afraid to do anything that the Republicans make fun of, oh, you say everyone's racist. Okay, fine, I'll say no one is racist. Good job getting groomed by the right wing.
corporate rule sucks. And I'm tired of taking my taxpayer money and giving it to these executives and to these companies. And let's make sure we're careful about the donor class, even ones next to Donald Trump. That is an excellent development, excellent. They are thinking for themselves. They're looking out for corruption even among Trump's donors. So even if I disagree with
Oh, they're so great, aren't they?
them on the H-1B visa, the fact that this rebellion is happening and the civil war is happening is wonderful news. Not because, oh, it's going to destroy the Republican Party, which is what Rachel Maddow.
Look, Jink, if there really is any part of the right to kind of like any chaff to be, or I almost said chaff to be separated from the wheat, any wheat to be separated from the chaff, right? It's disambiguating the right wingers who are against the H-1B stuff because they're racist, which is, I hate to break it to you, the vast majority of those right wingers, with those who are against the H-1B visas because it's a way for corporate overlords to exploit workers and both harm American workers by underpaying H-1B workers who are inherently more dependent on their employers, and to exploit the H-1B visa holders as well, right? That would be, I mean, that's small bore shit though, to be real. Like, you're talking about a percentage of a percentage at that point, right? The percentage of the right that's not on board with Elon, all right, and the percentage of that that's not anti H-1B visa because they have really strange ideas about people from India, right?
I was going to say, right? But because it's actually showing you that they're thinking for themselves, and we might be able to have the most untraditional alliances you have ever seen.
Okay.
We could have like a red-brown alliance, for instance. Oh, except that you're not red. Except that you're not, like, I don't even, what do you call that? What do you call that?
One more clip.
Like I say, TYT is class reductionist without the class consciousness.
And then we will discuss it. Here is Cenk saying it's a great thing and it's an important thing that not only Laura Loomer but also Steve Bannon are saying the donor class is a problem.
They are correct about that. And the fact that they are telling right-wing.
If you think that the donor class is a problem, you have a problem with Elon Musk from the get-go. That motherfucker bought this election. He's trying to buy the Reform Party in the UK. He's trying to interfere with, with everybody's elections. Right? And the only bulwark that you have against that is campaign finance law. Now, if you really had a situation in which the Republicans were disgusted by money in politics, there would be a lot more discussion about campaign finance reform. But when I look for right-wingers that are interested in doing something about campaign finance, you know what I hear? Nobody. Nobody. They won the election because of Elon. Right? They might be against him because of his anti-white racism, I believe is what they're, anti-white racism that they're accusing him of, but they're not against his influence as a corporate overlord in elections.
Voters in this battle, remember, watch out for the donor class, watch out for the corporate executives.
True, yeah.
Is really important. So as much as I loathe Bannon and Loomer on those things that I have every right to loathe them on, it is super interesting.
Look, the only thing you loathe Laura Loomer on is that she was mean to your co-host, okay?
And important, and yes, I'm going to say it.
Because you are sweeping for Laura Loomer, right? When you say she has some wrong ideas about race, she's a racist. You're not allowed to say that if you're Cenk Uygur. Right? That's too left-coded to call somebody racist. So you got to say she's got some interesting views on race. Okay.
Positive.
We see you.
They are saying,
we see you.
Watch out for the donor class. Watch out for corporate rule. Steve Bannon the other day said we need to increase corporate taxes dramatically. We need to raise taxes on the rich, and those folks need to help pay for the things that helps the average American. I mean, that is what we've been saying for 20, 25 years.
So listen, on the Bannon quote, I don't think Bannon's sincere when he says it, but it doesn't matter. Okay, Cenk is not wrong that some elements of MAGA saying some of these things is positive in a generic way. I think it's fine if there are shared goals where, for whatever reason, because they have a personal grievance or for whatever other reason, If some of these MAGA nuts have some overlap and we can get something done that helps people, why would we say no? But here's where I'm concerned. And I'm going to talk.
You got to understand where the power is. You got to understand where the bread is buttered. And it's not on the America First side of things, right? And even that, like I said before, that is like 80% plus racist, right? That's what, you know.
To Cenk about this on Wednesday. Broken clocks occasionally being right doesn't mean you start using them to tell time. It is no secret that those who use populist rhetoric on the left and on the right start to sound alike. I have rung this warning bell for years. The tricky thing about populist rhetoric is that it's not policy ideas, it's rhetoric. Of course, Bannon occasionally sounds like Bernie, but their solutions are all different when they actually end up in a position to be able to do something about it. Let me give you some examples. If you take the left and the right populists, they love attacking the establishment and the elites. The left-wing populists and the right-wing populists rail against the elites and argue that powerful elites, which could be corporate executives, they could be financial institutions, they could be entrenched political leaders, the left...
Or they could be a dog whistle, or like marginalized groups that definitely are not powerful.
And right-wing populists correctly say they've rigged the system against ordinary citizens. Awesome. Both sides use language that frames politics as a conflict between the people and a corrupt ruling class. The left-wing populists will usually say the solutions come from social democracy, more robust regulations to curb corporate power. And that can include maybe we tax the wealthy more. Maybe we tax corporations more. We have a more redistributive system of wealth. Let's break up big banks. Let's break up let's break up and maybe even nationalize key industries to reduce monopoly power. Let's strengthen labor unions to empower workers. Those are the left-wing proposals to this problem of the entrenched corporate elites. The right-wing populists will often approach it by saying, we need cultural or nationalist solutions.
Ziggy Lynch coming in for the Rudyard content. All right. You're the boss at TYT, then you're our boss at TYT, then throws tantrums while claiming audience capture. Yeah, so Ziggy's saying that Cenk says that you, our audience, is the boss at TYT. We answer to you, right? We don't have he pretends that he's not getting big bucks from Polymarket and from Katzenberg, but no, it's the audience. The audience is the boss, but at the same time, we don't want to be audience captured. So yeah, which is it? That's a fundamental hypocrisy. There's a fundamental hypocrisy that Ziggy's on there. Good point, and thank you for the super chat. I will add that to Would Have Halt Hist.
We need protectionist trade policies like tariffs, which Trump wants, and they frame it as defending domestic workers, even though it doesn't. They want to restrict immigration. They want to blame elites for open borders that undermine national sovereignty. Ring a bell? It's all the stuff that Trump is doing. They typically, now I know Bannon is saying raise taxes. Almost none of the others are saying it. They typically want to maintain or even lower corporate taxes by saying that's how we maintain our economic nationalism. That's how we keep jobs at home, by lowering taxes even more and place almost no constraints on business practices at all. So understand, Cenk and Loomer, very much similar on the rhetoric, the entrenched elites, the donor class, etc. The solutions they want are very different. And this is why for a decade now, I've been saying these people are getting bamboozled by the populist sounding rhetoric. Let me give you another one, okay? Anger at a rigged financial system. This is another classic. The left-wing populists and the right-wing populists will point to major banks, Wall Street, the financial sector. They'll say they rigged the economy in favor of the wealthy. Okay. They'll portray the big financial institutions and the hedge fund managers as profiting from the losses of ordinary people through the housing crisis, a debt crisis, etc. Okay, and that's where it splits. The left-wing populists want to rein in the financial industry, put in place a financial transaction tax, higher tax brackets for top earners, higher brackets for capital gains, introduce or expand public banking so that there's really a sort of public good around basic banking services. Postal banking is another proposal. Regulate or even break
Yeah, that's right, George Jackson. Shoehorn theory.
up the too big to fail banks. That's the left's solution. The right-wing populists will criticize, the global financiers, which often, by the way, delves into just anti-Semitism, but they still want low taxes and they want deregulation. They'll scapegoat certain elites, usually tied to global organizations, Klaus Schwab, the IMF, and you know this stuff, right? But they will maintain what they call the pro-business policies domestically. They'll reduce oversight. They'll rail against corruption, but still continue to want to deregulate without pushing to any systemic reform. So I could go on, right? I'll do one more example. Cynicism towards mainstream media. This is another one. I know the gears are turning and we're all kind of realizing this. The left-wing populists and the right-wing populists say mainstream media is biased. It's part of an establishment bubble. It doesn't tell the truth to regular people, right? Sound familiar? They both often will rely on direct communication bypassing corporate media, whether it's a YouTube show or a Trump rally or whatever. The difference is the left-wing populists will say the media conglomerates serve corporate interests and push a sort of traditional neoliberal agenda. So we want to deconsolidate. We want to support public media. We want to boost independent journalism, maybe even doing something like what the UK does with BBC and funding from the population. The right-wing populists, after making the same criticism of legacy media, will say it's a cosmopolitan bias, a liberal bias. They're undermining our conservative values. They're undermining the family. They're undermining Christianity. Their focus is on a hardcore, culturally conservative solution. So do we agree with them about the diagnosis? I don't know, because the solution is so different. And so this is what I want to talk to Cenk about. It's great if there's overlap and stuff we can work on together, except if their solutions are the wrong ones to every one of these problems.
And also, if you throw something out there, like Cenk did, throw something out there that would be nice to get, if it was gettable, right? Paid family leave. That should happen. But why won't it happen? Because there's no appetite for it on the right wing. You might bring it up on PBD and they all say, that's great, that's good, we want that, more time with your family, we're pro-family, we want that. But in terms, they're never going to prioritize that. And the ones that would even have a chance, if you could just really get in their ear and be like, no, let's do this now, we can work together, right? They don't have the power. They're not going to shake down Congress the way that Elon Musk can. And when you've got Elon Musk as the person you're going up against, here's how that works, right? You get a lot of interest in the, in the non-traditional media, whatever. I mean, like with PBD, you're talking about a con man there, right? But let's say that you get PBD, Tim Pool, all these people. They're like, yeah, paid family leave. Let's do that. Let's make it happen. They call their congressmen and senators, and it goes on the books, right? All that happens is Elon Musk calls them up and says, hey, you know that paid family leave thing that you're proposing? If you vote for that, I'll support your opposition in the primary. Thanks. Have a nice day. Right? And all of a sudden, sponsor withdrawed. Right? This is why it doesn't happen. It's never going to happen. Right? The end of the right that's even subject to this kind of persuasion is not the end of the, and we saw it. We saw which end of the right had the power on the H-1B thing. Right? Even with the force of all their, pro-nativist, anti-immigrant fervor, you still had the Elon Musks of the world win out on that. So, I mean, that should tell you something. The other thing is that this is exactly what Naomi Klein has been talking about, right? The ability of the Steve Bannons to win over working class people is a possibility because the Democratic establishment time after time has left behind working class people. Why did they do that? All right, two reasons, all right? One public reason, that's not very popular. That seems so extreme. Ooh, we can't do that. Ooh, but that's going to be tough for companies, and companies are job creators. So they're too neoliberal pilled, right? They're too, they don't want to be seen as extremists, as the outer reason, the reason they're open about. The reason they're closed about is because their donors don't want that. And then that leaves a lane for Steve Bannon to swerve in there and be like, hey, you know how the Democratic Party is supposed to be the party for workers? They don't seem to be doing much for you workers. We're people like you. I'm sloppy Steve Bannon. Look at how shittily I'm dressed. Obviously, I'm more on your side than these fucking, cosmopolitan Democrats. And yeah, he makes it like, it's on the outside, it seems true. The problem is that he leads them in with this pro working class agenda, and then funnels them in. What actually gets passed, what actually comes out of the other end of the meat grinder, is something that has very little to do with the interests of the working class and everything to do with with his racist ideas. Right? That's what he's doing. I want to sometime have a chance to. Chat, I just need to bring on Naomi Klein. I wonder how heavy of a lift that would be. I feel like it could happen in the next year, maybe. It's a little aspirational of me.
When the rubber meets the road, how useful is that really going to be? So I'll talk to Cenk about that on Wednesday.
Okay, now today's Wednesday. Surprise, surprise. This was Monday when he put out this video. Today's Wednesday. We've got that conversation coming up here in just a bit. First, I wanted to take a look at what's been going on at TYT recently. Wait, is this the one? Oh, this is the one where the red pill. So chat, a few days ago, I showed you a clip of Anna Kasparian talking about the red pill. Right? And the way that she's talking about it in that clip, it sounds like she's talking about how she herself got red pilled. And that's, for somebody that says she's not going right wing, that's a pretty striking admission. I wanted to give her a chance by, on the off chance that, since, like I said, that was a clip, and we've got the whole video here for us, thanks to Natalie Marie. Thank you, Natalie Marie, for sending this to me. I would not have known where to look for this otherwise. I just wanted to take a look at the larger context of what she's saying, make sure that we're understanding it correctly.
And that's in a massively Democratic state, right? So now when you go to the oddity of the Democrats who won the national seats, congressional seats, as the red wave was taking over California otherwise.
Oh, yeah. Now this is something, so the topic that they're talking about, why the Dems got their clock cleaned in California, they're gonna be talking about elections, local elections in Oakland, in Seattle, and I think in Portland, that the Democrats lost, and give basically the explanation. Well, it's because they were max left. They were left maxing. If you weren't left maxing, you would have won these elections, right? This is why you gotta stick with us, right? We know what's good for you, progressives. Francesca talked about this a little bit with Cenk, and when Cenk mentioned this, Francesca implied that she's gonna cover this topic. She's gonna cover this in depth. So we'll look to see when she's gonna come out with that. So I'm very interested. I haven't paid it this is the problem, right? They're bringing up local elections, which if you're not from those localities, you might not know what happened there. But if you are, then you might know a little bit more than Cenk and Anna. I don't know if it was Portland. I thought it was Portland, Roxy, amused. I know it was West Coast cities that they said Democrats lost local elections, and were, saying they were too easy on crime. If you would just been tough on crime. But yeah, I just want to see what the context is of Anna's red pill admission. Make sure that we're not, because the easiest thing that you can give them is to take them out of context in a way that if you watched earlier and later, you would see that's not what she meant. And then all Anna has to do is be like, well, this is what they said, and this is what they said I said, this is what I actually said, and it gives her an easy layup. I don't want to give her those layups, so.
So my theories on that are.
But look, every time I try to ferret out exactly what she means and give her the benefit of the doubt, every time I try to do that, I'm usually not. It's not. It does not end up exonerating Anna. So.
Number one, none of the stories talked about it. But we always talk about it in the red states, and we never talk about it in the blue states, even though people acknowledge, oh, the blue states do it too, which is gerrymandering. So I don't know how much of a factor that was, because all of the articles are religiously avoiding it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into that actually, real quick, because I looked into it. But before I do, I have to give you this. I've never read a quote that resonated with me more than this one does. So I'm gonna read it, okay?
So now notice she said, I've never read a quote that resonated with me. Usually when you say something resonates with you, you're talking about like it has a personal factor for it, right? So what we're trying to ferret out here was Anna trying to say this is what red pills other people, and we need to do X, Y, Z so that people don't get red pilled, right? If you don't know, and I'm not even sure Anna understands it, red pill does not just mean you turn rightward, right? Red pill has several very specific meanings, right? The first meaning, circa 2016, red pill is when you recognize, or when somebody recognizes that, what is it called? The race realism, right? The race realism is like this pseudo-scientific presentation of racism where they're like, no, we don't mean like, we hate XYZ group. We mean, look at the statistics. They really are, violent, or they really are, not intelligent or whatever. Like, that's the first meaning of red pill. The second meaning of red pill, when you talk about like red pill podcasts, right? The red pill is recognizing that women are terrible. They're not offering men very much. Men have to work way too hard. That women are hypergamous. They will go for the physically attractive guy over the nice guy. It's this kind of stuff. It's incel kind of stuff, right? That's the second meaning of red pill. Wait, is there a third one? I feel like there's only two. Is that I think that's the. But she's using it in a very abstract sense, like anything that turns you to the right wing on any issue is a red pilling. And the ironic thing about this use of the red pill as a right wing meme is that, yeah, it comes from a movie written by two trans women that is, arguably a analogy, an allegory for being trans. But definitely not coming from a right-wing source. But this idea of waking up to the reality, that's what woke means. That's the original meaning of woke, right? When somebody says, like the phrase "stay woke," right? Stay aware of the system of racism, right? It's what that originally means. And so, yeah, I mean, it's ironic that they use this, like, awaken to reality is bad if you are awakening to the realities of systemic racism, but it's good if you're awakening to the reality of women are awful, or if you're awakening to the reality of racism is actually true, right? That's but those are the two meanings. I don't know if Anna realizes that that's what the right wing means, or if she's just listening to just enough right wing shit to be like, oh, red pill, that's a good thing, right? That's when you wake up and recognize that that criminals are victimizing us, or that immigrants are ruining our country or something.
So Jessica Milan Patterson, who's the chairperson for the state Republican Party, says that, the voters' approval of things like Prop 36 was a sign that voters were increasingly agreeing with her party on ideas.
Oh, I saw somebody in chat mention a DA's race in Portland. That's probably what she's talking about, right? I think they're overall talking about blaming Democratic positions on crime.
Super chatted $5. I took both pills and now I am racist and trans.
No way.
Mr. Rudyard, please.
Wait, I feel like I feel like that's actually a lane, Jen. Racist and trans, you'd be right there next to Brianna Wu, who we're gonna watch a little later. What is this? The socialist pill? Wait, no. This is Rudyard. Okay.
Ideas that the first step to bring them over to GOP candidates and eventually identifying as Republicans themselves. That's not the part that I completely agree or resonates with me. This one does. You don't get red-pilled overnight. It's the issues that affect your everyday life first.
No, she's talking about her personal. She's saying this resonates with her. All right, so look, I tried to be good faith. I wanted to make sure that I'm not, presenting something that Anna said out of context, and what she really means is this is how we have to fight the right, by being aware that stuff like this brings people over to the right. She's straight up saying this resonates with me, as in she's like, this is her story of being red pilled. There it is. And again, maybe she doesn't know what it means. Maybe she doesn't recognize that, I would love to have her, in an interview to be like, so Anna, when you say this red pill thing resonates with you, in which way were you red pilled? Are you red pilled? Did you accept race realism, or are you an incel now? Which way? Which red pill did you take? Which version of the red pill did you take? I suspect that she doesn't know that, and she's just taking this because in this context, it kind of looks like a general turning to the right on an issue. Here, let's rewind it a little.
Or resonates with me. This one does. You don't get.
Wait, so which one didn't?
Of things like prop.
Okay, so this one didn't resonate with her. Jessica Malone signed that voters are increasingly agreeing with her party on ideas. The first step to bringing them over to the GOP candidates and eventually even identifying as Republicans themselves. So she's saying she doesn't identify as a Republican.
Prop 36 was a sign that voters were increasingly agreeing with her party on ideas. That the first step to bring them over to GOP candidates and eventually identifying as Republicans themselves. That's not the part that I completely agree or resonates with me. This one does. You don't get red-pilled overnight. It's the issues that affect your everyday life first.
She's literally talking about stuff like having been essayed, right? And the fact that she blames that on what? Lack of anti-camping laws? Lack of cracking down? Like we're not treating homeless people bad enough?
And then you connect them with people, and then you connect it with a party. That is so true. And that is what I was trying to get across to people. When you're affected day to day by quality of life issues, and all you hear from the Democratic Party is shut up, no, it's not happening. And if it's happening.
Look, you shouldn't be hearing shut up, no, it's not happening. Homelessness is happening, okay? But also she jumped to a lot of conclusions in linking her victimization to homelessness, right? She admits that she's making an assumption that the people that essayed her were homeless. And also, the assumption that that is why, this happened. That, and again, Anna's, oh God, this ties into the housing first thing. Jesus Christ, chat. There are so many videos that I want to bring into this, and I only have so much time every night. But what's her name? Christine Page, I think is her name, made a video going over why TYT is wrong about housing first, right? So her take on homelessness, very similar to Katzenberg's take. Katzenberg, the guy that donated $220 million to TYT, his pet issue is anti-camping laws, is making life harder for homeless people. And Anna's version of this is opposing housing first. What is housing first? It's a policy which says for all of the outreach, for all of the rehabilitation, for all of the, you know, mental health services that we want to get to, you know, members of the unhoused community, our best bet is to get them in a house first, right? That's the first priority. Now, Anna and Cenk take that as meaning, okay, so if that's the first priority, then you're not going to do anything else. Bullshit. You can't do anything else. You can't have a person work on their mental health while they're sleeping on the fucking streets. You've got to get them into a house first. Right? Before any of that's going to work, right? That's what housing first is. It's not either or, it's this and. And they are absolutely strawmanning the fuck out of the one thing that might deal with, like if Anna's problem is that she doesn't want to see homeless people on the streets, right? One great way to stop that from happening is to get them in a fucking house, get them in an apartment, give them some housing, put a roof over their head, right? And then there we go. Problem solved, Anna, and you didn't have to stomp on people less fortunate than you to get that. You didn't have to blame the homeless writ large for the, you know, fucked up thing that happened to you by two people that you assume are homeless. Oh my God, chat. I'm sorry. This just, it makes me so mad because she is identifying a problem, but then she's associating the problem with the victims of the problem and making the assumption that they've just got it too easy. People are trying to give them housing too much. Could you just not? We have to test them and see if they're worthy first, right? We have to put up these unrealistic hurdles that they have to cross before they can get housing that, you know, a great number of these people will not be able to cross. Oh my God, this pisses me off. Sorry.
I think it's not that big of a deal. Man, that really does red pill people. It builds resentment toward the party. And I really think that Democrats need
right now you're building my resentment towards TYT. So keep going if you want to red pill me.
To pivot away from that, because they're going to keep losing if they think that that type of treatment of voters, that type of disrespect toward voters is going to get them anywhere.
You're going to red pill a lot of your supporters out of supporting you, Anna.
So look, I do something that apparently not a lot of other people in politics or media do. I talk to normies, people who don't.
I talk to normies, unlike you coastal elites. Fuck off. Take your poly market money, take your Katzenberg money, and fuck straight off with that, Cenk. You sack of dog shit. You're afraid of homeless people, all right? You want to tell me I talk to normies, I'm not stuck up. Yes, you are. You are stuck way the fuck up. You are up your own ass.
Don't follow politics and news religiously, right? And so in California, whenever you talk to normies and you ask them about Biden, what's the first thing they would say? Too old. Every single person. Democrat, Republican, it didn't matter because they all have eyes. And so if you're not watching morning.
Okay, I mean, I think that was the, yeah, there it is. Vox it up, baby. Wait, did I, yeah, he talks to normies, unlike us. Unlike you with your college degrees, right? You only know the word normie, says BCatK, because of your nephew, because of Hassan. That's correct, yeah. Talks to normies, other wealthy. Yeah, that's what he means by normies. People that live in his gated community. No, I don't know if he lives in a gated community, but I talk to normies. That's how you say it when you do that. I believe him. Yeah. Wait, where is this? Yeah. BCatK says you only know the word normie because of your nephew. So true. How long before he starts saying glazing up? Like Hassan, I feel like is the one who introduced that into the political lexicon. I'm hearing a lot of people say glaze up now, including Brianna Wu. Irene is on fire tonight. Okay. Well, I mean, like, yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to get out of this. We don't have to watch the whole thing, and I get that there's TYT fatigue. I'm feeling it too, Chad. I don't exactly love watching Like, I don't understand how people watch them. All right. Anna Kasparian, like I mentioned last time we covered her, Anna Kasparian was a different person 4 or 5 years ago. Anna Kasparian seems to be putting on a persona. And that persona, the closest analog I can find for it is Megyn Kelly. You ever watched Megyn Kelly recently? So Megyn Kelly, if you don't know, was a Fox News anchor, was part of the Republican primary debate, asked some tough questions of Donald Trump. Donald Trump said some very sexist things about her, fell out of good graces with MAGA, fell out of good graces, quit Fox News, tried to do her own show that was kind of like a more middle of the road thing. It massively failed, and then rebranded and has just been the most screechy MAGA chud you've ever fucking heard. And I feel like that is the model that Anna is that's what the model that Anna is copying. Like Anna saw Megyn Kelly and was like, "Oh shit, this is what I gotta do. I gotta be just like Megyn Kelly. Let me get her hair first, and then I'll get her screechiness." And yeah, I don't understand how anybody watches this. And Cenk, like, look, it's one thing where he's freaking out once in a while on, like, USA Today, you fucking suck, and scaring his co-host Michael Schur. But at this point, he's just playing a role, and it's cringe. It is cringe. I don't know how anybody watches this stuff. I honestly don't. Am I supposed to find here? All right, so there's another TYT clip, and I'm gonna have to go to the Vanguard for this. I hope you don't mind, Zach and Gavin. I'm pilfering your content. No, I'm sure
Charlie Kirk is somebody
I'm sure the Vanguard approves. I'm sure they're okay with that. But I just wanted to go over this clip because yeah, it's I'm not sure where the TYT clip that corresponds to this is. Wait, did I might have found it here. Let me just start off with this one, because look, on the theme of like libs, even libs calling out TYT, I think Josiah of Pondering Politics is a great example of that. I obviously
that's actually a great segue.
Don't agree with Josiah on everything. I don't think Zach and Gavin do either. But what I'm saying is that, like, the reactionary shit in the Destiny Network and the Vosh Network in wherever, right? Cenk and Anna are beyond that, right? So yeah, even somebody that is on the centrist lib side of things is gonna recognize what the game that they're playing, and kudos to Josiah for recognizing that. Yo, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. You can usually find it. It's the one where they talk about Laura Loomer, Natalie. Yeah, if you can find it for me, we'll start off watching this. I want to hear Cenk Uygur talking to normies. Wait, do you want to see the rest of that? We'll see if we can come up. We'll see if we can come back, if we have time to come back to that, right? Obituary. But wait, what am I doing? But thank you, Narwhal by Nature. Thank you for the gifted memberships. What just? Oh, it's. I'm just not used to seeing a blank screen here. Joshua Keller, you just got weaseled. Haruhi Suzumiya. Wait, wasn't that an anime? Or am I mixing something up? I don't know. You just got weaseled. Bennett Bell, you just got weaseled. Cameron Thomas, you just got weaseled. Brendan J, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. So yeah, that brings us up to, well, wow. 50% on that Dono goal. We're halfway there. Wait, isn't there a song about that? Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living my hand, we'll make it ice. I'll probably get sued. Like you know that singing can get you in trouble on YouTube too. If you do the melody correctly. Luckily, I'm my tonality is not that great, so usually I don't get dinged for it. But oh well. Yeah, let's take a look and see what the Vanguard and Josiah have for us.
Well, yeah, that's actually a great segue, Josiah. As a final topic, I'd love to get your quick reaction to this clip of Anna Kasparian on the Young Turks. I know we've both talked about this on our own shows. I've really enjoyed your content over on Pondering Politics, breaking down the kind of right-wing pivot that Cenk and Anna have embarked upon. And I think this clip kind of says it all, right? This clip kind of just puts it all out in the open. She's not even denying it anymore. And we talked about the failures of the Democrats. We also need to talk about the failures of quote-unquote left-wing media and how they basically, in many cases like this one, gave their audience permission to go down this dark path. Let's take a quick look. Can't wait to get your reaction.
I've never read a quote that resonated with me more than this one does. So I'm going to read it. Okay. So you don't get red pilled overnight. It's the issues that affect your
Oh, geez, they covered this one too.
everyday life first. And then you
See, so I saw this, I covered this. I just wanted to make sure that I'm giving Anna the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to watch, what came before and after that. And it did not exonerate her. It did not exonerate her at all. I don't want to ever give them an easy layup, right? For them to say, like, look at this. They're, because you've heard what Cenk and Anna's explanation for the criticism they get is, right? According to them, myself, the Vanguard, all the people out there, Sam Cedar, everybody that's criticizing them, that we're just cynically trying to look for them messing up and we're trying to go for their audience, right? And I'm actually not doing that. I am reacting to something very specific that they are doing that I think is harmful. I think it is harmful beyond, other people that I've called out in the past. Usually with sort of reactionary leftists, it's an issue of somebody not unpacking, their own personal bias, their own implicit bias, right? I think it's way more with Anna and Cenk. I think they are straight up selling out to MAGA. So that's why this is kind of taking precedent over a lot of the other issues I cover.
You connect them with people and then you connect it with a party. That is so true. And that is what I was trying to get across to people. When you're affected day to day by quality of life issues and all you
Anna, just the irony of talking about quality of life issues when you're against housing first, right? The quality of your life, look, it might not be perfect, Anna, but you have a fucking roof over your head. You're not worried about where your next meal is coming from, all right? You want to talk about quality of life?
you hear from the Democratic Party is shut up. No, it's not happening. And if it's happening, it's not that big of a deal. Man, that really does red pill people. It builds resentment toward the party. And I really think the Democrats need to pivot away from that because they're going to keep losing if they think that that type of treatment of voters, that type of disrespect toward voters is going to get them anywhere.
You know what's sad?
Like
TYT, yeah.
Sorry about that. I was just saying, I do have a lot of criticism of the Democratic Party. I think obviously what's happening here, though, is, you know, her giving her audience permission to side with MAGA instead.
Look, if the Democratic Party tells you that the economy's fine, everyone's fine, yeah, they're bullshitting you. There's record numbers of homeless people. There's record numbers of people during winter. Like, think about how cold it is where you are. For some of you, it might not be that, you know, bad. For some of you, it might be fucking, there might be a blizzard going on outside, right? Think about how cold it is. Think about what it's like outside right now. And imagine not having shelter, right? There's more people in that situation this year, this winter than ever before.
Acting like, oh, because there's issues in California, because I have these issues that aggrieve me personally, it's maybe better that Republicans run the show at the nationwide level. Who knows? Let's give that a shot. I mean, that's the clear implication of her statement there. What's your reaction, though?
I think that we all three, quite frankly, have to take a step back and approach this with some humility, because all three of us, as at least, you know, straight-facing cis white people who don't recognize that a person being referred to as a birthing person in like medical literature. The fact that you all don't recognize that that is the most important issue, that's what's affecting day-to-day people at the kitchen table.
What
really
about
your privilege.
swimmers? What about swimmers at the collegiate level? Female student athletes and the NCAA, they're not getting the NIL
Riley
deals now
Gaines,
because of
bro.
trans
Riley
kids.
Gaines. Fuck, she has become a daily issue for me because I can't go on social media without seeing her every single time I scroll. But anyway, listen, I
gotta say, never has placing 5th in a swimming event netted anyone this much clout as with Riley freaking Gaines.
That was as bad as that clip was. I've just seen so many worse from Anna recently. Here's my take on it. And I hope, fingers crossed, that I'll be able to have a conversation with Cenk about. I don't believe for a second that Anna Kasparian would have a conversation with me. She certainly would not with you all, Silly and Billy. We have to talk about that.
Cenk won't even talk to us. He fucking.
Supposedly Francesca's going to try to get her on. I'm not sure if Anna will be amenable to the. I haven't seen Anna talk to anyone to the left of her. Right? She's willing to talk about people to the left of her. I've never seen her actually. Like, am I wrong, chat? Like Cenk, to his credit, right, debated Francesca, debates Jordan. I mean, these are people that are he's got some leverage over, right? So it's not the same as debating somebody he doesn't have leverage over, but at least he'll debate. Anna is afraid to debate.
Hates it's bad, man.
Yeah, I'm sensing some tension there between Silly and Billy and the Young Turks, but I think that what it comes down to is this. I don't know what is motivating her.
And chat, honestly, it's kind of encouraging for me to see the Vanguard succeed, right? Because they're talking about these important issues, and they're getting big guests on. I don't know when it is, but they're coming up. They're going to be talking to Mehdi Hassan. I love that they've been able to do this without having the well poisoned towards them. Because, for instance, when I brought up some issues with Dylan Burns, I got just like completely cut off from everyone. Like that, I got a whisper campaign going on about me that I'm super evil. I'm doing ambush interviews. I'm bad faith. I'm chasing clout. Watch out for this girl. She's gonna, what I mean? She's gonna ambush you. She's gonna make you look bad, and she's gonna try to suck up the clout, right? So I loved it that they've been able to do this, and that people like Mehdi Hassan will still fuck with them. That's encouraging, to say the least.
Could be finances. It could. She's said things in the past that like suggest that she's not happy with her level of compensation, but that's just me reading the tea.
Is that tomorrow, Ziggy?
What I do know is that this again is the false equivalence. My issue is not even so much people complaining about the Democratic Party. It's just stick to a single standard. And the reason I say that is, of course, if you do that, you arrive at the inevitable conclusion that the Republicans are worse. So you ultimately get where I want you to go anyway. But she doesn't do that. And
Joshua says, I don't think Anna will debate because she knows she'd have a meltdown and she'll look bad. That might be it, Joshua.
Is now getting in the habit of not doing that. So, Trump was president for 4 years. And I hear them say, hey, did you know that Steve Bannon?
Wait, does Anna debate? I'm not saying she doesn't, chat. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm just saying I can't remember seeing her. I can't remember seeing her in a confrontation. Like, I don't think I've ever seen her debate. Have I? Does Anna debate? Am I just like, I can't remember any instance of Anna Kasparian, confronting other than Cenk. Yeah, Cenk is like the only person I've ever seen her debate.
And has said that he wants to raise corporate taxes. Well, Steve Bannon was saying that in 2016. Did Donald Trump raise corporate taxes, or did he famously slash corporate taxes? He slashed them.
Shit can Steve Bannon called him Sloppy Steve and watched the guy go through a bunch of legal hassle without any assistance from him.
You get it. Exactly. Was Trump's NLRB, were they pro-union? Hell no, they were not. They were the most union busting we'd seen in decades. He had a very anti-labor policy. He's talked about in this election cycle, and even after he won the election, slashing corporate taxes again. So when they're like, well, Steve Bannon said, it's like, here
the confrontation with, or the appearance with Shapiro was an actual debate. Okay, so it's not. Yeah, I don't want to jump to conclusions. Oh, thank you, Natalie. Yeah, I've got that queued up. Thanks for finding the clip.
Here's what I don't get. Bannon's rhetoric means more to you than Trump's rhetoric, which is kind of strange. It means more to you than Trump's actions, even though you say actions speak louder than words.
She debated Ann Coulter.
Means more to you than Biden's rhetoric, and actually means more to you than Biden's actions, because Biden, like they talk, it's so funny, the cope, Kamala Harris hasn't defended Lena Khan, which she didn't. That means Kamala Harris is going to fire Lena Khan. J.D. Vance, on the other hand, J.D. Vance, he's praised Lena Khan. Well, which administration hired Lena Khan? The Biden administration. And which administration just announced that they were firing Lena Khan? Donald Trump. Did J.D. Vance speak out about it? No.
Gates said that Matt Gates, he hates monopolies and he was going to make America great again. And
the other thing about Cenk and Anna that I've noticed, right? And we're going to see this today on the Pakman exchange, the TYT, like the David Packman and Cenk Uygur talking, is that they got no problem with figures like Matt Gaetz, who, according to the congressional report, did inappropriate activities with 17-year-olds. They got no problem with Hegseth, who I feel like Hegseth's got allegation, right? They throw away the allegations if the person has ever said one thing that they're like, well, that's kind of populist. It's just wild. It goes out the window, and we need people to stop sane-washing Trump's nominees. Right? Look, a certain amount of these nominees are going to get through because it's the convention in the Senate that voting against somebody's nominee is mean, right? And you're only supposed to do it so many times, right? So just by the fact that Trump has got all these candidates, all these fucked up monster nominees that he's chosen, right, basically guarantees that one or more of these people are going to get through, right? So I don't expect to see the Senate grow a spine and stop these nominations, right? But you'd hope that they would fight on the ones that are obvious, right? You'd hope there'd be some pushback against Hegseth, and there was against Gates became too toxic for them to maintain, but Cenk and Anna, they're all like, oh, did Matt Gaetz say a nice thing about Lena Khan at one time? Oh, geez, well, we got to work with this guy. No, you don't have to work with the diddler. You like what? P. Diddy had a good take. Jeffrey Epstein. Like what? You don't have to hand it to them. You literally do not have to hand it to them.
In Florida, the consent laws, you can have sex with a 12-year-old as long as you look it up, right?
Zach, no, that's what you don't understand, man. Matt Gaetz, of course, loves Monopoly because it's a game played by 7 to 17-year-old girls. He loves Monopoly. What are you talking about?
Reminds them of their dad. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I still play Monopoly sometimes. It is not exclusively for that age.
Listen,
it's a fun game.
Yeah,
true story.
100, everyone.
I am so fucking anti game. Like
Look, chat, for an anti-capitalist, I gotta say I'm pretty good at Monopoly.
It's so funny. Like when or card games. Like somebody tried to teach me poker like 10 years ago, and I just like glazed out.
Oh my god, what are you talking about? Poker's great. I love poker.
Never played one game.
Poker is awesome.
Of Monopoly, not one time. Now I'll play The Witcher 3. I'll play Halo Infinite or Halo 2 and shit like that. Like I'm not much of a gamer, but I'll play the occasional video game. I can't do Monopoly. So.
Dude, for the most part, I feel when someone's like, "Hey, bro, I just got this new board game. It's gonna take like 3 fucking hours, and you have to study this manual to figure it out." My eyes glaze over too. That being said,
nominations can't be filibusters. They're gonna make it through. Yeah, I mean, if the nominations can be sandbagged, right, and not necessarily by filibustering. If you make enough stink about a nomination where it becomes toxic for the people nominating them, they will be withdrawn. That's what you saw with Matt Gaetz, right? So it's not necessarily about filibustering them or beating them outright. It's about shaming Republicans. And look, even if they do put through some of these nominations, make them pay a political price. Make it clear that the guy that's getting the position in the Trump administration is somebody that has done something fucked up to underage people. Make it clear that Trump's cabinet is looking a lot like Epstein's Island. All right, that's you can still make them pay a political price. That's what I mean about having a spine, right? And I said it myself that I don't think that just by the very nature of the Senate, a lot of these nominations are going to sail through, even the ones that shouldn't.
I will say Monopoly is a genuinely fun fucking game. I think that if you and some like 2 or 3, homies get together, crack open a couple beers, I think you're going to be shocked by how fun Monopoly actually is. It's a really genuinely good game.
I will
have anti-Monopoly too.
There you go.
That one's fun. They have all
instead
sorts
of
of
instead of
variations.
Milton Bradley, it would be Zach and Gavin Lee. There you go. They can come up with anti-monopoly. But the point is like, so we have Trump's past behavior to look forward to. So why are you giving MAGA the benefit of the doubt and creating this false equivalence? I mean, that's the thing that I don't get. It's like they violate their own standard. Imagine. Imagine you know how much shit that Cenk has given AOC for working within the establishment. Which, if that's your view, fine. If you think she's conceded too much, fine. But what I don't think you can do in good conscience is simultaneously say, "Hey, OC."
I kind of just want to see what they have to say about the Laura Loomer thing. Let me see if I can transcript this. Use my dark magic. No, that's not my dark magic. My dark magic to make the screen way too big. Control F, right? And then Loomer. Oh my God, what? Do they not talk about Loomer here? Is it here, maybe? Anyway, thanks, Natalie, for getting me that clip, even if they don't end up talking about the thing that I thought they talked about here.
A giant percentage.
Oh no, Laura Loomer's in the fucking title. She's just not in the transcript somehow.
Of Democrats in California would go, yes, we obey. We will take the.
Oh my God.
Oh shit, I forgot this one.
Instead of further to the left, which is the whole point of TYT.
Let's take a look.
I think Kamala Harris would probably win in a cakewalk for governor.
No!
Okay.
No! What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, I'm telling you the reality, whether you like it or not.
What are you doing?
Democratic voters in California love to obey. And so
Oh my God. I'm gonna move, Cenk. I'm gonna quit my job. I'm gonna quit my job and I'm gonna move.
I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I'm telling you what's like if the
Here we go.
Loomer.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's get
somewhere here
that for sure. You know what I mean? Just go sit in this fucking, and this large gymnasium with like and twiddle your thumbs because you don't have fucking any resources. It's disgusting. But Gavin, before we go down that journey of despair, I've got one more short clip for you to react to because I thought, why not? We always do such negative coverage of the Young Turks, Gavin. We always do such skeptical coverage of the Young Turks. I thought, you know what? I've sifted through all of these messages, these heartfelt messages that they've given to their audience over the years. And I was like, you know what? This one really speaks to me and the people that are in our audience. And so this was their New Year's message that I picked for everyone. Let's take a quick listen, Gavin.
Bernie's cat.
Oh shit.
Who just wrote in on Twitter.
I forgot about Bernie's cat. God, this is like what they're going over their they made it like the best Anna Kasparian meltdowns of the year. I think this is one that they forgot to include.
And accused me of giving Ben Shapiro a pass. How the F was that a pass? How was that a pass? How was delusional? No, most deranged crap on Twitter. Seriously, I don't understand. What do you want me
No, chat, I just had a thought, all right? So, like I said before, Anna's personality that you're seeing expressed here, it doesn't really match up to like who she was in years past. Like I said, if you go back 5 years, 6 years, etc., you see a very different person, showing up for TYT. Right now, obviously, we've all been through a lot, right? In terms of a pandemic and still ongoing and this. But I've always thought that maybe, like, I think in the past I've always portrayed what Anna's doing as she's putting on an act, right? She's trying to affect Megyn Kelly. She's trying to model herself after certain right-wing content creators like Megyn Kelly who do this sort of shtick. What if, chat, go with me here, what if the Anna that I saw 5 years ago on TYT, what if that was Anna faking it? What if that was the persona? What if what she's done is she's just said, no, fuck it. I'm going to be real. This is how I actually feel. What if this is what Anna's like behind the scenes, chat? Bernie's cat had an opinion on Twitter. I know. How dare they? How dare they?
What do you want me to do? What the hell do I need to do? Tell me right now.
Yeah, no, look.
No, people are deranged. You are deranged. You're deranged. How the hell did I give Ben Shapiro a pass? I was the one who chose to do that story. We did that story. And I don't know how much more aggressive we could be in condemning him in that story. Deranged, deranged. I don't know what else you want from me. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I can't take it anymore. Go ahead, Cenk. Sorry.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is Jesus Christ another person in her chat, or is that she's just legitimately saying Jesus Christ? Izzy Sanchez thinks I might be onto something.
A story about ostensibly, I don't know, maybe they are, maybe they're not. I don't know what they are. Writes in and saying, you just saw our story on Ben Shapiro. You thought that we were too light on Ben Shapiro, that Anna was too light on Ben Shapiro? You get checked into a hospital, man.
I was too easy on him because I didn't flat out say he was lying. Okay, he's lying. I don't know what's in his head. I don't know if he's lying or if he's completely shielded from the reality because he's in a different bubble than you. Do you not understand that? Do you think he's sitting around watching news reports of children having their limbs blown off? Do you think that's what he's watching? Or do you think he lives in his own little bubble where everyone around him and all the news that he's consuming indicates that the IDF is the most moral army in the world?
Anna, the question you're asking can be answered with another question. That question is Ben Shapiro on Twitter? Right? If he's on Twitter, then yes, he is seeing what's going on and he has made peace with that. He is okay with that. If you bring it up to him, he'll say, yeah, well, what about October 7th? These people deserve it because of October 7th, right? That's it. It's really clear. That's what Ben Shapiro's take is. You are cutting him way too much charity, and we all know why. It's because you want access. You and Cenk are doing access journalism now, every bit as much as Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski. You want to maintain your access to Ben Shapiro and to the Daily Wire platform. Yeah, it's pretty fucking clear.
So that's the issue, that I didn't say he was lying. Okay, fine, he's lying. Do you feel better? I can't take this crap anymore, seriously. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore.
If you think,
wow.
And sometimes I get called Zionist on social media and stuff. If you think we're not sufficiently tough.
More on that when we cover the Brianna Wu interaction that he had.
Israel, you've lost your mind and you don't realize.
Watch something else. Watch anything else.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, that was it. That was all I had.
Crashing
out. We need to relive this mega compilation, this meltdown of what was it. Because guys, I did my homework. Finding the shit is not easy now. Okay, TYT has scrubbed all of those streams. They're no longer unlisted. They're now privated. So you have to have been in the know, and you had to have been diligently saving that stuff. So you're welcome. The Vanguard keeps receipts.
Yeah.
And so does Natalie.
Absolutely. Shout out to you for curating those clips. Before we get out of here, Zach, do you also want to quickly take a look at Cenk praising Laura Loomer?
Oh, there we go. This is the segment I wanted to take a look at. So we'll see what they have to say about Cenk and Laura Loomer, and then Natalie's got the clip for us, so we'll watch that too.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's get into that for sure.
This is the cherry on top, and then we'll get to the super chats, guys. Super excited to get into those, but yeah, we got this. Despite their brief spat with Laura Loomer, seemed like Anna really was.
Yeah, this is wild. Laura Loomer said the nastiest shit to Anna Kasparian, and for anybody that thinks that like Cenk maybe doesn't hold the same viewpoints and that he's just, kind of sweeping for Anna, he's just protecting his co-host. Look at this. Look at the willingness, his willingness to to consider Laura Loomer's point of view here.
Triggered by Laura, honestly, for calling her out, which we covered. Now it seems like Cenk is taking a bit of a different tone.
We're gonna say, right? She has said the worst possible things about Muslims. I'm Muslim, so I get it. She's terribly wrong on race, right? But at the same time, you have significant portion.
Comrade Gear, super chatted $5. I need to be real. TYT needs to be shut down before they turn completely right-wing.
Yeah, look, the best we can do is get as many people that still have a conscience that are part of TYT, as many progressively minded people out of there, because you're right, they are taking their boat and they are docking in a MAGA port. That is their goal, right? So our goal has to be strategic, to get as many people, and this is why I'm covering it so much, chat. Every time I cover TYT, people who have TYT in their algorithm are pulled to the stream. Now, sometimes they come into chat, they crash out, they yell at mods, etc. Sometimes there's no saving them. But, you know, if I can reach out to one or more people, I think it's worth it. As many people as we can get off of that boat, get them onto life rafts, you know, get them into safer vessels, all right? Because this one's heading for a MAGA iceberg, right? So that's my goal, and I hope that's clear.
Of MAGA that are now saying corporate rule sucks, and I'm tired of.
Again, I believe this was the day of the snowstorm, so you know, apologies for they're streaming Cenk, but it's a little bit.
Taking my taxpayer money and giving it to these executives and to these companies, and let's make sure we're careful about the donor class, even ones next to Donald Trump. That is an excellent development. Excellent. They are thinking for themselves. They're looking out for corruption, even among Trump's donors. So
he's just really thrilled about Laura Loomer. That's so wild. It is not hard to see that Laura Loomer's problem with H-1B visas is that they are poisoning the blood of the nation, right? It's racism. That's her problem.
If I disagree with them on the H-1B visa, the fact that this rebellion is happening and the civil war is happening is wonderful news. Not because, oh, it's gonna destroy the Republican Party, which is what Rachel Maddow is gonna say, right? But because it's actually showing you that they're thinking for themselves, and we might be able to have the most untraditional alliances you have ever seen to actually fight against corporate.
So we're gonna ally with the racists against Elon Musk and Trump. Wonderful interpretation of populism, Cenk. Right, so look, I don't know if Pakman says this, but somebody said this, and it's true. Populism is a phrase that encapsulates some very different things, some very opposite things, right? Populism includes racist demagogues, and it includes people with somewhat of a social conscience that are veering ever so slowly towards towards a post-capitalist system. Right? Those are both of those ideas are called populist. And sometimes you get like a Steve Bannon who tries to feign a social conscience when really at the bottom of everything it's racism all the way down.
She has said the word.
But Laura Loomer is obviously like the idea that like, no, Laura Loomer, maybe she's really principled. I don't know. Maybe underneath all the racism, like there's so much with Laura Loomer too. It's not just racism. It's like even people on the right agree that Laura Loomer is a hot mess. Even Milo is like put off by her.
Yeah.
Milo is like, keep Trump's dick away from this woman.
Well, that's at least that's the level of optimism and the level of rope he gives and leeway he gives to those on the left, right? You know, hey, we disagree with a little bit on the margins, whatever. We have a slightly different opinion here. No, it is a tidal wave of difference between the way that he's willing to engage with the Charlie Kirks and the Laura Loomers and anyone who is in close proximity to MAGA than the way that he's willing to engage with the rest of the left, right? He called Sam Cedar a low-rent grifter. He's been going after people like the Humanist Report and Emma Vigeland. It's crazy.
Yeah, 100%. And again, like, this is really no different than just being like, you got to give it up to Nick Fuentes, guys. He's really against the powerful bankers. You know, we might have to form an alliance. We both hate bankers. the left, Nick Fuentes, bankers, common enemy. What are we gonna do? Seems like an unlikely alliance maybe forming. Does that sound like a good idea, Zach?
Look, I feel like there are right wingers that are already have their hand out to the left, right? Richard Spencer, if I'm not wrong, has made certain overtures, right? Richard Spencer has claimed to have had a political awakening and is trying to reach out to the left, right? And they know not to grab Richard Spencer's hand. Why can't they figure it out with Laura Loomer, who is literally, like, what did she say about Anna? Well, she was going after Anna's looks. I feel like she was just nasty. Look, I mean, like, Anna's an awful person too, all right? But she was just, if you're going to make me feel sorry for Anna Kasparian, I mean, that's a feat right there. That's a feat in and of itself. So yeah, thank you, Natalie, for giving us this the clip in question so we can go into a little bit more depth here, see what's around.
Steve Bannon is against all immigrants, and he even makes it racial. So does Laura Loomer. And in a minute, we're going to agree. I don't know about Anna. I'm going to agree with Laura Loomer.
Disagree.
Thank you for standing up for yourself, okay?
Okay, all right.
You definitely won't stand up for trans people, but you'll stand up for yourself. So good on you, I guess.
We're going to show you that video, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay, so we don't agree with Laura Loomer and Steve Bannon on their
rhetoric,
anti-immigrant stance,
racism,
their rhetoric, their racism. Then when they specifically talk about other races and say they don't want them here, it doesn't. I mean, that's like the definition of racism. This is not like, hey, there's something wrong with our institution, so I'm calling everyone in the country a white supremacist. No, they specifically will say we don't want Indians in the country.
Yeah.
That's the definition of racism. Okay, so.
But do you see how much he's doing the loser liberal thing? He's doing like the caveat of like, so just so you know, I'm not trying to say everybody here is white supremacist. I'm just saying there's a non-zero number of like racist motivations for people on the opposite side of Trump and Elon on the H-1B visa issue.
So now, on the other hand, when they talk about,
but I'm not one of those lefties, right? I'm not one of those people that calls everyone a Nazi.
Hey, we need to protect American workers.
In fact, I won't even say you're a white supremacist, even if you straight up are one.
Sometimes these companies.
Wasn't that the conversation with Brian Tyler Cohen? I'm trying to remember, chat. Was that when he talked to BTC? Or was that when he talked to Francesca? Where, it was Francesca, right? Where he's just like, it's just not productive to call somebody a white supremacist, even if they fucking are.
And their corporate executives and the donor class aren't interested in doing the right policy for America. They're interested in doing the right
Oh, it was on Mark Lamont Hill. I think you're right, Natalie. Yeah.
Policy for Tesla or SpaceX or their individual companies. They are correct about that. And the fact that they are telling right-wing voters in this battle, remember, watch out for the donor class, watch out for the corporate executives.
True, yeah.
Is really important. So as much as I loathe Bannon and Loomer on those things that I have every right to loathe them on, it is super interesting and important, and yes, I'm gonna say it, positive, that they are saying, watch out for the donor class, watch out for corporate rule.
Do you recognize, though, their preferential recognition of people who are beholden to the donor class along lines of agreeing with them or not? Right, so that's the problem. You can get them on board with like Nancy Pelosi's corrupt as fuck. She probably is, right? They should investigate the investments that members of Congress make, at the very least. But you'll never hear them say that of a MAGA member in good standing. It's only when somebody comes up against their, really at the bottom of it all, racist reasons for opposing H-1B visas. It's only when something like that happens that they start to notice, and it's like, okay, well, one guy that you're against that did the corrupting of politicians, that would be Elon Musk. Dropped an unprecedented amount of money into this election. But they still won't see that. They still won't recognize that.
I mean, Steve Bannon the other day said we need to increase corporate taxes dramatically. We need to raise taxes on the rich, and those folks need to help pay for the things that helps the average American. I mean, that is what we've been saying for 20, 25 years. And so I'm not going to do this silly thing that the left has done for a long time. A person has said one bad thing, even if it's like nuclear bad.
You said more than one bad thing, Cenk.
Or a couple of bad things.
And it's worse than nuclear. It's like, I don't know. If you somehow took nuclear waste and like hit it with a dirty bomb and then zap it with some depleted uranium, some white phosphorus, just like a compound of war crimes, right? And that's what Laura Loomer is.
Or whatever, that's it.
She's like a molten little ball of isotopes is what she is.
I won't take yes for an
unstable isotopes.
Sir, I'll just dismiss them out of hand and say there's.
Wait, Cenk just used Trump's N-word? Oh, Nazi? You're not allowed to say Nazi?
Nothing to do. I'm going to close my mind, and I'm not even going to think about it. And I'm not going to do nuance, and I'm not going to try to do an interesting strategy where we go, you're right on the corporate executives and corporate rule. You're terribly wrong on race, right? And separate out social and economic issues.
And they say you're a socialist and you're grooming our children, right? That's what you're gonna get back from the Laura Loomers of the world. Like the idea that you're gonna make common cause, you're gonna break bread with Steve Bannon and Laura Loomer is so fucking absurd. Like Charlie Kirk freaking mocked you, dude. That's what he did. He fucking dunked on your ass. He made you his personal lol cow, and you just sat there. You just sat there.
Now,
while he dog walked you, like I love it. The only way that he is able to, like, it's so wild, chat, right? If he was thinking about people having seen his appearance on Charlie Kirk, he would be coming back to TYT with his tail between his legs. Right? He would be embarrassed. But he just comes back and asks, oh, great success, everyone. Great news. I asked them if they are against Mitch McConnell. They also said they don't like Mitch McConnell. Yay. What a great success. Everything was good. Everything was really good. I let Charlie Kirk have it. It's like, no, he fucking owns you. And the only way that that's not embarrassing is if, like, the average audience member just did not watch that.
When you get to Elon Musk, he's right there. What are you guys doing talking about how Indians are this and that or Muslims are bad?
He's offended by the racist rhetoric, and he should be. I mean, some of Laura Loomer's, look, I don't know what you are specifically referring to that you agree with Laura Loomer, so I'll wait to watch the video. However, her tweets, some of her tweets were some of the most disgusting tweets I've read on X.
Oh,
and that's
definitely.
saying something, okay?
Yeah, 100%. But so when you go to the H-1B visas, before we go to the tape, a really interesting, thoughtful critique of them is from David Sirota, who's a great progressive, right? Mm-hmm. And Sirota talks about, hey, look, they're using these not because they really can't find any engineers in America, just that they don't want to pay the engineers the prices that they would have to pay, the salaries they would have to pay them under normal conditions. So they bring in guys to work at half the rates. And so this is just another form of corruption. And so my guess on H-1B visas is the answer is somewhere in between. That H-1B visas can be used appropriately and can be amazing and wonderful and bring in some top talent from across the world here, which I think is great and strengthens us. Mm-hmm. But we need to be careful that it's not abused by corporations so that it drives our wages lower, including for engineers, right? But nobody's having that nuanced conversation. So at the end of the day, Trump just goes, Elon or Bannon. Oh, Elon's got way more money, Elon. Mm-hmm. And he chose Elon and said H-1B visas are great when that was not his earlier position. And he uses H-2B visas, not H-1B visas. So that is inaccurate. So we got the Laura Loomer media clip.
Yeah,
so let's watch.
What we need to have a conversation about is what is it going to mean for the future of our country, our national security, and the incoming Trump administration if we have a bunch of technocrats who are also essentially welfare queens because their companies are receiving government subsidies and they want to take over our defense industry. if you have a bunch of tech bros with billions of dollars and direct unfettered access to the vice president and the president of the United States, and then they are also, very cordial with our adversaries, as in China and Iran. We see that Elon Musk is.
I got a question, chat. I know I shouldn't notice this, but I got to question her background. She's got what seems to be a taxidermied alligator's head. And then she's got a megaphone. Like, everything else there is just like, it's like a plant. It's like a pink hat. It's like a book. And then it's just like, yeah, and a gator's head and a megaphone. Yeah, sure.
Having these meetings off the books with Iranian officials, with Chinese officials.
She needs to get some Funko Pops, is what I'm saying, chat. Like some Trump Funko Pops.
What does that mean for us and the future of our constitutional republic?
Okay, I mean it bothers me to
She's from Florida. That's why the alligator.
say, but almost everything she said there was totally right. So they are getting government subsidies. Elon's companies get enormous government subsidies. They are looking for breaks for their own companies. They do care about making separate deals with China, Iran, and everything.
But don't you know by the fact that the way that Laura Loomer reacted to Anna, that what Laura Loomer is trying to do is this, all right? Think of Trump as a pig with many teats. There's a bunch of little piglets suckling at the teats. In fact, more piglets than there are teats, and they are jockeying for position on Trump. And Laura Loomer is just happy anytime she can reduce the number of piglets. She can be like, those piglets are corrupt. Like, let me get that. Let me get in there and suckle. Like, that's all she's doing. That's what she was doing to Anna. That's the same thing that she's doing to Bannon. I love how Cenk thinks, no, she's actually principled. She doesn't want money in politics either. Oh, of course, we can make this great bargain with the racist weirdos. Yeah. As we suckle for our own Trump teat. I mean, they're at the piglet too. And that's why Laura was mean to Anna in the first place, right? She's like, get away from my teat. I called that one.
Everyone else, because a ton of their money, billions and billions of dollars, are tied up in China.
Yeah, Loomer's trying to get rid of the Musk. Yeah, the Musk and Ramaswamy. Just get rid of these people. We'll open up some teats.
That is their interest, not the American interest. Those are two different things. When she called those corporate executives and the corporations themselves welfare queens, something I've called them for a long time, and people caught feelings over. They are welfare queens. The oil companies take $30 billion in subsidies and rob us blind every single year. What she said about the Pentagon was right. Now, for those of people who think, well, no, Laura Loomer is unacceptable.
But this is the thing, right? Look, they're saying somebody is unacceptable because you disagree with them, and then they're saying somebody is unacceptable because, like, he slept with 17-year-olds, right? They're saying that somebody's unacceptable because I feel like there's a difference with Laura Loomer.
Can't ever say she's right, even if she says the sky is blue and the grass is green. She has said the worst possible things about Muslims. I'm Muslim, so I get it. I get it. She's terribly wrong on race, right?
Terribly wrong on race. Wait, we started off with this. Was it David Packman watched this? That's where this came from. This is where, okay, so there we go, full circle, chat. Not quite though, not quite, because we did start off with a David Packman clip. We're gonna get to David Packman talking to Cenk, but before we do that, all right, we haven't done this in a little while, in a hot minute, but there is some political content which we must now consume in order to be in order to know to understand the conversation between Cenk and David Packman. Right? They're going to refer to this Trump press conference and press conference. What am I saying? Trump press conference, There we go. That makes sense. Trump if I can spell press conference. Why? I thought it was 30 minutes. What the fuck? There's not like a shorter version. Oh my God, chat. I fucking hate this. We're not going to watch all of this. All right, I refuse. I refuse to watch all of this. But yeah, we gotta jump into it nonetheless. Jesus Christ. Somebody needs to put a timer on this man. It's like the opposite. It's like he and Biden are these bookends of old men that should be nowhere near the levers of power. He looks like he is walking into like a Louis XIV room there. That's just oh, I haven't brought it up. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about, chat. Look at that. But yeah, Biden is got to be in bed by, I don't know, like 7:00 p.m., right? Biden comes out, says like two things. Neither of them make sense. And then he goes away, right? Trump is the opposite. Trump comes out and you cannot shut him the fuck up. And he's like, everyone loves my piano. It's the greatest piano. Let me tell you about the windmills are terrible, folks. They're killing the birds and they're making a mess. I don't really care about the birds. The birds can fucking die for all I care, but they're making a mess of all those birds falling up. The windmills are terrible, folks. They kill the whales. The whales out at sea, they can't stand the windmills, so they die. It's like, he just like, yeah, he's like an older relative that will corner you and fucking prattle, yap like a yap master, right? They're the Yap Master 3000. They'll yap your freaking ear off about anything and everything that, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter if nothing has anything to do with it. So it's just like, they're like, no, I'm going to fucking sit you here and talk to you, give you a good talking to for way long. But yeah, they're like bookends. They're like, they have the opposite problem. Like Biden can't say anything and Trump can't shut up. So yeah, we're getting Trump here. We're going to do like, I don't know. I'll do some of this. I won't do all of this. Okay. Because it's too much for me. But I got to press my buttons, don't I? Press that button. Press that button. Press that button. God damn it. Osu, if you're out there, somebody needs to start editing these Trump press conferences. That's all I'm saying. You did a pretty good job on the what if alt his thing, Osu. Osu, you're our only hope. You're the only hope, Osu. All right, here we go, chat. Oh yeah, I should probably read off the results of the poll. Wow, we got 90 likes, chat. We're 10 short of 100. You haven't liked the stream yet, make sure to do so because it helps me out a lot and I greatly appreciate it. So who's winning the poll? It looks like Legal Eagle is at 51%. Second place, True Identity of Adrian Dittman. Third place, Visit to the Spanking Therapist. Yes. Or Spanking Therapy. And fourth place, What if Alt Hist? So, in addition, we are 55% of the way towards the Dono goal. We're more than halfway there. Wait. Somebody put... Oh my God, I feel like I've forgotten already. Somebody voted for What if Alt Hist? Okay, wait, maybe it says it in the super chats. I'll look. Sorry, chat. I should have a better memory than this. Okay, 10 for Rudyard, 10 for Vox Populi. So I'm just trying to tabulate the bonus. Okay, so what if it has 10% extra so far? Maybe more. If I haven't gotten if you've donated and I haven't added your donation yet, let me know, because I'll be more than happy to put your money where your mouth is. And yeah, we're, I believe, ready to go. I just press the button and start us off. Donald J. Trump standing in front of some kind of golden piano that looks like it belongs in like some Louis XIV exhibit. But here he is, America's own Mad King, about to play us a symphony, a veritable Mozart. Tell us about his grievances, the things that are grinding his gears, and make some threats at foreign countries. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Which countries will the president-elect of the United States threaten today? Let's find out. I wish he'd just sit down at the piano. He should sing it, chat, one time. We know he's a zesty king, all right? Just like Louis XIV. He's a zesty king. Why doesn't he just sit down at the piano and regale us with a immature symphony of his personal grievances? Anyway, chat, someday. It should be a harpsichord, though. Little Lord Trump at the harpsichord. Yes, there we go. Why is something about the sneakers? I don't know. I can't get my... Oh, wait, chat, you might not be able to see the sneakers. Here, let me change that. Oh, yeah, the sneakers are just out of frame for some of you. If I go here. They're still out of frame. Oh, well, whatever. The dude that he's walking out with has sneakers. If you can't see, if you're watching me on Shorts.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. Many things are happening that are exciting, very exciting for our country. And we're honored to welcome one of the most respected business leaders in the Middle East, indeed the world. He's a founder and chairman of Damac Properties, Hussein.
How many of you, when he says Hussein, think that he's talking about Obama? Because I swear to God, he's referred to Obama many times as the guy's middle name. But no, he is not in fact talking about Obama. He's talking about somebody whose first name is Hussein.
Sejwani, very respected gentleman. And I'm thrilled to announce today that Damac will be investing at least $20 billion over a very short period of time into the United States, and they may go double or even somewhat more than double that amount of money. It's a great thing, and I believe he will say that he's doing it because of the fact that he was very inspired by the election. They wouldn't do it without that election, I can tell you. A lot of people wouldn't. You saw last week where we have somebody who's going to go from $100 to $200 billion, and we have many other people, and we'll be bringing some of them out. Some of them like to do it somewhat more quietly. And
so the other thing that you might be confused about is when he says invest in the United States, is this millionaire like giving money to the federal budget? No, he's starting a business. Like, right? He's a job creator.
Some don't, and they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor investing in our country. The investment will support massive new data centers across the Midwest.
That's what we need, Chad. Isn't that what you wanted? Massive new data centers along the Midwest so that they can waste more energy on AI while you freeze to death in Texas?
The Sunbelt area, and also to keep America on the cutting edge of technology and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, data centers, not like integrating the grid so that people don't run out of Don't lose heat in the winter in Texas.
He's very big into the data centers, and that's going to be a very hot item in the coming years.
It's going to be a very hot item.
With AI.
So remember, this is a guy that doesn't have any political experience. He has experience selling real estate. So you shouldn't really be surprised when he talks about hot items like this instead of, I don't know, any kind of policy.
In particular, the first
hot items he can understand.
Phase of the project will be in Texas, Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, and Indiana, those places. And Hussein,
sapping more energy out of the grid. Mine, baby, mine. Get that crypto.
Love you to come up.
We love crypto here, folks, don't we? We love the crypto. We love the crypto bros. All right, so there's his friend Hussein leaving the podium.
And that man knows what he's doing. He knows.
But does this man know what he's doing? Does this man know where he is, right? We've asked these questions about Joseph Robinette Brandon, but I don't believe we've asked these questions enough about Donald Jefferson Trump.
So, Hussein, we're going to work with you and make sure everything goes smoothly. We have powers that haven't really been used in terms of environmental. If you invest over $1 billion in the United States, we're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulations and rules.
So he's explicitly saying, if I can translate the Trumpian to you, that he is operating the government for the explicit interest of the capitalists, right? Of the people that own the companies. There's red tape. It's very hard. There's environmental reviews that have to go through. Let's just skip all that stuff. Let's just get rid of all that stuff. That's what I can do as president, is make it easier for the ownership class.
And I made it a point of telling people, if you invest $1 billion or more, and we'll do this for people with far less.
What is this, McDonald's? You get a free large fry. You invest $1 billion or more, that comes with a free supersizing for your fries.
But we guarantee it. We're going to move them quickly through the environmental process. Sometimes people held up 12, 13, 14, 15 years. I saw it with plants in Louisiana where I got it approved in literally a week. They were through the review in 1 week after spending 14 and a half years trying to get it, and they were going nowhere. It was a terrible thing. So I've been a victim of that myself over the years, and I think I know all the games and all the tricks that are played, and much of it is just done to stop progress. So we're going to be helping you and everybody else that comes to the United States and wants to invest their money, that you don't get tied up for the rest of your life and you can't do anything. This commitment further underscores that many of the greatest business leaders on earth are seeing.
No, that'll be dissidents under the Trump administration that get tied up for the rest of their life and can't do anything.
A very bright economic future for America since the election. As you know, a lot of positive things have happened. We are inheriting a difficult situation from the outgoing administration, and they're trying everything they can to make it more difficult. Inflation.
So we're starting off, with personal grievance at the Biden administration.
Is continuing to rage, and interest rates are far too high. And I've been disappointed to see the Biden administration's attempt to block the reforms of the American people, and that they...
That's wild, Donald, because the interest rates are decided by the Fed. And generally, the Fed is supposed to be independent of the office of presidency. Unless you're trying to get the Fed specifically to cut rates to make your economic record look better than it actually is.
We voted for. We had a landslide election. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. Nobody even knows how many people, millions. And
that being said, the Fed is bullshit. And if you want to find more out about it, there's a great video by a YouTube channel called GDF that goes over the Fed and the role that they played in the deindustrialization of the United States of America, the beginning chapters of neoliberalism, which actually came not under Ronald Reagan, but under Jimmy Carter. You know, people are busy burnishing Carter's legacy since he just passed away. And yeah, you know, as a, you know, in his post-presidency, Jimmy Carter did a lot of good things. Jimmy Carter compares favorably to most modern presidents. But that being said, you know, Jimmy Carter made some really bad decisions as well. And that don't know if we'll have time to go over the GDF video today.
Still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a.
You know what it is, chat? He's worried, right? So he's ahead right now by somewhere around 1.5%. Popular vote, right? Trump won by 1.5%. He's very proud of this. And you're going to hear how he talks about it, too, as being an achievement. Why is it an achievement? Because only one Republican has won the popular vote since 2000s. Wait a minute. We've had more than one Republican president, though. Right? But he's the second. He's the second. He's really proud of that, and he doesn't want anybody to take that out. He's like, they're still counting votes. He's got a creeping suspicion that somehow the popular vote is going to end up being not his this time, too. If we could just stop the votes counting, it's very annoying, folks. I like the results at the beginning of the evening. I don't need to hear further results. I don't want them to count further votes. Just as soon as I've got enough votes to be ahead, let's just lock it all up and wrap it all up, and we'll be the election. I mean, this is, you know, probably where his paranoia about having thinking that he won the first election came from, right? It's the early results in 2020 were very favorable for Donald Trump, and to wake up the next day and have that flip. Oh my God, chat. He looks not very alive. Look, I don't want to go spreading conspiracy theories, but I think that Biden and Trump were too old for office. And I think that that's going to show up in this term. I'm not convinced, chat, that Donald Trump is going to finish this term in office.
What a place. What a horrible place.
His mental and you know, somewhat physical deterioration is becoming more and more visible, more and more undeniable.
One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. They have placed.
Earthkeeper says Carter got screwed by Republicans and OPEC. Oh yeah, definitely. And during the, you know, Carter was the victim of the Iran hostage, the Iran Contra hostage affair, which very likely cost him the election. Canadian Brunch, thank you for resubscribing on Twitch. Canadian Brunch says, hello, Irene. It's wonderful to see you again. Hey, it's wonderful to see you as always, Canadian Brunch. Good to have you with us tonight. We're doing a little Trump tent. Again, chat, this is a very long press conference. We won't watch the whole thing. I want to watch the beginning, and then I'm going to find where he talks about his plans for, I think most of the interesting stuff comes in the questions that they ask him, as far as Canada, Greenland, Panama, etc. go.
Places where they're still counting votes.
They should stop. They should stop. I don't want that number of my popular advantage to go down any further. I certainly don't want it to sink below zero. Like, look, chat, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Like, I don't think he actually has anything to worry about. They are counting the votes still. And as they count more of those votes in places like California, his advantage, his popular advantage is shrinking. I don't think it's going to shrink below zero. Right. But he seems to be worried that that's what, like, he's like, why would you care? That's what they do. They count the votes. It takes a while. It's thorough. We want to count all the votes. He's like, no, we don't need to count all the votes. We don't need to count all the votes. Stop the votes.
President Biden's actions yesterday on offshore drilling.
Wasn't Iran-Contra Reagan? So Roxy amused. Ronald Reagan ran against Jimmy Carter in the 1980 presidential campaign and won. And part of Ronald Reagan's victory in 1980 was due to the perception of Carter's mishandling of the hostage situations. Americans, after the Iranian Revolution, Americans were held hostage. Carter was unable to secure their safe passage back to the U.S. Little did we know at the time, little did anyone know, that the reason for this was that the Reagan administration was having conversations with the Iranians behind the scene, assuring them, I mean, this is Iran-Contra, right? So it starts in 1980, much like the Nixon scandal of Watergate refers to something that Nixon did in the 1972 election, obtaining the medical records of one of the Democratic primary challengers that he did not want to run against, right? That was what Watergate was about. That was in 72. And then Iran-Contra, which came out in the middle of the 80s, like what, maybe even into Reagan's, I don't know if it was in his first term or second term, but it stems back to acts that took place during the election. And very likely the reason that Carter lost was because he was unable to get those hostages back. Very likely the reason that Carter couldn't get the hostages back was because of the interference of the Reagan administration behind the scene. But yeah, it's a little bit more complicated. Yeah, Iran hostage crisis was both intertwined with each other. That's what I'm talking about, Steve Palmer. Thanks for, I don't think I was saying it correctly. Yeah, they intertwine with each other in that's why that sometimes people will say the term arms for hostages, right? So the allegations that, oh my God, page unresponsive. Come on. There we go. We gotta. Yeah, Ollie North is definitely involved in that. Wait. Oh, did it go back to top chat? Oh my God, it did. There's a certain chat that I'm trying to bring up here. There we go. Yeah. Intertwined with each other. But yeah, the arms for hostages deal was made, and it's not unprecedented either. Not from a Republican, right? You're right. Like I mentioned, Watergate from Nixon, having to do with some illegal, allegedly illegal activities. I don't know how the Supreme Court would see it now. I think they'd be okay with it, actually. Of the Richard Nixon administration, and the and then in '68, there were similar back channel negotiations between Richard Nixon's campaign and the North Vietnamese government, right, to prevent any sort of treaty from being signed under Johnson.
Banning offshore drilling will not stand. I will reverse it immediately. It'll be done immediately. And we will drill, baby, drill. And we're going to be drilling in a lot of other locations. I
gotta say, I find it disturbing that Trump never paid a price for stealing Sarah Palin's slogan. Can we get Sarah Palin right? So I don't know if anybody else said it first, but oh my God, come on. Sarah Palin, drill, baby, drill. This was her line. Nobody ever said it better than Sarah Palin.
pristine.
Well, and we need to drill, though. Otherwise, I cannot believe that a domestic solution is any part of a national energy policy if they're not going to let Alaskans drill on our own lands and on federal lands within our own state. And if a domestic solution isn't part of a national energy plan, then our nation is in a world of hurt. We're going to continue to be reliant on foreign dangerous regimes to feed our hungry markets. I find it ironic and I find it nonsensical that here we send Secretary Bodman, we even send our own president overseas to negotiate with the Saudis, to ask the Saudis ramp up oil production for us in America, when again, absolute nonsense, because Alaska has those resources already and we should be tapping these American supplies before we go over to the Saudis and ask
Say it.
them to do so. So very significant here what is going on, and I think our nation is at a crossroads also. We either better be making decisions to allow this American supply of energy to be tapped.
I mean, this is Trump's policy, right? What she's saying is identical to what you're hearing from Trump. Expanded drilling is the solution to every single one of our problems, according to Trump. It's all if it's not blaming if it's not blaming immigration, if it's not blaming the border, if it's not blaming Kamala Harris, then it's proposing drilling as the solution.
Or we're going to become more and more beholden to these foreign regimes. And again, our nation's going to be in a world of hurt when you talk about national security.
Drill, baby, drill.
Talk about ever.
Oh my God.
Towards energy independence, if we cannot implement a domestic solution for this national energy policy.
You suck. Where's the drill, baby, drill? Here, I don't want to waste too much time on this.
In the meantime, we're all going to be in real trouble.
Let me clear something up. Senator McCain has said that he supports caps on carbon emissions. Senator Obama has said he supports clean coal technology, which don't believe you've always supported.
I have always supported it.
Well,
that's a fact.
Clear it up for us, both of you, and start with Governor Palin.
Yes, Senator McCain does support this. The chant is drill, baby, drill. And that's what we
Just so we're clear on this, the chant is drill, baby, drill.
hear all across this country in our rallies, because people are so hungry for those domestic sources of energy to be tapped into. They know that even in my own energy producing state, we have.
There it is. Okay. Anyway, that's the closest we're going to get. I think she said it better, but whatever. Back to no. Back to this guy.
Energy costs are going to come way down. They'll
drill, baby, drill.
Brought down to a very low level.
I'm surprised he never tried to pull Sarah Palin into his cabinet.
That's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it.
There's probably a reason
to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New scam. All this money, trillions of dollars. It's like throwing it right out the window. What they're doing. And they're
They didn't do it. They didn't do the Green New Deal.
They spend so much now. They're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project.
This is something that Biden totally fucked up on. Right? Instead of putting forward, like a Build Back Better, he waited for other people to do it, and just ended up just completely dialing back the scope of what was. Yeah, like America needed a New Deal, right? If you wanted to reelect a incumbent in 2024, given the state of things, that incumbent would have needed to do something economically for the working people, whether it be extend the benefits under COVID, the failed launch of the student loan forgiving program. Like there would have needed to be like a New Deal level program put into place to make people's lives easier. Because the problem that we have now, it's not that the unemployment rate is high. It's not. It's not that even inflation is particularly high at this moment. It's come down, right? The problem is that the American people have not had a pay rise in years. Pay has flatlined, while production, which means what you do for your boss, the economic value of what you put in at work, the average worker out there has gone up. You've been making them more money and they've been paying you the same rate. And the minimum wage has not come up since 2007, I think, or 2009. Can't remember which, but fuck long time. That's what's going on. People don't have enough money. And there needed to be a program, several programs to address this. If you look at what happened in Mexico, they did address these things, right? The government of Mexico set aside certain items that were staples that everybody needs to feed their family, and and made sure that that those were available at a affordable price, right? The US government would call that socialism. And so you don't get programs like that. And under the leadership of Biden, you really didn't get much of what we needed. Some of the things the Biden administration did were good, some long-term, some short-term, right? But there was a lot missing. There was a lot missing. And the whole country is going to suffer 4 more years of this idiot because of that.
At all, if it's certified under the Green New Scam, and they don't work, and it's too expensive. And they told me that we're going to do everything possible to make this transition to the new administration very smooth. It's not smooth because they're doing that. They're playing with the courts, as you know. They've been playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me more votes because I got the highest number of votes ever gotten by a Republican, by far, actually, by a lot. And, we had a great election, so I guess it didn't work, but even to this day.
I guess it didn't work. This is so much cope. Look, the one thing about winning this election that's a huge L for Donald Trump is it blows his lies about the 2020 election. This guy said that the election was straight up stolen from him, that the votes weren't real, that nothing about that was real, right? That somehow the Democrats have got control of the polling and they were able to straight up steal the election, right? That's bullshit. If that was true, he wouldn't be president right now. Unless whoever's really in charge wants him to be president. Unless you got some kind of even more half-cocked conspiracy theory about that. He won by a slight margin in a number of important states. It's not too big to rig. It's literally that your coalition came out, right? Your low propensity voters came out, and Kamala's did not. If the election was stealable, and the thieves were the Democrats, they would have stolen this one. All right. So you got to eat shit about the lies that you've told by which you justified a bunch of your supporters going into the Congress and attempting to hogtie the legislatures to prevent them from the, transmission of power from you, the loser, to the winning candidate. As far as anyone fucking believing that this guy even thought that he had the election stolen from him, I think that goose is cooked.
They're playing with
as cooked as this guy's brain is. And we're going to see that over the next 4 years. Mark my words, all right? Biden and Trump were too old to govern. We're too old to be considered for the nomination. We live in a gerontocracy. And this whole thing of wheeling Dianne Feinstein out to do a vote or, hiding Joe Biden's obvious cognitive decline, or the denial that Donald Trump is not fucking on planet Earth half the time, right?
With the courts, have their friendly judges that like to try and make everybody happy on the Democrat side. It's called lawfare. It's called weaponization of justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever seen before. So many, I defeated.
So look, lawfare is a real thing, and it's along the lines of what happened to Lula da Silva in Brazil. Luckily for Brazil, they did the exact opposite of what the United States did. After their January 6th, they there were legal consequences for the people responsible. Like right after Bolsonaro had his term, Lula was freed, and Lula ran and Lula won. And you're going to see, you know, in the not too distant future, that the United States is going to recede, and countries like Brazil are gonna be doing a lot better.
Deranged Jack Smith, he's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases. Those were the biggest ones. And the press made such a big deal out of them, but we did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people saw that. You know, when they vote when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by...
He's like he's trying, look, I mean, the media does have a double standard, right? The media does grade him on a curve, for sure. The media treats him like kid gloves, because that's the only way that you can maintain anything close to what sounds like neutrality, which is what you're supposed to have in the media, right? Donald Trump is just constantly shitting his electoral pants, and they've got to always, well, if we're going to mention what he did that was fucked up, we got to find something that, but also, you know, Kamala screwed up on this. Also, Biden screwed up on this. We got to find something on the other side to do. And that's challenging. It's challenging because Donald Trump is just a fucking constant cavalcade of catastrophe. Just dog shit follows this man wherever he goes, as almost as if he was tracking it on his shoe, chat. This is the situation that the United States of America has gotten itself into with this guy.
Millions. And wins all 7 of the swing.
But here he is saying, I won the popular vote. That's very hard for a Republican to do. You're just like admitting that people don't fucking like your party. You're just admitting that the only reason that you ever win is because the antiquated machinations of the way that the electoral vote works in this country, which is not by popular vote, it's by the electoral college, the electoral college, right? And the Senate, and there's so many anti-majoritarian mechanisms in this government by which the Republicans have held on to power and pretty much, you know, judicially speaking, ruined the legitimacy of the courts for the foreseeable future.
Swing states, people said, well, he could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. That tells you we won. That tells, and they've been watching this.
So yeah, he's still, the TLDR is he's worried that he's going to lose his 1.5% popular vote win. I don't think he is going to, right? I think he's just paranoid. But you know, he wants to stop the votes from being counted, I guess. But whatever, he'll probably end up at like 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, something like that by the end of it. But he'll still have won the popular vote. But yeah, you can't stop this guy from
injustice.
You can't stop this guy's persecution complex, right? He won, and he's like, oh no, I don't like it that they're counting the votes. Don't count all those votes. I liked it back when it said I won by 2%. Yeah, I mean, he won, but it's by one of the smallest margins in history.
Call it the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world has watched that. And it took work, but it got me a lot of votes because when explained, I mean, we have a judge in New York who's a very crooked judge. I'm under a gag order. I can't even talk about aspects of the case that are the most vital aspects. I'm under a gag. Do you know that I'm the president?
You're under a gag order? You're not going to gag on the mic again, are you?
Elect of the United States of America. I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. We had, everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Russia and Ukraine with.
Look, that's when I got to take out of your column, bud. What was the guy? What was the guy that ran over people in New Orleans? What was his reason for doing that? Oh yeah, ISIS. Yeah. Good job stomping out ISIS.
Israel. You took a look at that attack on October 7th. The attack on Israel. with the horrible way they got out. Not the fact that they got out. I would have been out before them, but we would have been out of Afghanistan with dignity and
Oh, here we go. Let me show you the landslide. All right, you want to see the landslide? Check out this guy's landslide. So if you're watching on shorts, it might be hard to see, might be really small letters here. But this is a, these are the popular margins for presidential elections going back to, it looks like Calvin Coolidge is the earliest. All right, so look, Nixon in 1968 won by less than Trump. Kennedy in 1960 won by less than Trump. Bush actually lost the popular vote, and Trump, oh God, chat, here's an interesting statistic. In 2016, Trump lost the popular vote, okay, now check this out, by more than he won the popular vote by. Now this is giving him 1.7. I think this is a little dated. I think it's like around 1.5 now, but whatever, give him 1.7, right? He won by less than Carter did in 76. All right, and every other, you know, number here is just like, so if you want to know what a landslide looks like, Coolidge, 25.2%. Roosevelt, 1936, 24.3%. Nixon, 1972, 23.2%. Johnson, 1964, against Barry Goldwater. And yes, Hillary Clinton was out there, you know, working for the Goldwater campaign, working for the racist campaign, right? Only to turn around and say that Bernie Sanders is the racist years later, but whatever. Johnson, 22.6%. Reagan, 1984, 18.2%. Roosevelt, 1932, 17.8%. Hoover, 1928, 17.4%. Eisenhower, 1956, 15.4%. 52, 10.9%. Roosevelt in 1940, 10%. Reagan, that's the modern definition of a landslide, okay? Reagan, his landslide in 1980. Wait, where's the Reagan? Oh yeah, no, actually 84 was probably that's probably the bot. So that's what we're talking. I'm sorry. Yeah, he ran twice. In 84, he won by 18.2%. I mean, that's the definition. When we talk about a modern landslide, we're talking about Reagan, or at least we're talking about Obama. Oh, here in 2008, 7.3%, right? Trump is at less than a third of that. Like, Trump is at a fraction of what we would call a landslide. This is 1.7%. So anyway, he's going to say it was a landslide. He was going to say, I won all the swing states. I won all the swing states. Yeah. And here you are down here underneath Jimmy Carter. Trump, that's got to bother you. You know what else is bothering them this week? Jimmy Carter passed. And when a president passes, it's kind of a former president passes, it's kind of a big deal, right? They do this thing with the flag. I don't know if you know this, right? But I'm sure you've seen this. They take the flag down to half-mast, right? When an important person dies, especially a former president. Trump is going to be inaugurated in front of a flag at half-mast because Carter died when he did. And he's mad about it. He's resentful of Jimmy Carter. And yes, that does have a connection to the Panama Canal policy that he's going to discuss in just a second.
Any badly, horrifically injured, nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs. Nobody ever talks about them.
Nobody ever talks about October 7th, is what Bro just said. I feel like I've heard a bit about October 7th. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Outrageous, leaving billions of dollars of brand new military equipment that I bought in the hands of the Afghans and specifically the Taliban. It's the group. And
so yeah, this candidate of peace that had no wars stayed in a forever war for all 4 years of his term. Did not get us out of Afghanistan, which this country went into in like 2002 or 2001. I'm not sure which, but has been, you know, wouldn't get us out of the forever war. had no problem assassinating members of foreign militaries, an act of war that can very likely start a war, and did as much droning as Obama, who people are constantly pointing out that inconsistency. Obama, another supposed peace candidate who did not live up to his name.
We were doing very well. We would have been out. We would have been respected. I think it's one of the reasons it was so bad.
But I just couldn't do it during my first term, just like you couldn't do anything during your first term except for cut taxes for billionaires.
They handled that withdrawal where people are jumping onto airplanes, falling off the sides of airplanes when they're 3,000 feet in the air. And nobody's ever seen anything like that, the worst.
Unfortunately, we have seen stuff like that every time the United States puts into place a puppet government. We saw something like this happen in Vietnam.
And because of that, I think Russia went and attacked Ukraine. When they saw that, they said, these guys are incompetent. They don't know what they're doing. But we know what we're doing now.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
And that's going to all end. And we have a great military. I defeated ISIS. As you know, we're in no wars. I just finished a couple. And we got also our soldiers guarding Syria and Turkey. We're in the middle. We had 5,000 soldiers. They would have been gobbled up with two armies. We had one army, 300,000. We had another one, 500,000 or 600,000, getting ready. We had 5,000 people in the middle. I said to a general, how do 5,000 people do in that case? And the general just looked at me and said, not well, sir, not well. And I took him out. And you know what happened? Nothing. Got criticized.
Anybody who knows foreign policy, you just head palmed with me just then.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Saved 5,000 lives, actually. And
look, the problem with the United States is that they go into foreign countries and interfere in the first place, right? If you look at bin Laden, you can sort of trace bin Laden back to having been used as a United States asset in the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. In order to give the Soviets their very own Vietnam, the United States armed the Mujahideen, of which Osama bin Laden was fighting alongside, and, you know, gave them training and gave them weapons, right? And then who do we end up dealing with in 2001? Oh, look, it's Osama bin Laden again. Almost like there's blowback from this kind of shit, right? So until you stop fucking around in the Middle East, and yes, Trump, that includes what you're doing with Israel. That includes allowing Israel to occupy, to annex the Golan Heights, right? And I'm sure the plans that are underway to let them do the same thing to the West Bank, right? That kind of shit has blowback. It doesn't matter if you start a war or not. When you interfere in that way, you are seeding a war in the future, just like he did with his fail son, Jared Kushner, going in there to negotiate behind the back of the Palestinian people between Israel and other countries in the Middle East. That directly led to the events of October 7th.
We did a great job, and we're going to do an even better job because now we have a tremendous amount of experience. We have people that I can rely on.
I feel like you got rid of the experience. We got people that we can rely on. You've got minions. You got mini-me's. You've got little creepy people that are completely beholden to you, that are not qualified for the job that you're putting them in there for, but that will nonetheless do your complete bidding.
But the 625 million acres, people can't realize it's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like
that's a lot of acreage.
Whole ocean. And that's our strength, you know? People can say...
Somebody want to tell me how many acres the quote-unquote whole... When he says whole ocean, is he talking about the Atlantic Ocean? Is he talking about a combination of all oceans? I'm not sure what he even means, but yeah, I feel like it's a bit more acreage than that.
We manufacture, we don't manufacture.
Just say it's a lot of acres. Leave it at that.
We have oil and gas more than anybody in the world. And we're going to have more of it, too.
Because we're going to get Greenland. We're going to take Canada. We're going to take Greenland.
But they took away.
We're going to get more of it too, yo.
600.
He's so excited about this shit. That's why I say, look, people are saying that either he's not serious about some of these threats in terms of Canada, in terms of Greenland, in terms of Panama. Maybe not, right? You know, is this a negotiating tactic? Possibly. All right. But I want to remind you, this is not a rational actor that we've got here. You've elected one of the most profoundly ignorant, willfully ignorant individuals in the history. You have elected a real estate fail son who has conned his way into celebrity status. Everything he has touched has turned to shit. And now stands before you boldly proclaiming that only he understands how the world really works.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And it's a special kind of privilege to be able to assert one's own ignorance as wisdom.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading.
It's a special kind of privilege that only an American fail son like Donald Jefferson Trump would receive. Right? Like I said, this guy's graded on a curve. He's been graded on a curve all his life. You bet he was graded on a curve in Wharton Business College.
25 million acres of offshore drilling. Nobody else does that. And they think they have it, but we'll put it back. I'm going to put it back on day one. I'm going to have it revoked on day one. We'll go immediately if we need to. I don't think we should have to go to the courts, but if we do have to go to the courts, you know, they try to be sneaky. They go in and they sign. Remember, this is a man that said he wants the transition to be smooth. Well, you don't do the kind of things. You don't have a judge working real hard to try and embarrass you, because I did nothing wrong. By the way, I did nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now, because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department. I mean, Jack Smith had cases all over the place. People were being subpoenaed, lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had, money. We were helping them out. We had to. They were subpoenaing people that had no idea what they were even talking about. That's a sick group of people. And it was all to influence the election. It was all a fight against a political opponent. We've never had that in this country. We have had that in certain countries. We've had that in third-tier countries. We've had that in banana republics, but we've never had that in a place like the United States. I don't even know if it's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of The Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect, because you look at his picture, you say, that's a bad guy.
I'm looking at a picture right now, Donald, and I'm thinking that's a bad guy.
With his robe, his purple robe.
His purple robe, that robe is scary.
And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people, because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job.
I mean, if only, Donald, if only.
But we won all of those cases with him. And, I mean, I don't know the judge in Florida, but we had a brilliant judge in Florida that saw right through it. And we won the case. She was a brilliant judge.
You had a judge, I believe, that you appointed. That sounds like some home cooking. That sounds like some corruption. But I thought MAGA was against corruption. No, they just made the swamp 100% more fetid and diseased, right? They just made the swamp water thicker.
With great courage.
The only problem with the swamp for Trump is that he's not head alligator. But now he solved that. Because he's able to con people. He's tricked more people. And they're having buyer's remorse already. Remember the MAGA people that thought that Trump was all about America first? Gotta save the purity of the blood of the country? Well, looks like he's not on your side on the H-1B visas issue. Now, you've got, some very fucked up reasons for opposing that. Most of them are racist, to be completely honest with you. But that is an exploitive program. that requisitions workers for the capitalist overlords that they can exploit easier than they can exploit American workers. American workers have citizenship, right? H-1B visa holders, their ability to stay in the United States is tenuous, and it's based on their bosses being happy with them. So, you know, you can ask these people to work ridiculous hours. You can pay these people phenomenally low wages. But you got thrown under the bus, Laura Loomer. Aw, you got thrown under the bus, Charlie Kirk. Aw, did you think that Trump was going to come along and enact your perfect little racist policies? Nope. Nope, that's not what he's about. It was never about what you thought it was about. It was 100% about class. And this guy's a billionaire. Where do you think his class interests lie? Oh my gosh, did in an attempt to fuck over the elite, in an attempt to put the thumb in the eye of the elite, did we just elect the elite? Did we just give Elon Musk a backdoor into power? I think you did. I think you did. And I see a lot of you out there already experiencing buyer's remorse. There's only going to be more in the next 4 years. This presidency hasn't even started yet. And you're seeing how full of shit this guy was. And you're seeing who he really stands with. What he's really about. What he's always been about. This motherfucker doesn't care about people like you. He never has. He cares about the silver spoon in his own mouth. That is it. That is it. He wants to buy credibility with the rest of the wealthy through clout. And you let him. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You know,
it's going to be a beautiful year.
The left, as we call them, the radical.
As we call them.
They have a way.
The left maxers, folks.
They play the ref. And they play it very hard. They play the ref. They go and say horrible things about judges and prosecutors.
Wait, who's saying horrible things about judges? This is the guy that couldn't stand the idea that a Mexican-American judge would preside over his case. He thought it was inherently, this guy was going to be inherently biased because he's Mexican. Right? You want to tell me about saying bad things about judges? What the fuck?
And some judges and prosecutors say, look, the only way I'm going to get these people off my back is to give victory to them. They're playing the ref. I think it's illegal what they do. It's almost like talking. It's worse than talking to a judge. But the judge in Florida, Judge Cannon, was brilliant and tough, and she didn't stand for
the most corrupt fucking judge that will be looked back in the history books as such, as somebody that was in the pocket of the person she was presiding over, whose case she was presiding over, right? That is, you want to see corruption? There it is. There it is, right? It's just one example of how our system is corrupt.
But now there are freaking communist invaders.
Just one small example, right, of how our judiciary is fucked.
And I don't know her.
So peaceful up here, but
and
now there are freaking
never met her until the case.
Radicals.
I don't believe I said even one word to her. But she was very, very strong and very, very brilliant, and her opinion was.
You didn't have to. You appointed her.
So brilliant that they dropped their appeal. They couldn't beat the appeal. So that's what we're up against. So they say we're going to have a smooth transition. All they do is talk. It's all talk.
Again, I was saying before, Biden, we could do with a little bit more communication. Trump, I feel like we could do with a little bit less. They are both old men deep into their senility that belong nowhere near the levers of power, right? But there's a very different manifestation from somebody just talking mindlessly about the late, great Hannibal Lecter to somebody that can't hold a press conference, somebody that can't push back against, narratives against him. Somebody that won't bring in front of the press because they're afraid he's going to have a meltdown, because he probably will. Somebody who has finally beat Medicare, Jack. He's got hairy legs. And it was right there in the beginning in 2020, right? In the primary, you could see, like, you just got to listen to him talk about the hairy legs speech, and people are like, oh no, he's a cute old man. No, he's senile. He's senile.
Smooth transition, and then they take 625 million acres and they essentially landmark it so you can't ever drill there again. Well, we're going to be drilling soon. We're going to be opening up Anwar. We're going to be doing all sorts of things that nobody ever thought was even possible. But remember and just to get off the subject, because I couldn't believe it when I heard it yesterday. I couldn't believe the size of it. I mean, you put down a map and put this up. It's just massive. And remember that that's worth probably, I mean, I've had estimates, 40 to 50 trillion.
Okay, so we're going to go for...
would have been before it started.
Look, chat, as much as I'd like to sit here and listen to 1 hour and 12 minutes of this guy, of the yapper. Look, you know how Reagan was the gipper? When one went for the gipper? This is the yapper. We got the yapper now. All right, he's just going to yap for 1 hour and 12 fucking minutes. And he doesn't say much of anything, but here are the interesting things he did say about Greenland, about the Panama Canal, and yes, apparently about Canada. Wait, should we? I think this. Are we in the questions and answers phase? Maybe. Trying to see if he points to the. No, I think he's still just yapping. So yeah, I mean, he's gonna yap for a while, and then they're gonna ask him some questions, and he's gonna yap some more. That's what we got.
I can tell you that.
The yapper.
The deal could have been made.
Yapper in chief.
Just by an average deal maker. Deal could have been made on that. So thank you all for coming. We'll take a couple of questions.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So it is right where the questions start. All right, here we go. This is the interesting part, chat.
Go ahead, please.
President, thank you. Wanted to touch on
So quiet.
the world on fire that you mentioned, but let's start, if we could, with your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control?
I love how the media loves to sane-wash this guy. He's trying to throw Trump a bone, for the record, right? Anybody that's out there that thinks the media is super liberal and they're always trying to go after Trump and they're asking him mean questions, right? This guy's throwing him a life preserver. Now, certainly, sir, when you talk about going out after Greenland and the Panama Canal, you don't mean in a military sort of way, because you sort of left us hanging on that. You didn't say one way or another. So here's your chance to easily say, oh, no, of course, I don't mean invading other countries. I just mean that, you know, it's our canal. We dug it, and so we should get it back, right? You know, you'd think that that's what he's going to say. Nope. Check him out.
You are not going to use military or economic coercion?
Sir, you certainly are not going to use any military or economic coercion, are you? Certainly not. No, never. That's not what you meant. People are so ridiculous, sir. They make all kinds of assumptions from the crazy things that you say. But obviously, they're the most sane versions of those things is what you actually mean, right? Because I've been defending you. I've been sweeping for you, Mr. President. Please tell me you're not making me lie on your fucking behalf.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to
Chat, that reporter just passed the ball to Trump for the perfect layup, and he just threw it out into the stands. He's like, fuck no, I can't guarantee you that. I won't guarantee. No, I won't guarantee. We won't use military in Canada or wait, what in Panama in Greenland? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to leave that out there. I'm going to leave that out there.
To that now. It might be
that we will go in with fucking military to get our Lebensraum. But don't worry, chat. This guy's not a fascist, right? No, he hasn't done he hasn't checked all of the Hitler boxes yet. So he's not officially a fascist. We got a few more steps left, right? He is talking about detentions, mass detentions. I don't know where those detentions would take place. Generally, something like that happens in a camp of sorts, a camp where you maybe concentrate many individuals that your country finds undesirable, right? But Chad, no, don't go crazy. It's nothing fascist. There's nothing fascist about that.
You'll have to do something. Look, the Panama.
Don't call him fascist until he's done fascism, right? He's on. Let him cook. Let him cook. Let's let him cook. Let's see what he cooks up. He's got some a recipe from 1930 whatever from Bavaria or Austria. Let's see what he cooks.
Canal is vital.
Let's see what kind of labor costs Trump's got for us.
To our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion, more so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, and nobody wants to talk about the Panama.
There we go. There we go. So there's the Jimmy Carter tie-in for you. Again, he's resentful from Jimmy Carter. Now, ostensibly, the two of them knew each other or had met each other, and there wasn't like a bad relationship between them or anything like that. But he's having to lower the flag during his inauguration, and he'll never forgive Jimmy Carter's corpse for that. Like, his body's not even cold, and Trump is talking shit about this. And again, Chad, I'm no fan of Carter's. I actually blame Carter for the beginning of the neoliberal era. But yeah, I'd have the tact not to complain about the flag being lowered for the guy.
Panama Canal now because, it's inappropriate, I guess, but because it's a bad part of the Carter legacy. But he was a good man. Look, he was a good man. I knew him a little bit, and he was a very fine person, but that was a big mistake. Giving the Panama Canal to Panama was a very big mistake. We lost 38,000 people. It cost us the equivalent of $1 trillion, maybe more than that. Probably the most expensive, they say it was the most expensive structure, if we call it a structure, which I guess you can, ever built. And giving that away is a horrible thing. And I believe that's why Jimmy Carter lost the election.
Yeah, let him cook, right? He hasn't done fascism yet. Let him cook.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking...
Let him cook.
Unser Hupsi schmeckt nicht wie ihr Vater Schwamm,
Let him cook.
sondern hat richtig Biss. Wird mit wenig Fett und viel Magerfleisch als artgerechter...
Let him cook, chat. Let him cook. He's busy cooking.
Even more so than the hostages. Those two things.
If I could just follow up on Ukraine and Iran, the two negotiations you'll be heading into. On Ukraine, you said just before it's a lot more complicated now.
Much more complicated.
Do you believe...
Because it would have never started.
Right, but it has started. You've
Well,
got
not only started, the cities are largely knocked down.
So
they're
you've
they're
got
like
what you've got. At this point, to hold on to leverage in dealing with President Putin, would you make a commitment to the Ukrainians that you will keep
Unser
supporting
Hupsi
them during
schmeckt
the-
nicht wie
Well, I
ihr Vater
wouldn't tell
Schwamm.
you if that were the
Would you
case.
make a commitment to provide a security guarantee if they do enter into a armistice or a ceasefire
Yeah.
along the lines that the French and the Germans?
So, a big part of the problem was Russia for many, many years, long before Putin said you could never have NATO involved with Ukraine. Now, they've said that. That's been like written in stone. And somewhere along the line, Biden said, no, they should be able to join NATO. Well, then Russia has somebody right on their doorstep, and I could understand their feeling about that. But there were a lot of mistakes made in that negotiation. And when I heard the way that Biden was negotiating, I said, you're going to end up in a war. And it turned out to be a very bad war. And it could escalate. That war could escalate.
So again, we're blaming Biden for a war that Putin started. That's wonderful. That's why, you negotiated so bad that Putin had to invade. What else was he supposed to do?
To be much worse than it is right now.
They can never join NATO.
Well, my view is that it was always understood. In fact, I believe that they had a deal, and then Biden broke it. They had a deal, which would have been a satisfactory deal to Ukraine and everybody else, but that Biden said, no, you have to be able to join NATO. And that's always been, and nobody knows more about NATO than I. Years ago, when I first started this, I didn't know too much about NATO, but I got it right anyway. History of our country.
Let's go over some of the other things that that our Zesty King has gotten right about Canada and how they want to be the 51st state.
4 years, by 4 times more than any other president cut. We did that in 4 years, and we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our stores will once again be stamped.
So again, chat, this guy was elected because prices were too high, and he's talking about tariffs to make the prices higher.
with those beautiful words, made in the USA. And
well, you'll be, listen, you won't be able to afford food, all right? But the food that you can't afford is going to say made in the USA. And you'll be really proud as an American that those eggs, that bacon that you can't afford, it was made in the USA. It's okay. You know, we would have, you know, you're not going to have the cheaper Canadian products. You're going to have to, the made in the USA. You won't be able to afford it. You won't be able to eat anything. You won't be able to afford your apartment. You'll be out on your ass. You'll be, you know, pulled into one of Trump's, like, you know, homeless concentration camps. But don't worry, all the food in the grocery store that you can't afford will be made in America. That's going to be great.
We are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is...
Yeah, the Canadians are so mean. That's what I think of when I think of Canadians. They don't treat you well.
To the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky.
Is Wayne Gretzky a chud?
Run for prime minister, you'll win it'll take 2 seconds. But he said, well, am I going to run for prime
minister? So, Chad, this guy's got the right-wing candidate for Canada, Pierre Polnareff, I believe his name is. His name is Polnareff, right, chat? He's the French dude with the silver chariot stand in JoJo's, right? Pierre Polnareff. He's saying that Canada will not become the 51st state, right? That's now a campaign issue. That's now a campaign issue that the right-wing candidate is like going against him on.
Minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better. But no, something's going to have to be done. Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive deficit with Mexico.
Same thing with Mexico. We might also annex Mexico.
And we help Mexico a lot. They're essentially run by the cartel.
We help Mexico a lot? How about we destable the fuck out of their country?
Else.
And then when people try to immigrate, we fucking run, you know, racist political campaigns against them.
And can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. And we're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there and it's ours.
We're just going to take Mexico. What can I say?
Change. You're sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything.
Now, look, chat, some people are saying that these provocative statements, which, you know, in the name of this in diplomacy is saber rattling, when you are hinting that, you know, another country's land or, you know, another country belongs to you, and that you know, when somebody asks, but you're not going to send troops, are you? Well, I'm not ruling that out yet. That's called saber rattling, right? And it doesn't always mean that you're going to war. It can be a negotiation tactic. However, it's not something you do to allies, right? It's not something you do to your friends. And the United States has had relatively decent relationships with both Mexico and Canada in the past. Now we've got a president-elect that is unwilling to rule out military intervention with these states, as if we haven't done enough to Mexico.
Up essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name.
Oh, here we go, chat. Here's the, check this out, right? The Gulf of Mexico? Why should it be the Gulf of Mexico?
The Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
The Gulf of America. Aren't you proud?
Which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
We're going to change the name of Canadian geese to North American geese. It has a beautiful ring to it, folks. These are American geese. They spend half of their time in America. They're not Canadian geese.
It's appropriate. And Mexico has to...
We're going to take their geese. Remember the guy that said that the Haitians were taking the geese, right? It turns out we're taking the geese.
allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them.
We're eating the cats and dogs.
And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too, and the drugs that are coming.
So yeah, the countries, if you haven't been keeping track at home, the countries that he has implied that he wants to put very serious tariffs against make up 45% of America's trade. So get ready for a lot of shit to become a lot more expensive, right? Get ready for like 45% of shit to become more expensive.
Through are at record numbers. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada.
But now there are freaking
Substantial
communist
tariffs.
invading radicals.
And we want to get along with everybody, but you know, they have to, it takes
chat.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
If there's one nation that's constantly putting sanctions, tariffs, banking freezes on other countries, and leveraging the fact that it is the oh my god, what do you call it?
Izzy Sanchi super chatted $5. Have you seen the president of Mexico's response to Trump's?
We should watch that. We should watch that.
She responded.
She responded to this. We'll take a look at that's Claudia Sheinbaum, that president of Mexico, who responded to this. Again, one of the candidates who you know, she was a member of the incumbent party, that being Morena, and one of the people running as an you know, she wasn't an incumbent, right? But she was in the incumbent party, right? And she won, and it's because Morena handled the, you know, affordability crisis very differently than the Biden administration, right? It's definitely something to be studied and learned from. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Izzy Sanchez. We'll take a look at that after this. That sounds.
two to tango. We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a golden age for
a golden age, right? A gilded age, a second gilded age. You know what the first gilded age was? It was this thing that happened when industrialization came to America, and more things started to be owned and controlled by people called the robber barons, right? They were the captains of industry. You call them captains of industry because they ran the whole industry. They didn't just run their business. They monopolized their whole industry, and they made huge profits on the back of American workers. That's what Bro is talking about here. He wants a return to that. He is saying that the concentration of wealth in the upper class is not concentrated enough, and we need to gild the fuck out. I mean, he is the Gilded Age. Look at everything that this man has is like, you know, painted in gold, right? He is the very epitome of the Gilded Age.
for America. We have things that nobody else has. We have more natural resources. We have, number one, nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one.
Nobody knew we had natural resources. I found that oil. I sniffed it out, folks.
3, I made us number one in a very short period of time in drilling.
He's Daniel Plainview.
And you know, you can talk about windmills. They litter our country. They're littered all over our
He's like drainage.
Like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field. And that's what happens to them, because in a period of time, they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever.
Oh, God, he hates windmills. Yeah, this is his Don Quixote shtick. This is his Don Quixote routine, right? He's going to tilt literally at windmills.
They only work if you get subsidy.
And I've heard they're actually giants, folks. They're big giants that we must fight with as the brave knight goes forth into battle for the love of Dulcinea. Folks, I will get on your donkey, Sancho. We're fighting the giants.
People that want them are the people that are getting rich off windmills, getting massive subsidies from the U.S. government. And it's the most expensive energy there is. It's many, many times more expensive than clean natural gas.
It's wind. It's fucking wind. It's there in the air. And you can put a propeller to capture the energy, the kinetic energy, right? But no, it's the most expensive energy, folks. It's tearing us apart. It's bad for the birds. It's bad for the whales.
Yes.
All of a sudden, this guy cares about birds and whales.
So we're gonna.
This drill baby drill asshole that's killing the fucking planet. Now all of a sudden he's like, oh no, what about the birds? The wind is bad for the birds. They get blown right out of the air. The birds can't handle it. They see a big windmill. They think it's a giant. They're like, oh please, Don Quixote, come and save me.
Try and have a policy where no windmills are being built, off the coast.
Yeah, fuck windmills. There we go. So, like, supposedly the story behind this is that Trump has a golf course in Scotland. He owns a golf course. He owns many golf courses, right? But he owns one in Scotland, and somebody built like a wind farm close to it. And I don't know what problems that caused his golf courses, but he hates it, and he's hated wind ever since.
100 wind.
I mean, this is every bit of his policy is attached to some fucking real or perceived grievance that he has. He doesn't have an ideological bone in his body. He's just a con man with a bunch of vendettas against various people.
That people are going crazy. Nobody.
And if you're wondering if the United States is about to get stuck in the middle of those vendettas, yes, you would be correct. You would be correct. That's what just got elected. That's what's walking through the door. That's what we've got to look forward for the next 4 years. This guy's fucking vendettas against windmills and against who knows what.
He wants them, and they're very
like, watch out if you're Rosie O'Donnell.
expensive. They don't work without subsidy. You don't want energy that needs subsidy. Energy is a good business. You don't need subsidy. But when you build these massive towers, I mean, they're 25 stories.
You do need subsidies with new industries, dumbass.
Tall, 40 stories. They have 170.
That's what they're for.
Tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in the Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period.
You know who's eating good tonight? Bobby Kennedy Jr. RFK. Tell RFK. 2 whales just washed up. Oh, hell yeah. He's going to get there. He's going to get down there immediately.
And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
Obviously, the windmills are driving the whales crazy. Obviously, anybody can see that. Obviously. No, we don't even need to explain it. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, because of course they would. They're windmills, and the whales, the windmill in the air spins around, and the whale is out at sea, and it's sad. There's somewhere inland, there's a windmill, and the whale can feel the disturbance in the force. I don't know, chat. What is he talking about? What is bro yapping about?
And they had actually over, I think, 125 or something over a number of years.
God damn, Bobby Kennedy's going to be 125? He needs to get down there immediately with his chainsaw. You got some whale chopping to do.
For years, and we don't want that to happen. It's a disaster. It's amazing the way a true environmentalist would say, oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. After 10 years, you have to redo them.
Yeah, it's just an aesthetic thing.
And what happens is they don't do that. They let them stand and they rust, and they say, because of the environment, I'm not a believer in this, but they say you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades cannot be buried in earth, that's an environment. So what do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term windmills standing. They're a disaster. They're rusting, rotting, closed, falling down. This is as you enter Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down? It's very expensive to take them down. And you can't do anything with them because the blades, you can't bury them because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what they say.
It sounds like he's talking about nuclear waste.
So we are at the beginning of a great...
But no, there's no problems with oil. On the other hand, right? Oil burns clean and doesn't cause any problems at all.
Super chatted $5. Phone news reporting. Caravan of windmills, birds and whales beware.
Right? Watch out. If you're a bird or a whale, you're pretty much fucked either way. Birds or whales. Taking the L.
beautiful golden age of business. And I think we're also at a golden age of common sense, because everything I'm saying to you, from a simple water faucet that doesn't allow water to come out.
Common sense, like the richest person in the world should be able to decide who wins the elections. Common sense.
Appropriately to all of the other elements of.
And thank you, Izzy Sanchez, for the super chat.
What we do and what we're going to do. To take 50.
Wait, is his enemy the windmill or is his enemy the wind? Is he like anti the wind?
$50 to $60 trillion off our country's balance sheet because some man that has no idea what he's doing. He has no idea. You know it. I know it.
Those Santa Ana winds, folks, they crossed right over the border. Nobody invited them here. They're here anyway.
Democrats know it. What they did is a crime by allowing that to happen. And I'll bet you, if you asked him.
Is he talking about the wall now?
Today, how much acreage did you submit? Essentially, did you destroy? You destroyed the economic viability of drilling in the ocean. And with AI coming along and all, you know, a lot of people don't realize that AI is going to be a big thing.
Oh yeah, that's what we need. Run on AI, Trump. Run on AI. See how that does for you.
You'll need double the electricity.
We're going to do more AI, folks. I know you love the AI. I know you want to see more AI art and everything in your advertisements. You want to talk to an AI chatbot. When you call customer service, we're going to have more AI for you.
Least that we have right now. So right now we produce electricity for many, many different things. AI is a very big deal in terms of the future. China is already building electric facilities, big, bold electric facilities. And you know how they're being fired up? With coal. They're being fired up with coal. And we're going to build bigger and
electric facilities.
People like
Wait, if he's talking about like data centers, right, in China, they're actually being powered. I mean, they may be, I don't know what they're using for energy, right? China's not got a great environmental record either. But they're it's weird though. He's anti-coal when it comes to China, pro-coal when it comes to West Virginia. Make it make sense. But anyway, China has their technology that they use for AI actually runs on a lot less power than the US's, right? It's geared towards that because they weren't, you know, the US has cut them off from chips.
That are doing the same thing as he is. I'll bet they don't do it as well because I know how he does it. But
his enemy is the wind, says Ziggy Lynch, because he doesn't want to compete with anything that blows more than him. Yeah, that's right. He was the famous.
They're doing a lot of things. The problem is they can't get the permits because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because if you go into the grids are old. So they said, that's a great idea. In other words, build your electric facility alongside of your plant. And you could have extra output if you want, because once you build it, you can make it larger pretty inexpensively. You could have extra output, which you'll sell to the public, but build it with the plant, and people are loving that idea. So we're going to have a lot of fun making America great again, and it's going to happen, I think, very, very quickly. It's already happened. So I would say this, and this has been pretty openly reported by the news. There's never been anything like what's happened in the list since we won the election. A couple of months since we won the election, the whole perception of the whole world is different. People from other countries have called me.
People are like, the U.S. is really fucked up. All right, so here is Claudia Sheinbaum and her response to the Gulf of America proposal by Trump.
Feliz que es día hoy, miércoles.
We have translation.
Donald Trump hizo declaraciones acerca de cambiar.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, let's. Wait, no, Spanish auto-generated? Oh no. Auto-translate? Do I really want to trust auto-translator?
Digo, obviamente, Golfo de México es reconocido el
Obviously, changing the Gulf of
nombre por Naciones Unidas.
Oh wait, it is translated right? No.
Organismo de Naciones Unidas. Conocido el nombre por Naciones Unidas, un organismo de Naciones Unidas.
So the name, the Gulf of Mexico, is recognized by the United Nations.
Pero el siguiente, ¿por qué no le llamamos América Mexicana?
So yeah, the next question is, why don't we call it Mexican America? Right? Why don't we just call the United States Mexican?
Se oye bonito, ¿no?
Sounds nice.
Vamos a llamarle América Mexicana. Hay que esperar también a que llegue a la presidencia y de todas maneras hay derecho internacional y yo sigo pensando que va a haber buenas relaciones con el presidente.
Oh my God! Look, I wouldn't be counting on international law to save you from the madness of King Donald, right?
Trump. ¿En qué me baso?
This is why, as much as like I think that some of the stuff that he's saying may be a negotiation tactic, I wouldn't put it beyond the realm of possibility for this guy to try to grab some Lebensraum. But don't worry, folks, he's not a fascist, all right? No matter how many camps show up, no matter how many people are concentrated there, just remember, he's not a fascist. If you yourself get put in one of those camps, remember, this is not fascism. You're experiencing something different, just a deportation of
Pues en que hubo buenas relaciones.
Denaturalization.
El presidente López Obrador.
Dehumanization. You're just experiencing that. It's not fascism. I think that there will be good relations with President Trump. What am I basing this on? Okay, so what she's saying is that AMLO got along with Trump, so I think things will be okay. She's downplaying, you know, the seriousness of Trump's, you know, threats, basically.
Pues en que hubo buenas relaciones con el presidente López Obrador.
All right.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Yeah, so what she's basically saying is if you want to play silly games, we can play silly games, right? But you're every bit as much of an ass clown as George W. Bush was when the United States was changing the name of French fries to freedom fries. It's pointless, and you're immature. And she's right.
They said, thank you. Thank you. The perception of the whole world is different. We're going to have to settle some big problems that are going on right now. We're going to have to settle up with Russia, Ukraine.
Mr. President, if we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state.
Okay, so now they're asking him about Canada. Are you serious about making Canada the 51st state?
The United States. The leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the.
Yeah, Polnareff said no.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't.
Polnareff threatened to use his stand against Trump. He's going to summon Silver Chariot.
I don't care.
You had suggested.
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But Sir, real fast, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No, economic force, because.
Okay, so there we go. There we go. That's the one thing that you could argue. Somebody in here earlier was like, you know, he didn't make any threats. What are you talking? He's not threatening anyone. No. Right? Okay, well, so he did back off. Like, you know, he is saying he's not planning to use military force against Canada. Right? Only economic leverage. Only the threat of the country falling apart. Right? That's all.
Canada and the United States, that would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like.
You know, some of the states on the West and some of the states on the East are thinking the same thing, Donald. But they're not imagining the middle states being included. I say maybe the middle states get to do their own thing, right? They can be landlocked and they can do their own thing and they can have their own go at it, right? Because they don't need the liberal cities are just dragging them down, right? You'll be better off without the rest of the country, without access to the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. Well, I mean, I guess you've got the, I guess you've got the Gulf of Mexico and the Mississippi Delta, but.
And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada. So many friends up there.
Wayne Gretzky, great hockey player.
I love the Canadian people. They're great. But we're spending hundreds of billions a year to protect it. We're spending hundreds of billions a year to take care of Canada. We lose in trade deficits. We're losing massive. We don't need their cars. You know, they make 20% of our cars. We don't need that. I'd rather make them in Detroit. We don't need the cars. We don't need their lumber. We have massive fields of lumber. We don't need their lumber. We have to unrestrict them because stupid people put, restrictions on, but I can do that with an executive order. We don't need.
It's weird he says we don't need their lumber, and later on he's like, that'd be nice to have that lumber. Be goddamn nice to have that lumber.
Anything they have.
Have those natural resources. Yeah, it'd be pretty nice.
We don't need their dairy products.
Have that Northwest Passage. We can keep it safe, Canada.
We have more than they have. We don't need anything. So why are we losing $200 billion a year and more to protect Canada? And I said that to, as I called him, Governor Trudeau. I said, listen, what would happen if we didn't subsidize you, if we didn't, because we give them a lot of money.
Okay, so one thing, like, I feel like a lot of the, calling Trump a genius and, all this, a lot of this shit is overblown, right? And in terms of his campaign. That being said, like, that's posting, right? Calling Trudeau the governor is posting. He's shit posting, all right? That is the new meta. That is how people speak in the common vernacular. There's not a lot of Democrats that are on that level, right? The one name that comes to mind, maybe AOC, but the Democratic Party at large, they are not posting on that level.
We help them. As an example, we're buying icebreakers, and Canada wants to join us in the buying of icebreakers. I said, we don't really want to have.
We can chew our own gum, Canada. We don't need to buy icebreakers with you.
Partner.
We don't need to go halfsies on icebreakers. We can get our own flavor crystals.
Buying of icebreakers. We don't need a partner. But no right. Nope. No right. Here's what we have. We have a right not to help them with their financial difficulties because we owe $36 trillion too. We're going to start knocking it out pretty fast, but we're going to be able to do it because of energy and other things. But no right. No right. But why are we supporting a country, $200 billion plus a year? Our military is at their disposal. All of these other things, they should be a state. That's why
our military is at their disposal, motherfucker. Their foreign policy is at our disposal.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Told Trudeau when he came down, I said, what would happen if
their self-determination is at our disposal?
Didn't do it. He said Canada would dissolve. Canada wouldn't be able to function if we didn't take their 20% of our car market. They send us hundreds of thousands of cars. They make a lot of money with that.
So, chat, Trump is saying that he's okay with cars being more expensive.
They send us a lot of other things that we don't need. We don't need their cars, and we don't need
their cars. We can pay more money. We can have the price go up for cars. That's okay.
Products. We don't need their milk. We got a lot.
Yeah, no. You're not paying too much for necessities, are you, chat? Nobody's paying. I remember that being a polled question during the election, and I remember everybody saying nobody's having trouble paying for their necessities.
Milk. We got a lot of everything. And we don't need.
And our milk doesn't come in bags, folks. Our milk comes in great big beautiful American jugs. I call them double D's, folks.
Any of it. So I said to him, well, why are we doing it? He said, I don't really know. He was unable to answer the question, but I can answer it. We're doing it because
he's dumbfounded by your stupidity is what I would interpret that as, but go ahead.
And we're doing it
go off, King.
Because we like our neighbors and we've been good neighbors. but we can't do it forever, and it's a tremendous amount of money.
Good neighbors. Yeah, that fucking threaten to leverage your financial influence to take the other one over. That's the best kind of neighbor. The neighbor that comes over. This is like Peter Griffin in the fucking Family Guy. This is Peter Griffin like invading his neighbor's pool, right? And just being like, he's part of Pretoria now. That's the kind of neighbor that we're talking about.
Why should we have a $200 billion deficit and add on to that many, many other things that we give them in terms of subsidy? And I said, that's okay to have if you're a state. But if you're another country, we don't want to have it. We're not going to have it with European Union either. European Union, we have a trade deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm product. They don't take any.
There's a reason why the European Union doesn't take a lot of shit from the United States, because the United States has incredibly low standards. The United States lacks regulation. The United States, many times the regulators are the businesses in that industry, right? That's who does the regulation. The people with a complete conflict of interest. So yeah, I could understand, right? In the same way that the United States doesn't take certain products from China, the European Union and Canada do not want certain projects from the United States.
Anything. And so we're not going to have it with them either. Brian, go ahead.
Yes. Happy New Year, by the way.
Thank you.
We have some breaking news. You may not be aware of this, but it looks like Canon has blocked the DO.
Okay, so there we go. There we go. There's Donald Trump for today. I hope you've enjoyed this preview of what the next 4 years is going to look like. All right, so if you've been enjoying the stream so far and you're watching me in Shorts chat, understand one thing, all right? This stream, the short stream, is about to end. If you want to, I'm inviting you. I'm being very gracious and offering you an... Okay, I'll stop with the Trump accent, all right? I know it's not my... I know it's not my strong suit, chat. Trump as a Trump impersonator, but I'm going to give you the link to the other stream. You can feel free to come over and join us there. Watch the rest of the stream. We were going to be talking about the Young Turks and looks like possibly Matt Gaetz. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Legal Eagle's latest video on Matt Gaetz. So if that sounds interesting to you, click that link. Join us. Join us in the full screen stream if you so choose. If not, it's been nice hanging out. I am also on Twitch. Guess I should... Oh, I can't like... I can at least type the Twitch thing into their Twitch. Twitch.tv. I can't talk. I can't spell. Twitch.tv/. So the important thing here is that the Twitch address has CC after it. So make sure to type that in. And you can join us on Twitch if you want. You can join us either place. You can join us both place. Either way, if you're going to be leaving us, thanks for joining. It's been fun chatting with you, giving you a little preview of what the next 4 years are going to be like. I'll be, covering this stuff on and off as it happens. But yeah, feel free to join us. And we're going to take a look at what's going on today between David Packman and Cenk Uygur of TYT. There's a little confrontation. How hard is David Packman going to go on Cenk Uygur? Well, the only way you'll find out is by clicking that link and joining us. And with that, I will bid you adieu unless you choose to join us over on the main stream. Good night. Otherwise, and that. All right, so we're back to just one stream. Our milk is utterly delish. Are you joking about the Trump as the pig, as the pig's udders like earlier, or are you just that's a separate joke maybe? Trump presidency is a Family Guy flashback that wasn't funny, and was taken too far. Yeah. Yeah, that's it for Donald Trump for tonight. We got more to... Oh, wait, somebody told me... Oh, crap, I wanted to... Here, let's watch this really quick. I almost forgot about this. Oh wait, I just have to press return. All right, so this is the
sorry.
This is the Elizabeth May, the leader of the Green Party of Canada.
And I really also take offense, sorry, Mr. Trump, took offense to your idea that Pierre Poilievre wasn't good enough to lead the Conservatives. Wayne Gretzky?
Pierre Polnareff?
I mean, he's great. He is the great one. He skates to where the puck is going. It's not going to MAGA. The puck is on a Canadian ice rink. And by the way, Mr. Trump, please, before making...
The puck is on a Canadian ice rink.
...public pronouncements that Wayne Gretzky should run for Prime Minister, give...
/governor.
...yourself or get yourself a briefing on the nature of parliamentary democracy, a Westminster parliamentary system, and a constitutional monarchy where no one runs for Prime Minister. We have elections for members of parliament. We don't get to pick and choose among our billionaire friends for who gets a seat at the cabinet table. If they're not
somebody's getting read.
Elected member of parliament. Well, Canadian system is different from that of the United States of America. I suggest that Mr. Trump
read up on it, sir.
One of his grandchildren's school books and look at the year 1776, which may explain a few things to him about why our systems of government are different. I don't want to belittle Mr. Trump, but on the other hand, hey, Donald, have we got a deal for you? You think we want to be the 51st state? Nah, but maybe California would like to be the 11th province.
Yo, what about, yeah. I feel like there's a few states. Chat, one in chat if you want your state to join Canada. One in chat if you're an American living in a state and you want Canada to absorb you.
How about it? California? Oregon? Washington?
There you go, Washington State. You just got the invite. You just got invited to Canada's Discord. Oh yeah, you should get in my Discord if you haven't already. What? I don't promote the Discord nearly enough. Look, I would love to tell you that this Discord would provide you Canadian citizenship. Oh God, what do I have to do? This? Hit that button. And invite people. There we go. There's the Discord link. There's a Discord link for all of you. Boom. But yeah, slide into the Canadian Discord and you can join your state to Canada. Like I'm starting to think of like what would that involve? Like how far from the realm of that possibility is that, right? What I mean, that would definitely, be taken as a provocation.
You've got geography in common
here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And not only that, we've already got a carbon trading system between California and Quebec. We've got some strong alliances on our west coast from British Columbia. There's been a lot of academic papers on the idea of Cascadia. So California, Governor Newsom, and Washington State, Jay Inslee, and newly elected Governor of Oregon, Tina Kotek. How about it? Want to put a referendum to your citizens? Because this is what you deal. Have we got a deal for you? This is what you get. Free health care. Universal.
So yeah, holding a referendum, that could happen. I mean, I don't know how official it would be.
Free health care. No more one-year-olds who suddenly fall off the Medicaid list and their parents are in the news because they're trying to do a GoFundMe so they can get their daughter to a doctor. Universal. Free health care.
Oh my God, we need her. We need candidates like this. Like, why don't we have this? Why don't we have this? It feels like anybody that reaches, the kind of stature where they're running one of the parties, they're not going to do this, right? In the U.S.
And guess what?
They're not going to be like this. They're not going to cook like this.
Congress is too afraid to pass because of the national gun lobby. We already got our strict gun laws. That's why we have the safest streets around the world, or at least in the United States, by the way, the most recent stats, 5.9 out of every 100,000 people is killed in a fatal gun incident versus 0.88 per 100,000 in Canada. That's because we have strict gun laws. California citizens, Oregon, Washington, safer streets.
New York.
We already have good gun laws, and women have a
New York, Vermont,
right to an abortion.
Michigan,
under our universal health care system.
Minnesota.
You know, we don't have to stop there. Donald, think about it. You could get rid of all these states that always vote Democrat. You know what else will take Bernie Sanders off your hands? Proud new Canadian citizen of the great province of Vermont. Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. We'd love to see you. Our maritime provinces already have...
God, see, don't do this to me. You're teasing me. You're teasing me. I want this to happen.
Deep links and ties. Well, enough kidding around, but honestly...
She's cooking so hard, isn't she?
President Trump, get used to it. Canada is a sovereign...
Okay, she's a new rock star.
...of, guess what, proud...
Oh, I thought you were going to say maple syrup.
Canadians. We're not jingoistic. We don't boast a lot. That's what
we do have really good poutine.
We kind of have in common with Jimmy Carter. We're not a big nation for braggarts and bullies. We actually like to think we're of service in the world. We could do better. We can always do better. But we love our country. And it's a country. It's a nation. And we do not aspire to be a 51st state. So let's not hear that anymore. If it was a joke, it was never funny, and it ends now. Thanks. Quelle question?
Yeah. So
she's responding in French.
You're saying there that Canada needs...
Wait, did she just say quelle question?
Thanks. Quelle question?
Yeah. So you're...
I'm sorry, it sounds so different in French Canadian. But yeah, we are not braggart or bully. Well, that Jerry B, if you're talking about, yeah, I think she alluded to Canada's failure to live up to that. I just didn't hear all of those words, Simon. Quelqu'un a une question? Quelqu'un a une question? Quelqu'un a une question? Somebody had a question? Anyway, so let's yeah, we're on our way to understanding what we're about to see next, which is going to be the thing you all came for. Yeah. This is Cenk and David Packman gonna have a talk.
Back to the show.
Cenk and David Packman gonna have a talk. But before they have a talk, I should probably take a look at how our poll is going right now. In first place, we have Legal Eagle on Matt Gaetz at 49%. 194 of you have voted. If you haven't voted yet, make your voice heard. Make your voice heard tonight, because very likely the vote will be decided by, or the topic will be decided by your votes. I think we have a Vox Populi going strong tonight. So Legal Eagle and Matt Gaetz in first place. True Identity of Adrian Dittman in second place. Visit to the Spankologist in third place. And What If Alt Hiss? Wacky Odin Trip. That's right. He's going to be talking about the All-Father Odin in this next video, if that gets selected. But that's where we're at right now. Aren't y'all feeling Rudyard? Wait, did you vote for Rudyard, Narwhal? because that would give it 25%, which is, I mean, that's quite the boost right there. It doesn't boost it into first place, but it does boost it. It's fighting against the Vox Populi, though, chat. So that means that when somebody donates to Vox Populi, that means this is like the minimum hurdle to like to sway the poll. So, you know, instead of being swayed by 25%, it's swayed by 15%. That's how Vox Populi works. But anyway, yeah, we got a lot more coming, a lot more content, starting with David Packman's encounter with Cenk Uygur here. I vote for Legal Eagle. Put all my donos for that one. Gotcha. Wait, why did I say gotcha like Asmongold? Chat, I probably only sound like that in my head. Legal Eagle. Yeah, we haven't watched Legal Eagle in a hot second here. So yeah, the other way that you can, oh, we got some people joining Discord. Let me, add roles for you. Husband who? You don't want to know. Husband Gold is the horrible, it's horrible. What did he say recently? He had some comments about women. Husband Gold said some weird shit about women on Twitter. Almost forgot, also put my donos from, oh, the alt. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know, you know, is this an Adrian Dittman situation, is he? Can shorts even vote? No, they have to come over here. We used to have 2 polls, one in each stream, but it just got too hard to follow. You can't join my Twitch channel or the Discord channel. I love how she called out how close Washington and BC has been for decades and decades. It makes me miss my the Salish Sea. Salish Sea? Is that how it's pronounced? I don't know why I said Salish. But anyway, yeah, go ahead and vote if you haven't already. So the vote is on YouTube. Switch back to live chat here. And you can also let me know if you have donated or... Oh, it requires verifying phone number. Yeah, we've had some issues with some pretty... weird shit going on Twitch, so... but yeah, if you donate or if you've already donated and I haven't added your donation to the bonus goal there, or to the one of the topics above, feel free to let me know where you want that to go. And if you donate in the next segment, same thing, just let me know in chat if you want to, and you can influence slightly the choice of what we end up watching. But again, you are fighting against the headwind of the Vox Populi at 10% tonight. It's not the strongest headwind, but a headwind nonetheless. Speaking of headwinds, we're about to get into David Packman versus Cenk Uygur.
It's great to welcome back to the show.
It's great to have Shaky Gurga. Chat, are you glad to have Shaky Gurga once again? I don't know. Like, as far, like, As far as Shaky Gurga goes, I guess I mind him less than I mind Anna. Guy's head looks like a Dorito. David Packman's? Is the Spankologist the new boring writing granddad? It kind of feels like it. Now you make me want to watch the boring writing granddad. Very compelling title, but too many other good topics. Yeah, I feel like the boring writing granddad was just unlucky. I think the boring writing granddad won at least one time and didn't get it because we didn't hit the goal. So it's like it would have won, but we didn't. It got the most votes at least once. It kind of does feel like that, Several Wolves. I think you're onto something, as Narwhal says. All right, so let's take a look at what Shaky Gurga said to David Packman.
Cenk Uygur,
David P.,
host of the Young Turks, author of the book Justice is Coming. Cenk, I'm so glad to have an opportunity to just have you on and to talk directly with you. You know, last time we had you on, you were on with Destiny, and we talked about some of the things we're going to talk about today, but I just want to talk to you directly. I want to first just kind of...
The home of corporate progressives, says MK. Nice.
Explain my understanding of the controversy that's surrounding you. And if I get anything wrong, you tell me. This all kind of started with some tweets involving Don Jr. and Elon Musk. We talked about it, where you expressed willingness to work with whoever if you can accomplish the things that you believe are worth accomplishing. We talked a little bit about whether it's realistic or naive to think these people will help us do that, but that was sort of like part one. You appeared with Charlie Kirk at America Fest with Turning Point USA. We'll talk about the content of that, but you've also been criticized by some...
Oh God, before we even get started, I just saw this. Shaky Gurga has been tweeting again. I feel like Shaky Gurga's Twitter is kind of like Ethan Klein's Instagram. There's just always like really ridiculous, interesting stuff coming from there. Okay, so what is he on about? Oh, Mark Zuckerberg is Fink D on Twitter. So that's just Mark Zuckerberg's I guess. There was something Mark Zuckerberg said that I loved when he announced Meta was getting rid of the fact checkers. It's not that I don't want facts checked. Community notes make sense to point out inaccuracies. He said they were going to stop relying on the legacy media to do the fact checking. What is up with that? This is what is this, chat? What is this link to? Why abandon legacy media fact checking? Is that Ask AI that question? Is that Grok? No, it is. That's Grok's. Okay, so it just suggests a question for you to ask Grok. Grok can give you more bullshit about this like legacy media and why it's bad, meaning that you should only believe right-wing sources. Anything else is a legacy media. It's great because legacy media has enormous pro-establishment bias, but they never reveal it to the public. The privilege, their perspective, they privilege their perspective as the only objective one. It's inaccurate and obnoxiousness. Yeah, don't let anybody tell you that horse paste won't solve your medical condition. Don't let that legacy media pretend to be authoritative. Don't trust. Jesus Christ. Okay. MSM calling itself objective. And the thing is, they're not objective, but the stuff that right-wingers complain about them not being objective about, either they are not being objective because they're treating like Republicans and Trump with kid gloves, or they are being objective and it's like the one time they're objective about anything. So that's the problem. Not that mainstream media is great. Look, their tendency, their bias is towards like the military industrial complex. Their bias is towards big business, right? It's not the liberal woke politics because you're all a bunch of woke people. from San Francisco, and you should be a bunch of chuds from Austin. No. Yeah, there's Shaky Gurga on Twitter. Making us all proud. Making us all proud there. Let's get back to what we were watching. If I can find it. Wait, where did I leave Cenk Uygur? There it is. We're back.
Just for appearing there, like just that your presence there was the problem rather than your goals or being there. People are talking about a political 180 like Dave Rubin, which you've explained is not at all what this is. And then I've also seen in preparing for our talk today, some conversations you had with folks that I think you were previously well acquainted and friendly with that are seeming way less friendly right now for reasons we can talk about. And a lot of people that say they are on the left don't like.
So make your predictions now. Do you think that David Packman is going to go hard on Shaky Gurga here? Do you think that David Packman is going to get down and, you know, quiz him on some of the subjects that he talked to Francesca about? Or do you think that this conversation is going to stay within the boundaries outlined in his previous statement about Cenk Uygur?
Like what you're up to. Is that a fair assessment of kind of where we are right now?
Yeah, I mean, the devil's in the details, and that's why we're having this conversation. But as a summary of where people think it stands, yeah, I think that's relatively right.
Here's my view after, you know, knowing you for, I think 16 or years or something like that at this point, reviewing the appearance, reviewing everything you've said. I don't think there's any problem with going on right-wing shows or appearing at America Fest in principle. I think we should try to talk to the other side. My goal would be try to poach their audiences, try to expose Trump's not really the populist he claims to be or whatever. I think there's no issue there whatsoever. If I were to just jump to my...
I'm so curious, chat, what kind of politics are going into David Packman's decision on how to handle Shaky Gurga here, right? Like, think about David Packman. He has been at it for not as long as the Young Turks, but a pretty long time. It's been there, what he said, 16 years, right? And has the David Packman show has been on forever as well. And when you look at Pacman versus other people in the progressive sphere, you'll notice that there's certain issues that, you know, Pacman is an outlier, right? In terms of, you know, foreign policy, especially involving South America, David Packman is way to the right of your Sam Cedars and your humanist reports and your secular talks and all the, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, in terms of a lot of things, he is a outlier towards the right or towards the center, right? So maybe, I don't know, I don't want to jaundice anyone's perspective on this, but in my mind, there might be a reason for Pacman to try to maintain his bridge with Shaky Gurga, despite the fact that he's got some misgivings, at least about Cenk's strategy, if not about Cenk's goals, right? I mean, we'll see. We'll see how hard his feet get held to the fire or not. But that's what I'm going into this thinking, right? Is that if there is a factionalization on the left, it makes sense for Cenk Uygur and David Packman to be linked up, to be on the same team, right? If there are factions, which, you know, that's a
My concern,
assumption on my part.
All the evidence to me points to these are obviously not.
Isn't he bad on Palestine too? I don't know, George Jackson. I think he just never talks about it.
Good partners.
But maybe he has said some things in the past.
The things we want to achieve. I'll give you an example. Of course I want to cut military.
I'll always remember that Brianna Wu interview from David Packman. Oh, you mean the Gamergate one, or else ellipsis?
Military spending, Pentagon, you and I have talked about it. Why wouldn't we work with whoever wants to do that? At the same time, no matter...
I'm sorry, Chad, I gotta put this together. Who wants their military-industrial complex? Oh my God, me! Oh my God! Okay, am I stretching too far? With military-industrial complicity?
What shows up on Twitter, it's hard to imagine that Pete Hegseth, Elise Stefanik, Huckabee, and Mike Waltz are ever going to be involved in actually doing that. And so for me, it's more about how realistic is this thing? And is there a risk that your presence through no fault of your own is used simply to degrade the left with no real shot at improving anything? That's where I would place my concern, bearing in mind that I agree with a lot of what you're doing and what you're saying.
Yeah. So let me start by acknowledging that I get why people are concerned. Like when you see a pattern, and we've seen Dave Rubin do it.
He's gaslighting us. He's fucking gaslighting us here.
Tulsi Gabbard do it, etc.
Yep.
And you see what appears to be the first step there, that your mind goes to the second, the third, and the 18th step. And so, like, if you're on the left and you're just see us doing this peripherally, or you hear it on a different show and they showed you a 15-second clip or something, I get why you'd be concerned, right?
Yep.
Now, I've been as clear as anyone can possibly be that that is not the path we're taking. And I kind of tore Dave Rubin's head off when Piers Morgan suggested that we make up. I've got no interest in that. And what's hilarious is people tune in to the Young Turks live at 6 o'clock Eastern every day, and they go, "Wait, I don't get it. Where's the right wing turn?" They're saying things that are like super progressive, populist, left wing.
Gaslighty? Like, yeah, like if you missed the fucking tirade against the homeless, or you missed the tough on crime speech from Anna, or you missed, like, you know, they're dueling grievances against trans people, and you tune in and they're like,
what the hell are these guys talking about, right? So like I would ask you to not believe people with different incentives. What
about your incentives? Why do those never come into play? Those are beyond question.
What's really interesting, David?
He is really, a lot is writing on his parasocial relationships with some of these these TYT dead enders.
Is that when I go on right-wing shows and other comments, tons of comments that I get is, wait a minute, I think right-wing media lied to me. That's right-wingers saying it. Because they say, I just saw like 15-second clip of you saying something outrageous or something that I totally disagree with, that they view to be outrageous, right?
But now you came on and you kissed my parasocial daddy's ass, and you said all the right things, that you agree with us and that the left sucks.
But when I see you in a conversation,
I mean, like it's kind of, he's kind of debunking himself here, right? On one side, like, no, nothing's changed. I'm not right wing or anything. You come in and watch the show. You don't see me say anything right wing. I'm not saying anything right wing. All these people are lying. But when I go on right wing shows, all these right wingers, their eyes pop out of their heads and they're like, holy shit, this is a lefty? Well, he's saying things. He also hates homeless people. He's also very skeptical of trans people, right? Wow. I didn't know a left-winger could be like this.
Conversation, the left is not at all what I thought it was, right? Because the right-wing shows...
He is gaslighting us hard.
Historically have framed the left as the most extreme. That everyone on the left thinks that, fill in the blank, that we should release all the prisoners and not do anything about crime.
I love releasing all the prisoners. Let's do that.
That's the most extreme thing on the left.
But Cenk, as you say that, you're not acknowledging that the United States is the most carceral country in the fucking world. Like, we've got a ridiculous percentage of our population incarcerated. And so for you to say, oh, they want to let the prisoners out. I mean, you don't? You think that we've got an appropriate amount of people imprisoned? You want to feed the prison industrial complex even more? The fact that we have to outsource this shit, that's not enough? You want more tough on crime, broken windows bullshit? Really? Is that what you think the problem is? You fucking asshole?
All the right wing previously believed that was the entirety of the left. Everyone who voted for Biden, Kamala Harris, etc. So when they see us doing this, they're like, oh, wow. And that's ironically now the left-wing shows are doing the same thing as the right-wing shows did. Show 15-second clip and go, you see a slight disagreement there. Oh, that's it. He's a Nazi, he's fascist, etc. So I understand people who were
release the bees
misled by that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just misled. They're yeah. Sadly mistaken.
Things that you're talking about, David. So how did this start and what am I seeing that others aren't seeing potentially? So it started when I started running against Biden in the primary just to try to knock him out. You remember, of course, that.
Just to try to knock him out, not for my ego. Certainly not for my ego.
You remember a lot of people said, oh, Cenk, you're crazy. Joe Biden is young and dynamic and the best Democrat to beat Trump. I mean, I had huge debates over that, including with Destiny and so many others, right? So we were 100% right about that. But what happened is I go on the right-wing shows and by the way, can I just tell you, why did I go on right-wing shows to try to knock Biden out of a Democratic primary? Because mainstream media never pays attention to the left. But if you say something on a right-wing show, mainstream media goes, oh, that's so important. Oh my God, I saw it on a right.
Gee, I wonder why. So what you're telling me that like a right-wing show will bring you on if they perceive you as hurting the chances of the candidate, of the nominee. You don't say. They like that sort of thing. Really? I wonder why that would be. I wonder why it is that somebody with a meme candidacy, somebody who is not allowed by the Constitution to be president and has no chance of winning even if he was, I wonder why the right wing would humor such a person and bring them on. I wonder why.
Show, it's so important, right? And I was able to bounce from there onto mainstream media, not me personally, but that idea, and it did help to knock Biden out, and that did help the Democratic Party. So if Kamala had run a better campaign, or if she just finished running a better campaign, we would have been able to beat Trump, etc. But so what I started seeing though when I went on there is, wait a minute, this right-wing base is not the same base that it was before. And David, by now I figured out why, okay? Because in the old days, they only watched Fox News. So you couldn't talk to them. They were Fox News talk.
And now they watch PBD, Tim Pool, Jordan Peterson, Styx Hexenhammer.
Point machines, right? I heard from Sean Hannity that corporate tax cuts help the middle class. No, they don't. What are you talking about, right? But now they're getting their news not from angels, but they're getting their news from dozens of different shows. And some of them are anti-war, some of them are still pro-war, some are this, some are that. And now what I'm seeing in the right wing is they've begun to open up their mind in a way that we are not familiar with. So when I go and tell the left wing, no, they're beginning to open their mind, they think of the past and they think, oh, hell no. This guy's got to be the biggest sucker on planet Earth and super naive. All the right-wingers I've known my whole life never have open minds. And they're this, that, and the other thing. Well, I'm here to tell you, you're seeing it wrong, okay? And so there's a lot of populists in those hills.
Wait, what? R.M. Brown went on PBD? Is Styx Hexenhammer still around? Unfortunately, yes. I don't know if he's that popular, but... Wait, R.M. Brown went on PBD? How did that go?
But because they're right-wing,
I should have put that on the bonus content.
doesn't mean they agree with us on everything. It doesn't mean that they are going to turn around and be like, oh my God, you're right. We should have full trans rights. No, what that means is right-wing, like populism, the where it intersects is anti-war, anti-corruption. And by the way, even on that stuff, guys, I get it. Yes, Trump is perfectly corrupt and they voted for him anyway. But by the way, so is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. I know that breaks a lot of people's hearts, but they've gorged on billions of dollars in corporate cash. Establishment Democrats and establishment Republicans invented corruption, right?
And he did an episode on PBD. Okay.
They bathed in corruption. So yeah, of course, Trump is also corrupt, but at least that base has an instinct of being anti-corruption. And so then when I go on the shows, I say, hey guys, for example, Elon Musk, remember, he's a donor. He's Trump's largest donor.
Remember, right-wingers, he's a donor. He's Trump's largest donor. Don't trust that guy. Don't trust that Doge.
And they go, well, yeah, that's true. And remember how you should be wary of the donor class. And they're like, yeah, that's true. In the old days,
look, it's easy to probably get them to, right? The only reason they're recognizing that right now is because they found out that Elon and look, they value racism over capitalism. Elon and Vivek and Trump value capitalism over racism. That's the disconnect now. That's the only reason they're willing to see any fault with Elon Musk. And, you know, it could be temporary too. Sometimes the tail wags the dog. You know what I mean?
David, they wouldn't have said that's true. They would have been like, no way, our donors are angels and they're the greatest thing on earth. And you're the only donor that's a problem is George Soros and the unions, right? So it's a different dynamic. Like, there's so many things that you asked. I know I'm taking a while, but
you're yapping. You're rambling.
I do.
You do the weave. I know.
Address the other things because
is that what happens when you start to get MAGA pilled? Is that you start to do the weave? You like make like less sense. You're okay with rambling.
The idea that you're helping them or legitimizing them is absurd.
Okay,
he is a fucking parody. This guy's a walking fucking parody.
There's sort of like
that's why I can't look away.
Three-part thing that I think will build to the most important aspect of what.
Look, honestly, a shaky Gurga day is better than an Anna Kasparian day. I'll take that. He's doing the weasel.
So first of all, I think you are doing an awesome job at correctly identifying something that's a major problem for the left and that explains a lot of the right's success, which is they aren't doing, at least right now, these toxic purity tests the way that some on the left.
The toxic purity tests where just because I don't believe Palestinians are human, people don't want to people don't want to associate with me.
You've identified the right. If you agree with them on 5% and you're kind of sick of the other options, they welcome you.
That's what he's saying.
Agree on 95% of stuff. A lot of the opposite of that is happening on the left. I think that's spot on, and I think it's awesome that you've identified that. I do want to talk a little bit about the whole look at how they've changed. And one of the things that...
Look at how they changed. Look at how they've grown. I'm so proud of them. Just a few short years ago, these people were eating out of Trump's booty. But now they also... it's like a buffet. They stop it. They got Patrick Bet-David's booty. They got Tim Pool, little Brett Cooper. They're eating out of multiple booties. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of them.
During your appearance with Charlie Kirk that got some attention and that you...
Chad, I'm imagining Serial, okay?
...focused in on as well as, look, they're booing Mitch McConnell. And
that's terrible. I should never imagine.
That you wouldn't have seen that in the past.
I'll shut up now.
I'm skeptical about reading too much into that for the following reason. I don't think they have any real idea why they're booing or they're not booing. Or what I mean is the following. Trump and Charlie Kirk right now are benefiting from saying we're different from the establishment, we're different from McConnell and Cheney or whatever. If they do a 180 on that today, at next week's AmFest, Charlie Kirk just leads the crowd in a cheer of Mitch McConnell. We got him back, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see Pacman's got a bit of a victim complex as well.
think there's anything.
I mean, these two, yeah. I mean, like they're kind of like they're a match, right? I think this is a faction. Maybe we'll see.
Feel about that. I think it's just something that they've decided we're going to say to create a distinction, whether there is a difference or not. So I'm worried about reading too much into they booed McConnell, because next week they'll cheer him if someone says to Trump, now we cheer McConnell. You may agree, you may disagree. Let me then do the part 3 of kind of where my mind is on this. I would argue that whether or not they cheer McConnell or whatever, even if we agree about the problem, the risk of the populist rhetoric as a uniting force is that the solutions are different, even if we agree on the problem. So I'll give you an example. You, I, some of the people at AmFest, we're worried about the power of the establishment and elites, the recalcitrant centers of power that are corrupt and we're sick of them and all of that. We would identify the problem with almost the exact same language that the crowd at AmFest would. The problem is when you say, okay, left-wing populist, what's your solution? We talk about social democracy, curbing corporate power, using regulations. They will still say the solution is tax cuts for the rich and corporations and all the same stuff. So my instinct is, and tell me if I'm wrong. I want to hear, I'm open to having my mind change. My thought is, even if we really were in agreement about the problem, once we get to solutions, we're not even at all on the same page.
No.
Yeah, no, this is interesting. So yeah, what Pakman has done is actually kind of smart here. He's getting the benefit of disagreeing, drawing a line between himself and Cenk, right? Making it clear to his audience that hey, I'm not saying what he's saying. Okay, for the record, I think there's a problem with his perspective. However, you're not wrong to be annoyed by the purity testing of the max left. So I'll fucking dab you the fuck up on that one, buddy. Okay? Okay? We will agree to that one. So yeah, he's getting he's keeping Cenk on his side, and he's showing I'm not exactly there. I'm not saying what TYT is saying, so please don't put that evil on me. But we're still gonna be buddies.
I think you are wrong. And it's very understandable, because what you're describing is exactly what's happened throughout.
I dare Cenk to hang out in YouTube Shorts for 30 minutes. They absolutely say that shit. And that's from somebody who has experience modding Shorts chat.
History, right?
Okay.
So that's the media and political ecosystem.
He should know, though. TYT has been, like back in the day, they would always get just a ton of right-wing hate watchers or bots spamming in their chat.
System that we all grew up in. So again, that's why I understand people.
But I guess he thinks that's the old conservatives. The new conservatives are different. You can reach to them.
Concerned, like, whoa, wait, no way.
They hate corruption too.
Republicans I've known my whole life are immovable, right? And all they're ever going to do is corporate tax cuts and tax cuts for the rich. So here's where it's really important to do nuance and understand the new landscape.
Okay, tell me.
So first of all, on Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, no, they loathe them. You guys are wrong in thinking that it's a trick. I've now talked to hundreds, maybe thousands of MAGA guys. They're not, forget the hosts. When I talk to the individuals, the actual voters, the base, they have no incentive to lie. Have you ever met a MAGA guy?
Yeah. I don't think they're lying. I just think it's been several years of MAGA saying we don't like these guys, so they're on board. But if that changes, they'll just change their minds.
No, they won't. So let me explain why I think that they won't. Okay. So look, in the beginning, it starts exactly as you're saying, David, which is Trump goes, I don't like Mitch McConnell, for whatever crazy reason popped into his head at the time. Yep. And his wife is Coco Chow, and weirdo racist things against Elaine Chao, right? Yep. Now that I like Elaine Chao, I think she's terrible establishment figure, but you don't need to go racist on it.
Yeah, so, the problem isn't that she's Asian.
Yeah, that's definitely not the problem, right? So I know where it started, and so you're not wrong about that. But now they genuinely hate the corruption, and they could explain. So when I say like, oh, Mitch McConnell, they don't, when I get into the longer discussions, AmFest was really tiny, right? You get into a 3-hour conversation on Patrick Bet-David or Tim Pool show or whatever, they all go, no, 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 I know. He takes $1 billion from corporate donors and serves corporate donors. For the last 10, 20 years, as you know, definitely not 10, longer than that, 15, 20 years, David, as you know, my main thing is get money out of politics, end the corruption, bring back democracy. And so whenever I talk to Democrats and I told them, well, Nancy Pelosi taking $1 billion is also corruption, they go, no way, she's an angel and you're a monster for saying that. And whenever I went to talk to the right wing, they'd say, yeah, Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's an angel and you're a monster for saying he isn't. Now, when I go to the right wing, they go, no, you're totally right. And it's not just because he's opposed to Trump. It's because of the money that he takes from this donor class, okay? So, and Dick Cheney, they genuinely hate the wars. They don't want wars. And that I know that is so fundamentally different than the Republican Party we grew up with that loved wars, right? So now when you go to the Hegseths and the Stefaniks of the world, David,
did it ever occur to you, Cenk, that they might hate certain wars and love other wars?
That's where you get into a really interesting dynamic. Now, in the beginning, Trump is not his base. Trump is not going to...
Like, they get excited at the prospect of using the U.S. military against quote-unquote Mexican cartels, but in practice, you know what that would look like. That would look like the use of the U.S. military against Mexico. That would be identical to that.
Come out and go.
They get so fucking excited by that idea, right? It's not just, they're not just like saying, Mexico, leave us alone. Like, don't let anybody over the border. They are wanting to go in and continue to intervene. And this is a classic thing that the United States does in this hemisphere, is intervenes in other sovereign countries, but to their detriment, destabilizes those countries. And then there's a wave of immigration and we're like, oh, where did all these immigrants come from? Where do you fucking think?
Oh my God, guys.
They come from United States foreign policy.
The light, right? And I'm not going to serve Elon Musk or Miriam Adelson or Tim Mellon or any of these guys or the oil companies. No, what's he doing? He's saying drill, baby, drill, because the oil companies gave him a ton of money. He gave domestic policy to Elon Musk and foreign policy to Miriam Adelson. So why does Stefanik and Hegseth and all those guys, they're hardcore. Mike Wall's a giant neocon.
Yes.
Why are they in the Trump administration? Because Trump's doing what every politician does, kissing the ass of his donors. And that's how he's going to start. And if his base doesn't challenge him, that's how he's going to end.
Did the base challenge him last time? Like, what evidence do we have this time they'll challenge him?
So that's what I'm getting to. So, David, you're right. In the first term, which now was a long time ago,
yep,
the base didn't challenge him at all. Okay, if Trump said something, they parroted it and it was over, right?
Yep.
Now, when I go on those shows or I put on X, hey,
Real ASDASDAD says, he thought of it, so it must be true, Shaky Gurga.
That Rubio, Stefanik, Walls, and Huckabee are neocons, and they're going to try to drive you into...
Does our Shaky Gurga emote work right now? It wasn't working.
We trust Trump. Let's see how it goes. But we got an eye out for it. Like, they're totally...
We got an eye out for him.
And they don't like it. So Hegseth is a different animal because he's partly neocon and partly like meathead. And
it's not working.
And they like the aggro part of Hegseth and the military part.
Yep.
But they're not going to like the neocon part. And if I'm right about any of this,
yeah,
war is where it breaks, where the base then says to Trump, no, brother, we told you anti-war. We didn't go tell you to help Israel invade Iran. No.
I'm not even sure about this. And I think this is really, I don't know that this is an ideological disagreement. I just don't know that we're on agreement on the facts. I'll give you a counterexample to what you're talking about. Yesterday, Trump does this crazy press conference at Mar-a-Lago. During this press conference, it was like 30 minutes long, he suggested taking Greenland and the Panama Canal with military force, taking Canada with economic force, and unleashing hell on Gaza, or allowing hell to be unleashed.
It's just weird when we're talking about Hegseth, right? There's no acknowledgement of who Hegseth is, what Hegseth's done. It's just I can find one thing that I agree with him on, right? And we're just going to completely whitewash his whole shit. Right? This guy who's literally too intoxicated for Fox News, which apparently is saying something given the atmosphere of Fox News, given the common, practice of people being boozed up, right? Jink called it X instead of Twitter. Oh yeah, he's absolutely writing that Elon meat, Natalie. Yeah, no, 100%.
That doesn't sound very anti-war. And when you look on the Truth Socials and everywhere else, it's people defending it, memes about all of the Americas in an American flag. They kind of seem to be just lining up behind whatever he says. I just am not seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, David, that's exactly it. Because I dove in more, I'm seeing something that others aren't. And that's why I understand the skepticism.
But am I wrong about the reaction to yesterday's crazy?
Make him explain how he said that Trump is fascist. Make him explain the fascist thing. Make him explain why that is. This why did you go to this constituency of the dude you said was a fascist? Please explain that shit. How is this in any way consistent? Right? Jink's not even, saying he was wrong and like he's trying to just like paper over it all.
You're halfway wrong.
I'm halfway. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I know I'm out on a limb here because believing that the right wing is going to turn on Trump on specific issues where they have disagreement when they've never done it before, I get that I'm taking a risk by saying that they're going to do that, right?
I question whether there is disagreement.
There is. So that's what I'm saying. So, and we're all going to
look, there may be disagreement, but if one side's in charge, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter, right? Like, could you find, I don't know, 5% of Republicans that are against H-1B visas for the right reasons? I mean, that's really pushing it, but maybe. But you and that 5% of the Republicans aren't going to get shit. So to do anything, you got to get on board with the ones that are posting racist memes on Twitter right now. Right? The ones with some very strange ideas about Indian people. That's who you're talking about, right? That's who you agree with on that issue. And I don't even know that Jink has the right take on that. So for the record, H-1B visas, the problem with them is that they give the employer too much power. They put the visa holder at a power disadvantage against their employer, and therefore they're able to pay them less and work them harder. And this hurts them, and this hurts the American worker, and that's the issue, right? To fix the issue, you would want to make more protections for those workers should they have an issue at their work, to be able to have more leeway to find other jobs, right? That's the issue. I don't know if that's what Jink thinks the issue is. He was 100% on board with pretty much the Trump immigration policy and saying that the Democrats should get, they need to get with it. They need to realize that immigrants are hurting our country, even though they're not. They're bringing in crime, even though they're not. They literally help Trump demagogue against immigrants. So, I mean, maybe for TYT, they think there is some common ground. Maybe there's more common ground than we want to realize. I don't know, Chad. I don't know.
Find out with our own eyes and ears if I'm right or wrong, right? And you've seen.
I got it. Jink thinks he's discovered the 13 keys to Trump and MAGA. That's exactly it.
Me go out ahead of people.
We're gonna have to shake those keys in front of his face, aren't we, Natalie?
Before, right? Where I said in 2013, I said Bernie could beat Hillary Clinton. 3 years before he had that historic run. I said Biden was too old and couldn't possibly win, etc. So now I'm saying, yeah, I see that disagreement. So for example, on what you mentioned, just like I said, Trump in the beginning goes to serve his donors. And so he goes, oh yeah, Miriam, like the Palestinians aren't slaughtered enough. I'll slaughter them even more, right? As long as you keep the money coming, right? And he engages in his fantasies about buying Greenland or invading in Panama, etc.
And again, look, some people, Van Jones said something about, let him go ahead and incorporate Canada. It'll increase the Democrats' vote, like, massively. Like, let him fuck around and find out, basically. But the implication was that he's not serious about this. I wouldn't be so cavalier about that. I wouldn't be so sure, right? What he's serious about and what he's kidding. Right? This is Trump, remember, and there's no guardrails this time. No one's going to stop him from doing something incredibly fucked up.
So the first reaction that folks are going to have is we're defending Trump. And especially when the left attacks him. No, wait, no, he doesn't mean invading Greenland. He means buying Greenland. He doesn't mean this, he means that. So will you get tons of that?
But I feel like Cenk sweeping for Trump is kind of worse than Van Jones, honestly.
80% of that? Yes, right? And it's not quite 50-50. But do I see the 20% that is going, no, you're right. We didn't say invade any countries. We said anti-war. So that kernel already exists and we're not even at day one. And when he actually, and what the number one thing they say is, guys, cut it out. He's obviously bluffing, right? And you're hurting his chance of bluffing when you say that he's definitely not going to do it, right? So, if he goes to invade Greenland, he will definitely.
Ooh, Yaha just mentioned something, and I hadn't thought of this yet. Funny how since Trump talked about annexing Canada, President Musk is no longer a news item. He has gotten control of the media, of the news cycle. Yeah. Which was all Elon not so long ago.
Lose half his base. That is mental, right? And they are actually anti-war. So, but that's not going to happen because he's not going to do that. He's bluffing, right? But look, this is where I think the rubber hits the road. And this is now I'm really out on a limb. Okay.
Okay.
I think his base is going to turn on
okay.
Israel. And
on Israel. That's what he's saying.
So.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, there is a contingent of, MAGA that talks about MIGA and MIGA, meaning make Israel great again. And they are, anti-Israeli foreign policy. However, at least in my perception, most of these people aren't doing it because they care about the Palestinians, right? They've got a thing about Israel because they got a thing about Jewish people, right? And they might, be saying the right things in terms of not supporting Israel's foreign policy, but you got to recognize where some of these fuckers are coming from. Yeah, there is a large cohort of the right. He talks about MAGA being different now, right? He's really got this just brain rot in his head. He doesn't realize in a lot of ways it's worse. There's a lot more open anti-Semites, for instance, in MAGA. And that's the part of MAGA that you are likely to hear that sort of sentiment from. He thinks that they're going to stand up and be like, no, we are not sending more money for weapons to Israel for them to, slaughter people in Gaza. They are not thinking about the well-being of people in Gaza. All right,
I'm going to give Israel another $30 billion and I'm going to help them bomb more countries. At some point, MAGA's going to go, now that's enough, brother, man. That's enough. We said America first, not Israel first. And so I think they're going to turn on that. And that's the right wings never turned on Israel. The left wings never really turned on Israel. No one's allowed to turn on Israel in America. But when you tell the right wing you're not allowed to do something, okay, let's see what happens. So again, we'll see. I get that I'm predicting unprecedented things, but I'm doing that based on what I'm actually seeing on the ground.
Listen, my best assessment in having reviewed all of the evidence and in talking to you here is I think it's clear you're not doing a Dave Rubin.
There we go. Clean bill of health. No grifting here. You heard it from David Packman. We can all stop worrying. David Packman has given Cenk Uygur his seal of approval, so I'm sure we can trust him.
I think your heart's in the right place. I think retrospectively, here's my prediction. I'm not big on predictions. I think in a few years you'll say, I was a little naive with my expectations. And I could be wrong, you could be wrong, we don't know. I think if there's a fault here, we've seen, you're right, it's been a long time. And for 8-9 years, almost 10 years now, since Trump came down the escalator and said Mexicans are rapists, The highest value has been they ultimately do support whatever Trump wants. They don't really care about free speech or freedom or family values or money in politics. That's what we've seen for the last 9.5 years. I hear you saying it's going to change.
It's different now. It's different.
But we are on the same page.
But I mean, like, a lot of fucking mainstream media sources will tell you, like, they'll portray the Trump coalition as normies. They'll portray them as like, no, there's just like normal people that have had enough. They're paying too much for their bacon and eggs. They saw an immigrant get a hotel room that was really traumatizing. They think there's too much crime because they saw a homeless person. So they're voting for Trump now. But they're not bad. We can get them back. We just have to show them that we're not those bad left maxers. We're the good left. We're the responsible left. We're the patriotic left. We're the family, we're the pro-family left, right? We're different. We're not
that it hasn't been that way.
We're not audio capture. We're not audience captured by the LGBT
way, right? I think that part we do agree on.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I could list you dozens of examples where they say they're against cancel culture, and then they'll say, well, we should cancel them, right?
Yes.
Like, I mean, look, but to be fair, the Democrats did the same thing. We're against cancel culture, but if you criticize Israel on a college campus, we're going to arrest you and take away your diploma. That sounds like cancel culture to me, right? So, I mean, but I can give you dozens of other examples. Oh, you're protesting oil companies, pipelines. We're going to pass a law in Florida that says we could run you over in our cars, right? I mean, it doesn't get any more cancel culture than murdering someone with your cars because they protested an oil company, right? So
I feel like that's something that your co-host might have a word with you about, might disagree slightly. Well, Cenk, you got to understand when these crazy protesters are surrounding your car, what are you going to do? You expect the person to just sit there and not run over masses of people to get away? Obviously, it's just self-defense. How could you? Yeah, I could see Anna Kasparian being like, no, I'm totally okay with that. Crotchy with the $2 Canadian. Cenk is wish casting about the Republicans and conservatives. Maybe so. It does seem like it. But thank you for the super chat. Let me give that a like.
So, and freedom of speech, they take away freedom of speech all the time. So I totally agree that the last 9.5 years, they have not.
Look, they've sucked ass the last 9.5 years, not just under Trump, but before Trump too. But these 2024 MAGAs, they're different. They like their bacon, they like their eggs, they like their podcast, but they're not Trump sycophants. They're not meat riders.
Shown what I am seeing that they're going to do in the future. And I totally agree with you, David, that we're going to come back 2-3 years from now and see how this went and see, hey,
by that time you'll be full MAGA. Right? What are you talking about? You won't come back. You'll be like, fuck that liberal David Packman. I drink his tears. Trump, 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 Trump. That's what he's going to be doing. I swear to God, chat, give him 2 years. Give him 2 years. This guy will be wearing a big-ass MAGA cowboy hat. He'll have a full-ass MAGA cowboy hat. He'll be the MAGA cowboy. He'll be like the Marlboro man for MAGA. The MAGA-boro man. Something like that.
Composition had changed, and they were more open to a rebellion against Trump and actually had a mind of their own as opposed to being in a cult for Trump. And I get if you're on the left that you're like, no way, they're in a cult, etc. But guys, remember, we all live in bubbles. The Trump people
all live in a yellow submarine.
I've been in a massive bubble for a long, long time, right?
Yes.
But we've also been in a bubble. And our bubble says, if you disagree with any of us 5%, we kick you out of that bubble.
The left maxers.
We call you a racist and a fascist and every word in the dictionary. And then we go, oh my God, how did we lose the popular vote? Well, you lost the popular vote because you pushed everyone out.
Yep.
Okay. And
no denying that. I'm with you 110% on that. That's for sure.
Yeah, and MAGA, when they hear me say things that they didn't even, you know that MAGA doesn't realize we're anti-corruption, the left is anti-corruption. They don't even realize the left is anti-war because Kamala Harris was like, Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney are my best friends. I'm going to go on a college campus tour with them, right? So the establishment is pro-war, and the Democratic Party, unfortunately, has become more establishment, right? So they look at it and they're super surprised that the left thinks is.
So yeah, anti-war movement is one of the subjects of Naomi Klein's discourse on diagonalism, which is the political strategy employed by the likes of Steve Bannon, where the anti-war, movement, to the degree that it exists, has been fucked over time by the Democratic Party. Bannon sees that and that sort of thing always as an opportunity. So it's kind of like when the Democratic Party, because they don't want to be too max, when they don't want to be too max, we don't want to be too supportive, right? Remember they told Bill Clinton, don't look like you're too supportive of black people. Go and say shit about Sister Souljah to show people that you're not too in the pocket of black people, right? They literally made Bill Clinton do that. That's the fucking irony of Cenk is that he's reinvented like third way DLC loser liberalism that the Democrats have been doing since the 80s. It's no different. It's no different. It's just a big surrender. They've been surrendering as a tactic, thinking that that would work, thinking that that would get the American people back on their side, when all that does is make them diet Republican. And nobody wants to drink the diet, the caffeine-free Republican. No, we need that caffeine. If we're going to handle Republicanism, we're going to need that.
Anti-war, anti-corruption, and all these things, right? When I talk to them about paid family leave.
I mean, that's a good point, Roxy Amuse. What's wrong with writing meat?
Patrick Bet-David polled his audience. 75% of his audience said yes, paid family leave. 12 weeks off for moms after they have a baby. That's arguably a conservative principle. I think it's a giant progressive principle. We know it's a giant progressive principle, but that's where the unity can come. But you can't pass any of these things or even have hope of passing any of these things if you tell the people who are in charge, who won the popular vote, we're going to hate all of you. We're never going to work with you. We're never even going to talk to you. So we have no hope of ever winning those votes back because you can't win them back if you're not talking to them, right? So but we don't live in a bubble. No, we also live in a bubble, and our bubble needs to be burst because
when he says the bubble needs to be burst, you know what I imagine, chat? I imagine this guy biting farts in a bathtub. I'm sorry, that's just the picture that comes to mind. He's in a bathtub. He's biting the bubbles as they come up.
Unfortunately, some portion of the left has stopped being open-minded. And what I say on
you got to be open-minded to all kinds of bigotry. That's what the left is missing. When somebody's a racist, you don't call them a racist. You say they have a different idea about race. It's race realism.
Turks all the time is our community is open-minded and open.
You just got to convince them that their race science is wrong.
Right? We're trying to do the right thing, and we're trying to get there no matter what. And what I would ask all of you is eyes on the prize. The prize is policy. If you pass policy, you improve actual people's lives. If you don't, all of us in media and politics are just playing ego games. Who's bigger? Who's this? Who's...
Well, I mean, it's true that the policy is what's important. That's true, right? That's the end result of any kind of politics is policy. And too often, when the Democrats are successful in politics, they fumble the policy. They soft walk the policy. They water down the policy, and then they pay for that when they let their constituency down. And Steve Bannon notices. Steve Bannon sees, and Steve Bannon swoops in to be like, oh yeah, those Democrats, they really suck, don't they? Yeah, they're not about shit. Yeah, they said they were going to be there for you. They weren't there for you. Why don't you support MAGA? Donald Trump gives a fuck about you. And you know, it's not true, but it works. It works as a strategy. It's been phenomenally successful.
Or pure, who's the, you know, the one that represents.
And people like Cenk Uygur are babes in the woods. He is diagonalism manifest. He is the walking embodiment of Steve Bannon's successful strategy. Getting shitheads like him to fucking bend the knee and kiss the ring. That's Steve Bannon's success.
Blah, 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 blah. That's all about ego. But actually getting policy.
Oh my God, chat. I gotta talk to Naomi Klein. I don't know. She probably wouldn't want to comment on TYT per se. And I have too much respect. I wouldn't put her in that position where she has to call out some media organization she may or may not know about, but I feel like the diagonalism thing, I feel like I've hardly ever seen a better embodiment than Cenk Uygur and TYT when it comes to that sort of intellectual capture, I guess you'd call it, by the right, which is what we're seeing from TYT, intellectual capture from the trolls in your comment section. You pathetic loser. You joke of a man. You bitter man. Bitter man. He's a bitter man. Bitter man. I can't do it.
Past affects your.
Are we almost done with Shaky Gurga?
Policy past. Going into your little bubble and calling everything outside the bubble a fascist.
No, chat.
We know that won't.
There is more where that came from. All right. It is getting on the late side of things, but we are at 61% of the Dono goal. That is almost 2/3 of the way there. If I look at the poll, I see Legal Eagle in first place with 51%. I see the true identity of Adrian Dittman in second place with 21%. I see a visit to the spanking therapist, the spankologist, so to speak, at 15%. And I see What If Alt Hiss and his Odin trip at 13%. So that's where we're at right now. Again, 61% of the way towards the Dono goal. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, we're going to unlock some bonus content. And right now, it kind of looks like it might be Legal Eagle. Although there is a movement among the donors for What If Alt Hiss. We'll see where that goes. Remember, when you donate, you can let me know in the comments when you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, you're gifting a membership, if you're gifting yourself a membership, if you're supporting me on Throne, if you're signing up for the Patreon, or if you are supporting me over on Twitch, which I appreciate greatly because Twitch has demonetized all political streamers. So your support is the only thing keeping me streaming on Twitch. So thank you, all my Twitch supporters. We will try to do more Twitch exclusive content in the next month coming up here. But yeah, just let me know in the chat if you want to dedicate your donation towards one of these topics, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is, turning it into a percentage, which we will add to the poll. So that's what we're doing. Got a little bit more Cenk Uygur. We'll see how much we can take. How much is what is it called? The lethal dose? What is the lethal dose of Cenk Uygur? I'd like to know. I wouldn't want to approach that level.
All right. Okay. So today we're thrilled to have.
Oh no, chat. So remember when Cenk said, for the people that think I'm transphobic, I'm going on a trans podcast. How could I be just transphobic when I'm willing to go on a trans podcast? Now he didn't, oh no, he did say whose it was. And the answer is Brianna Wu. Brianna Wu the most toxic personality on all of Twitter. That's whose podcast. TYT's very own Caitlyn Jenner, Trandis Owens, Brianna Wu, right? It's ironic. It's ironic that he flexes this appearance on this particular person's podcast as a example of how great he is for the trans community. You were talking about one of the most hated people in the trans community. Let's take a look and see what's going on with Cenk Uygur and the Dollcast. Are you ready?
A true powerhouse in progressive media joining us today. He's the founder of the Young Turks.
He's the bitter man.
A trailblazer in digital political commentary, and honestly, one of the most outspoken voices for change in America. He's a champion for progressive causes and a voice that refuses to back down in the fight for justice and equality. Please welcome the one and only Cenk Uygur.
Woo! Cenk, I wanted to ask you, when did you become an ultra-Zionist? Congratulations.
Let me put my toxicity on you. Can I please, could I just slime you with my toxicity? Cenk, would you, this is like somebody that's I don't know, wiping a dog's ass, and they see you and they're like, oh, hey, let me shake your hand. Here, let me put my hands all over your face, right? No, I've just been wiping a dog's ass, right? But I want to make sure to get all of this stuff all over you. God damn, right from the beginning. I didn't realize you're a fellow ultra-Zionist. Welcome. Right? There she is. This is the one way that she can be kind of toxic to Cenk. I think all of her other opinions, he's probably more or less in line with. I don't know. We'll see. How willing he is to get Brianna's toxic mess all over him.
So
first of all, thank you, everybody.
Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. This is such a carnival of fail. This is unbelievable. I've saved this till now, right? I've known of this for a while. Just tonight felt like the right night. Tonight felt like tonight is right for the Dollcast, right? So, yeah, I mean, look, I want to notice some things about this first, right? Now, this is Shaky Gurga. He's not getting as many views as he used to on YouTube.com. TYT's not doing as well as it used to. Okay, but it still does numbers. He's still a famous guy. He's a big figure. His name alone should lend a lot of... What do we have here? 4.2K views. I mean, it's not... I've definitely had videos that get less, but also had videos that get more. And this is Cenk Uygur. They've even tagged the Young Turks, right? Now, so if you don't know, when a content creator does this, when they do at another content creator that's on with them or whatever, that's it's a ping, right? It pings it pings TYT. And the idea might be something like, hey, you know that podcast you did with me? Well, here it is. Maybe if you could, promote it on a community post or something like that, right? It doesn't look like there's been much promotion. It doesn't look like this is getting, right, the algorithm is allergic to this piece of content. And you could hear part of why. Brianna Wu's podcast has got massive issues with its overlay. That is one of the ugliest things, hideous things. I mean, there's so much about her podcast that's just wretched, right? And on top of that, we're going to get Cenk Uygur with the worst audio you could imagine. For somebody who works on a professional news level, this is him being involved in a very low quality production. And that's not just me being sassy, Chad. I'm not just being round.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. Wonderful to see you all. And to Brianna's joke,
I'm just saying this content sounds like shit, looks like shit.
I'm apparently both an ultra-Zionist and an anti-Semite.
There he goes. There he goes.
Far-right and
That's how it
far-left.
is.
I'm getting it from both sides, folks. It's really tough for me.
Oh, it's true.
It's really tough. They say I'm an ultra Zionist on this side. They say I'm a
You're also mad
terrorist on this side.
understand it. So what I wanted to say to you, Cenk, is I've probably gotten
Oh my God, Brianna Huffman's got the quote of the night, perhaps. I believe this might be the chat of the evening. For hating leftists, Cenk Uygur sure has leftist audio. Yeah, he does. He does. And this is his, like, what? This is his, like, mobile setup, or this is his, like, from home setup? First, I don't know why he doesn't just get a microphone.
100 emails going, how can you be friends with Cenk? And I know you've gotten the same about me. And this is literally
We've stayed strong. We support each other. They're all trying to break us up.
what Dollcast is about. Like, you and I do not agree on Israel. We don't
Cenk's video is the Dollcast's most viewed video, says Natalie. Damn.
agree on other things in progressivism. It has never affected our friendship. And we don't have to share the same opinions to do good work together. And we have. And
you are the good Brianna.
That's a lot of the mission
You're
of
balancing the force.
our show. So I just wanted to thank you for showing up today. It really means a lot.
Yeah, no problem. And look, that's what we have to go back to. And right now, I'm in the middle of a maelstrom of criticism for even just
as opposed to a female strum.
not for changing any of my positions, but just talking to the right wing. And we've gotten to a place.
Oh my God, I just had a little conversation with Charlie Kirk, and all of a sudden everybody's up my ass.
People think that if you talk to the right wing, that's immoral or fascist or racist or something along those lines. And this country can't survive if we're not willing to talk to one another. And we won't be able to understand each other, and we won't be able to win on issues that we care about. And we certainly won't be able to convince the other side of anything if we never talk to them or we never listen to them.
Yep. Well, I agree with that. So I want to really get into it, and I want to ask you some pointed questions so we can get through it. I remember the first time, Cenk, I heard you talk about trans rights, and it was positive. It was a very positive aspect. It was back during the Bush years. I tried to find the clip to show it to people, but this was
good question, Benu.
Literally almost 20 years ago. And I was a trans woman that was very newly out of the closet, and I would watch your show and hear you, someone who responded to testosterone a lot better than any of us did, like advocating for my rights.
How droll. How droll, Brianna. Oh, you are so...
In an era where...
Look at how he's responded to testosterone. It's wonderful.
We're on Majority Report, like Jean Garofalo and Sam Cedar are joking about ladyboys. So I've seen...
Okay, now, look, if you're gonna drop the, accusations, Brianna, come with receipts. I looked for this, all right? I haven't found anything.
Seen like a real integrity for standing up for trans rights for you for literally 20 years. And yet
I've seen Cenk Uygur straight up use transgender as an insult. All right. I've never seen Sam Cedar or Janine Garofalo, for that matter, do anything like that.
This fringe move of the our trans advocates have painted you out as this like supervillain over the last.
But yeah, no, remember everybody, cancel culture is wrong, except when Brianna does it.
5 years, which is so troubling to me. So I guess I wanted to ask you in a personal way, like, how has this been for you emotionally to have spent literally 20 years advocating for all of our civil rights and to be talked about like
you gave your life for trans people's sake, and they still stab that spear into your side. How does it feel to be basically like the Jesus for trans people?
Does it make you just want to not talk about this issue at all? How does it make you and the rest of Young Turks feel?
Yeah. So look, in the beginning, it was shell shock. I couldn't believe the reaction we
Oh, sunshine. Yeah, LA is scary days right now.
were getting.
I'm glad to hear you're okay, sunshine.
Unfortunately, I've gotten very used to it. So, but let me walk you through both of those things. So, however many years back, I said, look, I think that some of these positions I don't agree with.
Some of these max left positions, anybody?
I think that we're taking maximalist positions.
The max, it's to the max.
Here on, like, for example, professional sports leagues. I think they should be able to make up their own mind and make their own decisions on whether they allow trans women into women's leagues, etc.
But they did. What are you talking about? The sports leagues, they did. They made the decision. You didn't like the decision. You thought the decision was woke because you're a shithead. Oh my God. He's fucking so ignorant. So ignorant. Motherfucker's going to talk about an issue that apparently he thinks that trans women weren't allowed to play in, like, you know, for instance, compete in the Olympics, and that they were advocating. They were like, please, can we make this a political issue? Can we make this a political issue? And it was just really unpopular. Right? He literally thinks the opposite of the fucking truth. No, when the sports scientists weighed in and decided, like, what would be fair, because that's the question they ask, right? As far as participation in the league, what would be fair? They decided that, like, I don't know, like, let's do something novel. Let's test, like, their hormone levels in their blood, and let's go by that. Let's require a certain amount of time transition. So your idea of what did he said Kobe Bryant as a trans woman, didn't he? At one point, that was one of his arguments. But what's to stop Kobe Bryant then from joining the WNBA? Or, you know, this is like, or no, he didn't say, it wasn't Kobe Bryant. He said somebody else that's old school. LeBron. Yeah, he said LeBron. This guy is so fucking ignorant. Look, Cenk, if you don't understand an issue, you are perfectly welcome to never talk about it. Nobody's asking you to talk about something that you're so ignorant of. You got it fucking backwards. But that wouldn't be the only thing, chat. That wouldn't be the only thing. They're just as backwards on housing first. I do want to watch that Christine Page video sometime. That is important to understand how wrong. I mean, fairly old. I mean, like, older school.
And I thought that was just a very normal position to have, because that's probably where 95% of Americans are, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And the blowback that I got was, you're a Nazi. And I was like, wait, what? Like, but I was.
So he thinks that trans people, we're trying to get this on the ballot. We're trying to make this a political issue. We're trying to be like, vote for so-and-so because they support trans women in sports, and that they hadn't been allowed to play. And that this was a change. Instead, it's the opposite, right? So if you really don't think it's a good issue for your side, now what his side is right at this moment is completely up to question, completely in flux, right? But at the time, he was ostensibly on the left, right? If you think this issue is bad for your side, the answer is to not talk about it. The answer is to not make it a bigger issue. Brittany Page, did I say? I said Christine Page. That's somebody else. I'm sorry. Yeah, Brittany Page. That's correct.
And so it's, first of all, thank you for pointing out that we've been fighting for constitutional rights and for dignity, respect, equality, and justice for trans people for over 20 years. So when some Johnny-come-lately comes by and goes, oh, I just tuned into the internet and find out that you don't have the maximalist position, so I think you're against.
God damn it, Johnny-come-lately. God damn it, Silly and Billy. Is that the Johnny? Is that the silly? Is that what he means by Johnny-come-lately? Silly come Billy?
Well, first of all, brothers and sisters, do your goddamn homework. okay? And we had the courage to fight for trans people when almost no one.
Cenk, don't make me find those old clips. All right? That is a challenge that I think we are up to. You wanna watch your old clips where you talk about trans people? We've been supportive of trans people for... Oh no. Oh no. What a fucking weasel, this guy. This guy is a weasel. What a weasel. What a goddamn weasel. 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 He's a weasel.
That's right.
What a liar.
I want to walk people through what your actual argument was, Cenk, because you don't know this. When I go on TV shows, I wrote down the speech of yours because it was so good. And what you did is you went in front of your audience.
I wrote down your speech?
You said, look, people are with trans people and everything.
She sat there and she just transcribed his, what he said on stream?
On housing, on education, on access to surgery, on even serving in the military is this one thing. Sports, the polls show they are not with you. And if you chase this issue, you're going to lose.
And so there Cenk goes making it a bigger issue.
It all. And you said that, I think it was 3 years ago, and it is proven to be wildly true. So
no, what's true is that when the left sells trans people out on sports, it acts as a Trojan horse. It's a way of them saying, yeah, we say trans women are women, we say trans men are men, but we all know it's not really true. This is why they can't participate in sports. Now, we haven't even gotten to the implications for what they think trans guys should do. But I mean, there have been instances before where trans guys were forced to compete with cis women. And, against their will, that was considered okay. Somebody that's on, testosterone was allowed to compete with somebody with a estrogen dominant system, which is supposedly what Cenk thinks he's saying is unfair, saying is wrong about trans women participating in sports. He's imagining somehow there's testosterone where there's none. And therefore saying that it's unfair. And so in suggesting that, that this out of ignorance, because he doesn't fucking care. He doesn't care. He cares about how the issue polls. That's it. So done with this guy.
What is the cost to you and everyone at TYT been to have told us the truth about this and to have...
Oh, you sent me the link about his... Yeah, well, I mean, okay, I mean, this is Oh, here we go. I'll leave her running.
So much blowback.
Well, so what I've gotten used to is folks who are other online hosts or influencers, etc. Having extreme.
Oh God, this is going to be so good. I got this problem where they're always calling me out, and then they take my audience from me, and it's really unfair. Okay, let's see here. Thank you for this link, Natalie. This is
I don't know what this chick's name is, but I saw it independently on the internet. I was like, oh, geez, Lord mercy. At first, I was wondering if it was photoshopped, right? But it turns out it's not. She's real, right?
It looks photoshopped. I mean, her arms look unbelievable.
I mean, for the record, chat, this is a cis woman.
Oh, no. And I heard there was a debate on this. There's no debate. I'm ending the debate. I don't have my gavel with me, but I'll use my fist. 999! No way. No way. Not even close.
No way what? There's a
not
debate.
Even I'd be worried that...
Not even attracted? No, who asked you?
She was going to break something of mine during sex, and I'm much more worried that she's going to pull out a jammy on me.
She actually doesn't... Oh, yeah, she does. Never mind. I was going to say, she doesn't look so bad in that picture, but this one...
Oh, no. Oh, there's an excellent chance she's a male.
No, okay, look. Here's the thing.
This is how Cenk thinks of trans people.
I'm not going to go quite
Look
as
at
far.
how long.
And he's always been like this. There was a while where he bit his tongue about it, but he doesn't have to bite his tongue any longer. He's like, it's fucking open season. Like, he was excited when he saw Rufo turn the culture against trans people.
Her arms up.
I'm not going to go quite as far as you
Oh,
have.
I don't want to find out what's under that skirt.
Okay, just calm down.
Here he is.
No, okay, look. In 11 months, she actually increased the size of her arms by 4 inches. So there's a whole debate about whether or not she's taken steroids.
Yes.
And now there's this whole story about how she turned down a modeling contract with a fitness magazine or something because the fitness magazine would require her to take like legal steroids for the photo shoot. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that to my body. But
Are we sure this isn't Photoshop? That looks like the longest arm in the world. And right there's no way I would hook up with her. I think, no way, man. I don't want to find out what's going on up downstairs.
just calm down. You're being too mean. Look, I was gonna.
No, she's so much larger than everyone else. No, there's an issue, man.
She's got a great stomach.
How large are her hands? No, I'm telling you, man. We're gonna find out something. I don't want to.
And the funny thing about Cenk's take on sports is he doesn't think that like sports up to high school should be like. He doesn't think that. He thinks that trans people should be able to participate in, high school and middle school sports, but that as soon as you go to the collegiate level, that's it. It's too important. You can't let trans people participate. And his justification of that is he's like, well, otherwise you have to have a genital inspector, and if you have a genital inspector, it'll be some creepy Republican that, is a little too into inspecting the genitals.
Say anything, but
first of all,
you guys were saying this woman is attractive.
Well, first of all, Cenk acts like he's never seen a woman that's taller than 5'3" or something. She's like 6 feet tall, and she hits the gym. I don't see the crazy freakiness about it.
I see how you roll.
What is the thing? It's like, well, yeah, and I see how you roll. You're afraid of women. You ready to whoop their ass.
Fucking roasted, fucking mocked so hard. Oh my god, JR, wow. What the fuck even was that?
Apparently in the bedroom, somebody gets dominated.
Wait. No, wait. He pulled a Republican move there.
He pulled a Republican move there? Anyway, let's get back to the doll cast.
Positions, and if anyone disagrees, calling them a Nazi, which is the most counterproductive thing.
They're always calling me a Nazi. God damn it.
On planet Earth, right? Number two, I've gotten used to.
And again, this is the guy that called Trump literally a Nazi. Literally a Nazi in the past election. Right, but don't call anybody a Nazi.
Lying about us just 24/7. That's just like there's now an assembly line of lies about our
assembly line lies. Yo, I wish we need just not really chat, but can you imagine AI channels? Oh my god, chat. If somebody had an AI video, like an AI slop video on the Young Turks, I would love to see how ChatGPT writes a YouTube video about the problem with TYT. That would be hilarious.
positions, but
no, it's not exactly assembly line.
Used to that, but the part that of course
It's a labor of love.
frustrates me,
A crime of passion.
is they get good people to believe things that aren't true.
Right.
So if you ask the normal person on the left these days, hey, do Young Turks, Cenk and Anna believe in trans rights? They'd probably say no, when that's not even close to true. And so it's so frustrating to have that. But look,
Is that thread more transphobia from Cenk? Maybe a lot of misogyny.
The ironic upside here is we've done these kind of fights so many times, dozens of times throughout the 22 years of the Young Turks, right? That we're used to it. And so what'll happen is in a couple of years from now, people will realize, oh, the maximalist position not only is not a good position to have in terms of electoral strategy,
Yeah, my lies are grass-fed and organic, I'll have you know.
but actually hurts trans people.
Right.
And what will happen after that is absolutely no one will come back and go, oh, the Young Turks were right. Thank you for protecting trans rights and doing it better.
Thank you for selling us the fuck out, Cenk. Yeah, it's very helpful. It's what you understand what we need better than we do. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You fucking bigot. I'm looking in the eyes of a bigot. This guy was a bigot back in the day. I'm convinced he still is. I'm straight up. Like I don't know what Anna's deal is, right? But this guy, I mean, he's on the record a lot. Like I've seen him use transgender, like, you know, I do cover stories involving trans people. He's like just utterly scornful towards them, and then turn around and use transgender as a pejorative of a way to describe women that he does not find attractive. As in, he'll say, "Oh, I don't know about her. She's looking a little transgender." Like, right? This is who he is. This is who he has always been. This is such fucking bullshit. Him coming on the Dollcast and trying to be like, I've always been supportive of trans rights.
Strategy.
What a jackass.
It never happens in any fight, and it won't happen here. But we do the right thing.
And also, fuck Brianna Wu.
And here, let me give an example from my identity group to give you guys a sense of like why I think it's such a bad idea. Okay. So, for example, I'm Muslim, and there was in the first term of Trump, he promised in the first campaign that there would be a Muslim ban. He tried some form of a Muslim ban, etc. Right now, this is a tiny little thing, and it wasn't a national issue. I'm just giving it as an extreme example. There was a story that we did, I think, out of Minneapolis a long time ago about some local Muslims there were demanding that a guy be able to serve at the grocery store, local grocery store, but since he was Muslim, he didn't want to touch the pork, the ham, the everything else, so he wanted an exemption from his job whenever it came to any products that were not halal. And my point was, guys, no, don't. That's not the hill to die on. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? Because, brother, then don't take that.
Wu is one of the most blocked people on Blue Sky next to Jesse Singal. Brianna Wu is the minority, represents the minority of trans people as far as her views. Yeah, the panelists are all hated. It's wild. I mentioned before, I have experience with one of these panelists. I've been on a panel with Taftaj at some point. I think there may be a clip of me arguing with Taftaj out there. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Maybe it was Hunter Avalon's wife that I was talking to. I can't remember. But yeah, regardless, I'm familiar with the cringe that is Kelly Cadigan, Taftaj. I don't know this other person that well, though. God, I forgot her name.
That job. I love you, but don't take that job. That's part of that
100%.
job, right?
And
so
as trans women,
do you see this shit behind her? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Brianna, like, look, the only way your fake neon is gonna work is if you turn the flicker off, because that looks like shit. I'm trying to help you because I feel bad for you, okay? Not even I can be that mean to just fucking sit here and dunk on you for your background, right? I want to help. I need to help, right? I need you to understand. That looks like garbage. That looks like hot trash. You're way too rich for your freaking podcast to look this bad, Brianna.
A surrogate for someone. That's not going to be a good job for me, right? There are just some jobs you can't do because of your situation. So,
and if we had insisted on that being our maximalist position, something that whether it was a Muslim ban or any other thing against Muslims in America would have been more likely, not less likely, because everyone would have assumed that we were so unreasonable that what it meant is that if you want to protect Muslim rights, you have to create special exemptions for Muslims everywhere. Yeah. And so it's just a terrible strategy. And so I'm so worried that the maximalist people on trans rights are hurting the goal of protecting trans people in this country without realizing it.
Yeah, you know, Cenk, to that point, I think this really came to the forefront for me when I saw the episode, or it was actually just a YouTube video that Benny Carallo put out. She like was a member on the Young Turks, one of the show hosts, I think, and she was like, "I'm leaving," and it was over this exact issue of the trans rights in sport, what that means, and of course she was taking that maximalist position, and I just couldn't help but think like, this is, you know, it's emblematic of where that maximalist position goes and how it divides people, but it's also like, who are you talking to? Are you in a bubble here? Like, who is like actually not using their eyes and ears and can just see the blatant unfairness that's happening? I mean, it just seems so obvious to me that it's not where we want to go with things, besides the fact that polls are consistently telling us this too.
Yeah, and so
Chat, did somebody meow? Was that Cenk?
look, they are in a bubble, and that's the polite way of.
I swear to God, I heard somebody meow.
But the thing about bubbles at their extreme is that they never allow for dissent, because dissent bursts the bubble, right?
Yeah.
And so
No, I think it might have just been Brianna saying yeah. I think I mistook her yeah for a meow.
if someone goes 1 inch outside of orthodoxy, and orthodoxy, by the way, that no one voted on, and no one asked trans people in this country, nobody asked them for a vote on it. I mean, that's why I keep using the Latinx example. Latinx comes out, I instantly go, that's crazy. I'm not saying it. I know hundreds of Latinos. I've never once heard any of them say Latinx. You guys.
So you're saying it like it's the a replacement for Latino. Does this sound familiar, chat? You remember the replacement for woman? Remember how people are trying to use birthing person as a replacement for woman? They wouldn't say woman, but they would only say birthing person because they thought woman was bad to say. Remember how that happened? Remember how that was a thing? Remember how the word woman got banned? Yeah, it's the same way that they're trying to ban the word Latino and replace it with no. So now this is a little bit more complicated issue than most people think it is. The truth is there are a few different ways in Latin American cultures to refer to somebody without using the gendered form. It's you know, and in writing, like the X is sometimes used to substitute for a vowel, right? For this purpose, right? It obviously is unpronounceable, but yeah, some people on the left like somehow heard about this word and they were like, oh, that's what we're supposed to say for Latino now, right? We don't say Latino anymore. We say Latinx to be inclusive somehow. And that was never what the word was meant for. Look, I hate that there is not a better video that I know for this than Bad Empanada. Of all places, right? Because I've heard a lot about this issue, but I never really understood it until I watched this video. And yes, it is.
Over the last couple of years, there's been a fair bit of
unfortunately by somebody who doesn't like me very much, but that's okay.
Discussion surrounding the
X when written, E when spoken. Yeah, and the E being like a A sound. But yeah, I feel like you never get the full explanation of this, and I want people to. So if you'll just indulge me in this, you'll understand this whole discourse is kind of fucked in multiple ways, right?
Word Latinx, which is almost exclusively used in the USA as a supposedly more inclusive version of the older term Latino, used to describe people of Latin American origin or ancestry there. According to polls, only 25% of people who identify as Latino in the USA have actually heard of the term before, and just 3% use it. So it's clear that it hasn't quite picked up steam there. That much is true. There is a pretty popular narrative surrounding it, however, that the term Latinx is some sort of imposition on the Spanish language from English speakers who erroneously see its grammatical gender as...
Yes, it's weird. The videos on his main channel are just kind of informative and historical.
Discriminatory against everyone other than men. A kind of
If you look on his other channel, he's always fighting with somebody.
linguistic imperialism, so to speak. You might have heard that argument before, or maybe even seen this meme that expresses pretty much exactly that sentiment. The problem is that that's simply not true. Now, it is certainly true that a fair few well-meaning but perhaps very misguided English speakers have picked up this term and applied it far more broadly than it tends to be used in Spanish, and that this can come off as quite performative or even annoying at times. But gender-neutral language, or lenguaje inclusivo as it's called in Spanish, is absolutely a real thing that was actually invented in Spanish-speaking countries other than the USA by actual, real, bona fide native Spanish speakers. And it's used by millions of them every single day.
Okay, so remember how inclusive language was one description of terms like birthing person? Like this is the thing that Anna Kasparian had a meltdown over? The idea that on somewhere, she saw the words birthing person, and this inclusive language like blew a circuit in her brain, right? This is inclusive language. This is called the same thing. But it's meant for people who, don't, if somebody's non-binary, right? And there's a space in the language for, for articles, definite and indefinite articles, una, for adjectives, and for nouns. What is a non-binary person supposed to do with this? And a few people have come up with an idea, and it's to add, at least spoken, it's to add the E, right? So, Latine, would be the form of this for Latino, right? So this is something organically that arose, not in the United States, but in other countries. Now, some ridiculous and, like he said, performative people in the US heard this and thought, oh, wait, this is a way that I can show how awesome I am by replacing the word Latino with Latinx, and then that's where you have some of that cringe, and it's half of people like that, like well-meaning but slightly performative people, saying this word without understanding what it's used for, and half of it right-wingers being like, did you know that they're trying to replace Latino with Latinx? Did you know this? And so it's a carnival of ignorance. Is what you end up with, a clown show of fucking ignorance here, right? That has papered over the reality that there are some people in these countries, right? We have a kind of a stereotypical way of looking at Latin American countries and the United States, where like a certain degree of misogyny and machismo is assumed, and some of these countries are more like woke than the United States. And so the idea that something like this would arise for people that are non-binary is not that surprising. Should not be that surprising. So
I put some examples on the screen here to show you this. Here is the X ending being used at a protest against anti-LGBT violence in Argentina. Here is the X ending being used in graffiti in Colombia. Here is a high school graduation hoodie in Argentina on which the kids...
And you can see how maybe even the E is more common than the X, right? The X is just, my understanding of the X is it's supposed to be like a placeholder.
It's chose to use the E.
It's like a wild card in...
Underscore by super chatted $10. Is Latinx for just Spanish-speaking countries or Portuguese and Caribbean?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. He mentions several countries which this kind of lenguaje inclusivo, pardon my pronunciation, is used. He mentions a number of countries where, you would, see this kind of language used, but none of them are out. I don't know about Brazil or any Caribbean countries.
Here is a sign in Spain explaining how to use the E ending. Here's someone holding up a sign advocating for the use of gender-neutral language in Argentina, which uses the E. And here's a sign at a protest for abortion rights in Argentina using the E ending. And that's just some examples.
Thank you for the super chat.
That I found on Google Images in like a minute. Personally, I live in Argentina and I could go outside right now and probably within a few blocks I'd see a poster or something that has gender-neutral language used in it. And just to prove that point, I actually went out and found some usage of gender-neutral language about 5 minutes from my house, with the X form being used in some of these vegan posters. Now, people who use this gender-neutral language may not actually use the word Latinx very often, or even at all, but that's not them rejecting its use because they see it as an imposition by like English speakers who want to impose the gay agenda on Spanish or whatever. It's rather simply because outside the USA, it's pretty rare to see people identify as Latino in the first place. Hence, it's just not used.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense.
Now, this gender-neutral language is certainly not used by the majority by any means, but it's also something that's been gaining in popularity over the years, and this trend is likely to continue into the future. And aside from those who use it, most people just really don't care, which makes perfect sense because it literally just doesn't affect them negatively at all. It's only really made into a big issue by the political far right, who really just oppose it on the grounds that they tend to oppose pretty much anything to do with LGBT.
Okay, so no, I don't want to totally let the left off the hook as much as Bad Empanada does here, right? Because I do think that there are people that have assumed that, like, I don't know, that they're, you know, there are people on the left that have assumed, oh no, you're supposed to say Latinx, right? Or like even something as ignorant as they want to be called Latinx. Now, I have heard that, right? But in the same way that you get like people on the left who adopt a Ben Shapiro-like understanding of intersectionality, the name that comes to mind here is actually Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein used to be an anti-SJW and a shitlord. He, changed his, he changed his politics or whatever. But he seems to have not really understood what like the left is about. Like his shit is literally like a gotcha game of, aha, you don't tell a Jewish guy how to feel about, whether he's, something is anti-Semitic, right? He'll try to use like sort of a strawman version of intersectional thought to like get one over on other people. It's unironically identical to how somebody like Ben Shapiro describes the left as a as like a inverted hierarchy based on oppression or something like that, right? That's not actually what intersectionality is, but don't try to explain that to Ethan Klein. So there is an element of the left, right, that has just kind of knee-jerk reacted to this of like, oh yeah, this is the good thing that I should say, right? And it's got a very specific use case, just like birthing person, right? If you were like, let's say this, okay? You know that Anna Kasparian and Cenk Uygur are full of shit, right? You've been watching NCC, you've been watching Silly and Billy. You know they're full of shit, right? But you're not exactly sure how they're full of shit. And when you hear Anna saying that you shouldn't replace woman with birthing person, you're like, oh, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to replace woman with birthing person. I'm not going to say woman anymore. I'm always going to say birthing person when I mean woman, because that's fucking awesome. And I'm right? If you did that, that would be, I don't know, harmful to trans people. That would be validating towards Anna's, rhetoric, right? There's so many things that are wrong with that. That's not how that's not what birthing person means, right? Birthing person, the inclusive language there acknowledges that not all women are capable of giving birth, and that not all people who give birth are women. There's non-binary people, there's trans guys, like, right? The conflation of these two things does not apply, right? But if you were to just take the reverse of everything that Anna and Cenk say, then you might adopt that. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I feel like has happened on a few different levels. I don't want to let the left off the hook this easy, because I feel like there are a lot of people on the left that are sort of knee-jerking their way into what they think being approved of by other people on the left. They really do think it's like a word game. It's like a gotcha game. And if you say the wrong word, well, that's what's really important. That's the most important thing. If we ever catch you saying the wrong word, so just give me the formula to be able to, react reflexively to any situation and be like, oh no, I'm the thing that's not bad, right? Well, at the same time, maybe you're not dealing with some of your implicit bias, which is something that if you really are, the ally that you claim to be, you would do, right? But there's a lot of people that are skipping it, and they just are like in the territory of like, no, I don't want to get yelled at. Just what do I have to say to not get yelled at? And they never take the time to actually understand and empathize with the groups that they say that they stand for. So I will call the left out on that kind of bullshit. It's not, Cenk and Anna's characterization of the left. That's not the problem. The problem is that there's a lack of people actually dealing with their own implicit bias and wrestling with that and coming to understand that and maybe working towards, unpacking that baggage, right? There's just way too many people that don't want to do that, and they want the right words to say instead, right? So, yeah, I mean, that's my take on this.
People or women's rights anyway. In Spanish-speaking countries that are more on the socially progressive end of the spectrum, such as Chile, Argentina, Spain, and Uruguay.
And I would say more so, from what I've seen, more so than the United States. I feel like there is a racism in some Americans' conception of Latin American culture. They tend to look at it as being, backwards in ways where it's ironic, because actually American culture is more backwards in a lot of cases.
It's quite common to see this sort of language being used, especially in writing. The X as a replacement for A and O is mostly used in writing, since it's pretty much unpronounceable. The idea is that the reader can read it as a sort of blank character and replace it with whatever they want in their own mind.
So yeah, pronouncing Latinx in and of itself is a mistake. It belies the fact that somebody doesn't understand what the term is used for, what the term is doing. And it's just, like an attempt to kind of, say what they think the right thing is, rather than actually go and understand, wait, what does this mean? What is this there for? What is this doing? This isn't a replacement word. It's not that he'll explain.
And thus being more inclusive. E as a neutral ending is also very popular, used both in writing and in speech, due to the fact that it's actually pronounceable. This ending is particularly important for non-binary people, as unlike in English, where only pronouns are really gendered, most Spanish nouns and adjectives are gendered. Yet in the traditional binary between A for a woman or a girl, and O for a man or a boy, there's clearly just no room there for people who don't want to identify strongly with either option. Hence, it can actually be really useful at times. In traditional...
So who is it for, right? Non-binary people. And specifically the non-binary people that want to identify that way, that don't want to use, gendered pronoun, article, adjective, noun, etc.
Spanish, when referring to a group of people of mixed gender, you'd use the masculine O form always. Some people consider this to be a kind of sexist, patriarchal norm that takes men as like the default. Thus, when addressing...
Yeah, so the example, Chad, is like, if you want to say the brothers, you say los hermanos. If you want to say the sisters, you say las hermanas. And if you want to say a group of siblings that is, brothers and sisters, you'd say los hermanos. So because it defaults to the masculine, sometimes that's thought of as seen as a, so the thought is that this is an attempt to correct the misogyny in another language in the most colonial way possible. It's just like, oh no, we're gonna change how your language works. Yeah, we don't like that. Right? And that's not what it is. It's not like a universal thing. Nobody's trying to change all the, all the pronouns, all the articles. It's in the context of speaking of non-binary people.
In groups, they choose to use the E ending instead, or maybe the X ending if we're talking about writing. Or at the very least, they'll use one of those forms when they know that there are gender diverse people present in the group. So yes, gender-neutral language is an actual thing that is used by many Spanish speakers in actual Spanish-speaking countries. Millions of them, in fact, at the very least. It is not an imposition by English speakers in the USA. Language is not set in stone, it's not something that needs to be protected in a supposedly pure form. It's something that evolves. And as new words or grammar or modifications to previous forms of language are needed, as circumstances change, we invent them. That's simply what's happening here. At the very least, the majority—
You're confused as to how we got to watching a bad empanada video? Because he's literally the only one I've seen with a good video on this subject, right? I always see this get brought up. I always see it get strawmanned. I always see it get misinterpreted. And yes, sometimes by people, well-intentioned, people on the left that are being kind of performative and using something that they don't understand reflexively because they think it's the good thing to do, right? And conversely with right-wingers, trying to look at this as some kind of woke imposition on the Spanish language.
of people in the LGBT communities in the previously mentioned—
Yeah, I would love to see more videos on this subject, because I feel like it's a subject that, at least in, the United States, is just like, there's a lot of confusion on it. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what this inclusive language is actually doing and who it's actually for.
Countries use gender-neutral language at least a little bit, so it's clearly something that the actual communities in question are finding quite useful. When marginalized communities come up with a solution to solve a problem that they're facing, perhaps we should listen to them, rather than immediately knee-jerk react and assume that they're agents of some sort of gay linguistic conspiracy.
Yeah, Jink was just railing against Latinx, right? And I had to bust him on it, right? Because it pisses me off the way he strawmans that and spreads ignorance about it. It pisses me off.
Being led by Anglophones from the USA. Now, personally, I pretty rarely actually use gender-neutral language in Spanish, nor do I expect others to use it, and especially not in speech. However, I understand perfectly that the reality is that many other people do use it, millions in fact, which is already more than enough for it to be properly considered.
So in other words, chat, if you're the kind of person that were somebody to come up to you and say, hey, I'm non-binary and I use they, them pronouns. If you're the kind of person that says, okay, I'll use they when I refer to you. And, if I mess up, let me know. I'll try to get it right. Right. If you're that kind of person, you shouldn't have a problem with somebody asking for gender inclusive language, right? It's the same thing. Only in Spanish, it's not just the pronoun where the gender appears. It's the pronoun, it's the article. So, definite articles like the, indefinite articles like a, right? It appears in adjectives and it appears in nouns. So there's multiple places where gender occurs. That's where the inclusive language for non-binary people who want the inclusive language used, that's where it's used. If you care about them, if you are willing to, call someone the pronoun that they like, then this shouldn't be a big deal. If you're somebody that's like, oh, pronouns, right? If you're one of those people, you probably don't care. You probably don't care about this, right? But I would assume that most of my audience doesn't have a problem calling somebody that by they, them pronouns. So, there you go. This is, sort of equivalent to that.
A real existing linguistic phenomenon. When someone requests that I use it, or they've told me that they want me to, I absolutely do use it though, because why not? Just like addressing someone with different pronouns in English, it's very easy to simply address someone with an E at the end of nouns, pronouns, and adjectives, rather than an O or an A. And this is
right. And remember that the X is generally for written. The X is not pronounced. So the, Latinx, when I say that, That's wrong. That's not part of anything. Nobody's talking about Latinx. Nobody's saying Latinx. The X is a placeholder, right, for indeterminate, vowel to acknowledge that it could be either. It's like a wild card, like an asterisk, right? That's what the X is doing there. It's not pronounced. It's not forspoken.
Especially important for non-binary people, as I just mentioned. But yeah, so to conclude, no.
That's right, fucking pronouns.
Gender-neutral language in Spanish is not an imposition from anyone but actual Spanish speakers themselves. Spanish speakers who are part of a historically and currently still marginalized minority who are simply trying to deal with an issue that affects them. There's a lot more to the world than just annoying, performatively woke liberals in the USA.
Although those do exist.
Extrapolate just because you find them annoying. Thanks for watching. See ya.
Although those do definitely exist, and like I told you, like I said, the phenomenon of somebody going by reflex instead of actually taking time to understand something like inclusive language, like what it means, who uses it, why they use it, what it's from, and to unpack their own internalized biases that they may have, right? That's something that you can't skip. That's something that you shouldn't paper over. And a lot of people try to paper over it by saying the right words and not realizing that they still have like internalized bigotry, and that you just, if you want to deal with it, you have to deal with it. You can't just pretend it's not there. A lot of us, most of us even, have internalized some form of bigotry at some time because it's so pervasive. It's really easy to internalize it without even realizing, without even recognizing it. This is what tests for things like implicit bias are looking for, right? Like, okay, I know you like aren't consciously prejudiced against XYZ group, but you can still have some shit to unpack, and yeah, assuming that it's all in the language short circuits that process. Does that make sense? Anyway, let's get back to the Cenk Uygur thing. It really disgusts me the way that this guy demagogues this particular discourse, and I haven't seen it put that succinctly very often. But that is one thing that Bad Empanada did pretty well. And again, like his videos on his main channel, a little different tone than the videos on his live channel.
I just made that up in a lab at Oberlin. Okay. and so you pretend
they made it up in a lab in Oberlin. Ignorant fucker. Ignorant motherfucker. No, they didn't make it up in Oberlin, you jackass. How about you do some research? What is your field? What do you do? What is TYT's business? Oh yeah, it's news. It's news. It's supposed to be about the facts, but this guy doesn't need facts when he makes them the fuck up. Oh yeah, the Oberlin kids came up with that. A bunch of blue hairs. I bet they have nose rings too. What a jackass. What an absolute fucking dipshit.
And most importantly, you're
like, he makes his audience less intelligent listening to him.
To speak for Latinos without asking them. Okay. Yeah. And then it turned out they did a poll and 96% of Latinos hate.
Well, we just looked at that. We just looked at the poll. We saw what it really said, Cenk.
So in the same exact way, nobody ever asked trans people in this country, hey, what is the position that you guys are in favor of?
That's right.
On any of these issues. They just declared as king of the trans, apparently, or the king of the left, that these
king of the trans
community believes in maximalist positions, and if we don't get that, then we're fine losing. No. Ask them.
Yeah.
Have a conversation.
Platform.
The thing is, I know for a fact that Cenk doesn't think highly of Candace Owens' rhetoric, and I wonder if he recognizes that the shit that he's saying, the argument that he's making, could be used to, like, hey, who had determined you that you were the in charge of the black community, right? Candace Owens, it's just as valid. Her viewpoint on this is just as valid.
from certain trans people that will take those positions and
That's
make it seem like that's the dominant narrative. When
But no chat. We don't have Candace Owens tonight. We have Trandis Owens.
that's why we're here to kind of push back a little bit and offer some more nuance.
So Cenk, and I want to say this because, like, this is, I think you're dead on with this. We don't feel like we have a voice in major media, the New York Times, right-wing media.
And by I mean self-hating trans women that represent like a percentage of the, like a single-digit percentage of the trans community. That's what we means, right?
None of us on the show feel
extremely privileged, rich-ass, assimilationist fucks. That's who the we is describing.
we have a voice or a views. Or
So this is great. Jink doesn't have to cater towards the trans community. He can cater towards 4% of the trans community. 2%, however much Brianna Wu actually, I mean, she's like one of the most hated people like in the community along the lines of Candace, right?
in any part of this conversation. But I want to talk about the Benny example, and you're probably too polite.
Oh my God.
To say this. I'm not.
We're going to go after, I believe she goes by Bonnie now.
And, Benny made some really personal accusations about you being a transphobe. And she alleged this phone call that you've had with her saying, like, you just did a bunch of transphobic stuff. How long have we worked together? It's got to be, 6 years?
And you've never been transphobic to me.
Years at this point.
There's literal clips of this guy being transphobic. You don't need to, like, ask people that have worked with him. He's done it on fucking Maine. He's done it on the show. He's on the main show.
Are probably the most supportive person in my entire career at being trans. There have been days where
that is such a low bar, Brianna.
People have gone after
you apparently love to be like mistreated.
I mean, I've called Cenk nearly in tears, and in between media hits, he has taken time to be a friend for me.
My media hits, because my media career is so fucking serious.
When I've wanted to put out ads with Rebellion Pack,
just like my career as a video game dev, completely serious.
They were pro-trans or
not the idle musings of a fucking dilettante with a trust fund. No.
For trans people to work at Rebellion Pack. He's been nothing but supportive. And I can't reconcile the person Benny is with the friend that I've had for many years, has had my back over and over and over again. And I really resent that you've got these extremists out there that are taking some of our best friends and talking about them and characterizing them in ways that just are so divorced from reality.
Yeah, and unfortunately, part of that is that we're in the attention business, and it's an ugly business to be in, right? Because
she's fully morphed into Tiffany Tumbles from the ContraPoints character. I mean, yeah, she's like Tiffany Tumbles with zero aura.
In the case of Benny, I gave her a platform in being a contributor.
I gave her a platform.
TYT Network where no one else did.
That's right.
And I've done that for trans folks, African Americans, Latinos, you name it, all across the board, right? And over again. And no matter how many times we get attacked, we never change our policies. We never change anything. We just keep hiring those same folks again and again anyway, because everyone's an individual. And because Benny did crazy things, that doesn't mean every trans person.
It was Benny that did crazy things, right? It's not your network doing crazy things by attacking the people that it's supposed to be standing up for, right? It's Benny. Benny was just out of pocket. How dare you? Although, like, wait, I keep on thinking, wait, can I get this confirmed? I think she goes by Bonnie now, right? Do I remember that correctly?
Is going to do that. That's great.
Yeah, Bonnie didn't come out until after Cenk and TYT hired her. So he doesn't get points for that shit.
Right?
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, would he have hired her knowing that she was trans? Maybe, we don't know.
So, but unfortunately, some go out on a blaze of glory because they think if I attack the Young Turks, I'm going to attract a lot of attention, which is unfortunately true. That's what happens every time. If people, by the way, a lot of people have left on really, really good terms with the Young Turks. And do you know who they are? Unfortunately, you don't. So that's why people, when they're going out, especially if they were not being, you know, Benny unfortunately was not successful in getting a lot of views, right? And
the same way, the same kind of knife that Anna put in her back, right? This is the same kind of shit. Well, she's actually just not talented at all, and you know, completely failure, and we were the only thing that was holding her up, and we were so kind for giving her a chance, even though she didn't deserve it. Like, it's just like the same shit. It's the same shit.
But the one thing that worked for her was attacking us.
That's right.
And the common theme that you see in almost everyone who left is, now remember everybody, don't subscribe to the Young Turks, subscribe to me. Well,
there was another trans TYT staffer who left and made some videos talking about why. Really?
Okay, all right. I mean, maybe
the mods walked out. Yeah.
And look,
TYT mods quit.
Both things can be true at the same time. They could truly be in that bubble and believe the things that we think are a little bit crazy, but they don't, and they think that's great and normal and moral. Plus, they could also want the attention, right?
So as long as I'm attacking people,
as long as I'm attacking your former co-hosts
on this in this interview, I want to use another example of a former Young Turks person. I'm
Emma. It's gonna be Emma. This is my prediction. It's gonna be Emma.
Incredibly frustrated right now.
You don't like Emma Vigeland. Emma like ruffles your feathers. What is Taftaj's whole trip? I don't know. Apparently, I've been on a panel with Taftaj. I don't remember much about it. She didn't really make an impression on me. But apparently, you know, it's just kind of the same thing as Brianna. It's very pick-me, from what I've heard from others. Anna also talked about Bonnie as if her deciding to leave was only influenced by other people telling her, oh yeah, as if she has no agency, right? That was, yeah. Sandy from Left the Box, that's right. Also had a not great experience. And tried to talk to Cenk, you know, about this. It was a long time ago, but we did watch Sandy's debate, I guess, with Cenk, and just, you know, he's a brick wall.
And that's Emma Vigeland.
It's Emma Vigeland. Do I know? I called it.
I had subscribed to Majority Report literally since the Bush years. I was there for Break Room Live. Every bit of it was Sam Cedar. It used to be my favorite show.
And then Emma came along and she wanted sushi and poker with the boys.
I am really frustrated with the way the Majority Report.
I am really frustrated. This sounds like a Sam Cedar intro. This sounds like a Majority Report intro. You know what I'm saying? This sounds like a DJ Danarchy thing. I am really frustrated with the way that the Majority Report, they need a Brianna Wu. They need a Brianna Wu intro, right? That would be so sick.
You have a bunch of cis people on this show.
This does need a record scratch. I feel like this is the visual. Brianna Wu's overlay and background is the visual equivalent of a record scratch. Yes.
That have these maximalist positions on every single part of this.
They're all a bunch of left maxers. They're left maxing.
You've got Emma, who is out here pushing, like, she doesn't have to live the reality of any of the extreme positions she's putting out there. If she says trans women should be in sports, period. If she says non-binary people need to go in the bathroom, there are no restrictions, no medical pathway.
What is she cis yapping about?
Everything in sight. She doesn't have to live with the complications of that. She'll get praised online. It's the safest point of view, but there's no...
It's the safest point of view. You will literally get attacked by Joe Rogan's community. What are you talking about? The safest point of view? Like, I've talked to people that have had, you know, Dana White and Joe Rogan put the fucking crosshairs on them. The safest point of view.
I'm so frustrated that there's this project of extremist leftists that are speaking over us in the community.
Yeah, wait, what is this? Felix Forrester says, as a non-binary person, I can confirm we don't actually use the bathroom. We just pretend.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different issues there. So if Emma, Sam, etc., want to have a maximalist position, that's fine. I don't get to veto it. That's not my business. It's their show, right? And even if you're trans and you think that they're hurting the community.
Oh God, Ophelia's reminding me that Brianna Wu doesn't believe that non-binary people are a thing and thinks we should stop considering them because it hurts trans healthcare. Jesus Christ.
You just have to make a counterpoint, and there's nothing we can do about people who we don't agree with. So that part is perfectly normal, frustrating but normal, right?
Yeah.
And so what bothers me is not that, because by the way,
Pimp says Brianna Wu, don't fight for equality because the polls.
There's hosts of the TYT network that have those same positions.
It is literally like Wonderland. It is literally like upside down and backwards. This is through the looking glass with Brianna Wu. Right, everything's backwards. If you really want to support trans people, be against our rights to participate in sports.
Right?
Yeah.
And what we do is we
undermine the notion that trans women are women and that trans men are men.
Engage in dialogue, debate, etc., and try to inform the audience of both points of view so they can make up their own mind. My issue with the direction they've gone is they're saying if you don't agree with us, you're immoral.
Yes.
And you're right-wing and immoral, and there is you're not allowed to dissent. But again, who elected you mayor of Trans World?
That's right.
Exactly.
Mayor McTrans actually passed along the office, thank you very much, when he resigned in disgrace.
For America or the left wing. Like, I could do the same thing.
Over his shoddy surgical work. Yes, Mayor McTrans. I got the key to the city. All right.
I can say, hey, and I think we're more factually correct, of course, right? Which is that, hey, I believe that if you go to those maximalist positions, you're hurting the trans.
And guess what we're doing in Trans City? We're abolishing cops. I know you hate that, Cenk. I know you hate that. We've gone one step beyond defund the police. We've abolished the police.
Community, right? And so I could say, well, that's it. Emma, you're not allowed to say anything anymore because you're hurting the trans community.
We gave the Hamburglar a new trial and found out that he was actually innocent. He was exonerated by DNA.
My opinion is you're hurting the trans community, so I win. Right?
Yeah.
Because that is, and if you look at it that way, they will say, well, that's absurd. You can't say that. But guys, that's literally what Majority Report is saying. That's literally what these other guys are saying. And then they use this excuse of, you're hurting vulnerable communities. But wait a minute. We disagree on what hurts and helps vulnerable communities. In fact, I'm Muslim.
Emma and Sam and the whole team, our voices, I think, espouse that athletic commissions and the athletes in the leagues and the sports science should be listened to and heeded. Yeah, I mean, look, this was literally the way that it worked, right? Sports have governing bodies. These bodies employ experts to decide under strict scrutiny who is eligible and who is not for different, divisions, like, the women's and men's. And when they look at the, data, most sports have decided, actually it is more unfair to not allow trans people to compete in their divisions than it is, than the unfairness that they weigh these things. They look at the sports physiology of and they ask the question in an informed way, right? These are complicated physiological questions to be answered by experts, not by shaky Gurga. And certainly not by some Republican state legislature.
So Muslim and trans people,
and when given the chance, sporting bodies made the decision that trans people should be able to participate. And it's only once the issue has become politicized by people who don't understand the issue, by people like Cenk that seem to think that we're asking for, trans women who have male levels of testosterone to compete. And that's not the reason that trans women need to compete in women's sports. It's because they don't. they have a level of testosterone closer to a cis woman's level. So anyway, these issues should have already been decided, and they were doing fine as it was. And then along comes, Chris Rufo and all these shitheads to politicize an issue that should be left to freaking doctors and scientists, people who actually know what the fuck they're talking about, which is a very small percentage of the population.
At the very front lines of people who might be harmed by this new administration, right? And by the right wing. So when you tell me I'm not allowed to have a certain opinion about my own community because I would be hurting vulnerable communities, you're not actually trying to protect those communities. You're trying to protect your own opinion. And you're trying to make it seem immoral to disagree with you on strategy and policy. And that's what I think is really harmful.
100%.
Cenk, I want to jump in on that because I see a really big parallel in the incentive structures. You're talking about bubbles and echo chambers here.
We love talking about bubbles and echo chambers over here on the intellectual dark web.
I think it's clear that some people, they exist in an environment where everyone around them is super progressive, and they might be, cisgender or transgender. But at the end of the day, if you are advocating these maximalist positions, which are landing well because you live in, San Francisco, that doesn't help trans people who live in Texas, who then ultimately have to live the
trans people that live in Texas are living the consequences of the lack of a united front on these issues, right? They are living the consequences of loser liberals like Cenk Uygur thinking waving the white flag is the best thing you can do for trans people without even understanding the issue, right? See yourself out of this conversation unless you want to fucking educate yourself on the least bit of information about what you're talking about. So, oh no, I just use common sense. Of course. Get the fuck out of here. Clown of the world. Clown of the fucking world.
Consequences of everyone around them pointing fingers and saying, look how crazy the Democrats are on these issues. I see a big parallel between this and issues all across the board. Take climate change, for example. It's really hard to understand climate change. And yet, if you're on the right, there's a big incentive to just say, I don't really believe it, right? Because that's so much easier than going into the research and deeply understanding.
So you know what we should do? We should tell people that they can click their heels together 3 times to save the environment, right? Because most people don't want to hear that massive things have got to change. The way that we, travel needs to change, right? So just don't even be like, well, there's not really climate change, but we could have a better climate slightly if we thought about maybe reducing carbon on some level, but you don't have to, only if you want to. If you want to use I don't know.
These complex issues. So I think we have this problem societally with information and the incentive structures around adopting positions. I wonder for you, if you see a solution to this, how do we break out of this cycle of just taking whatever position's convenient and actually get to the truth of the matter?
Yeah, so let me use 2 examples here again. So I was just at AmFest, that's the big Talking Point USA conference over the weekend, and there's giant blowback for that.
Wait, is AmFest the Charlie Rose thing?
Not believe that. Stupidest blowback in history.
Yeah, so they said, literally the critics are saying, talking to people who voted for Trump is like an act of racism and fascism. Right?
Oh God, I can't believe that.
Do they really think that 77 million people that voted for Trump are all fascists, are all racist, all sexist?
Well, you think he's a Nazi, so you tell me, Cenk. You tell me how many of these assholes understand what they're part of.
Slam Cedar, Emma, there's tons of evidence regarding testosterone levels and height, strength, and speed between people with XX chromosomes and XY chromosomes. Matt's citation off cases about the Olympics is pertinent, but an argument for better planning and more transparent discussions. Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth. You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a shit about the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this. Anyway, Dr. Shock, I agree. Let's get rid of weight classes in all combat sports. Perhaps have grown man compete in Little League. Sometimes life's not fair. Whatever. Slam Cedar, Emma, there's tons of evidence regarding testosterone levels and height, strength, and speed between people with XX chromosomes and XY chromosomes. Matt Citation.
Can't believe that their bubble is so thick that they can't see that's an insane and untenable position, right? Mm-hmm. But when I went to go talk to her, and I've done this now on dozens of right-wing shows, I start with a point of agreement. So on sports, by the way, not even high school sports, I don't agree with them on high school sports. I don't want to check the genitalia of millions of kids because they're worried about trans women.
So it's weird. It's almost like he thinks it is unfair in high school sports, but because it would require a genital inspector, we're just going to like let it go. And plus it's high school sports. What does it matter anyway? I mean, it does matter. It is determinative on a lot of scholarships, but I think the real issue is that it's not unfair, but he's conceding that it's unfair and saying, but just, go ahead and let trans people do whatever in high school. But then when it's college time, you got to pack up your volleyball equipment, sister, because you are not competing in this sport in college. You're done. You're athletic. You got to have your athletic career because of the generosity of Shaky Gurga, right? He was generous enough to let you play through high school, but now it's college. You got to stop participating. I'm sorry. I am willing to assign a genital inspector. I am willing to subject you to all kinds of genetic testing in order to ensure the sanctity of women's collegiate sports to protect Riley Gaines. There we go. We gotta be on the lookout for. We gotta protect Riley Gaines. We gotta have her come in 4th position and not 5th. Right? I mean, she's not on the winner's stand either way, but we got to make sure she gets that 4th place. It's very important.
Competing cross country against girls, who cares, right? But I could have that debate with them, and I could have that battle. But on professional sports, I agree with them, and I start with that point of agreement. Then I say, now let me get point of agreement with you guys on constitutional rights, right? Mm. And so on housing,
so yeah, you can play around in high school, trans people. But you don't think about having a career, right? Because he's just sacrificed. Isn't this great that we have Cenk to negotiate on our behalf? Can you imagine if this guy was like a hostage negotiator? Now, look, I said that they could shoot you, okay? But they have to shoot you very gently. Like, what the fuck? Look, I said that you get to go free, all right? But they're gonna cut 2 of your legs off and 1 of your arms off first. All right, that was the I had to get some agreement from them first. They're hostage takers, right? They like cutting off limbs, and I went ahead and gave away 3 of your limbs, but you get to keep 1. You get to keep 1. You get to have those memories from high school sports. Wow. I'm so glad I've got Cenk Uygur, hostage negotiator, on my side. Aren't you? I feel so safe with him.
Employment, healthcare, core constitutional rights. You agree that trans Americans are like every other Americans, and we're all 100% American and should have 100% constitutional rights. Mm-hmm. And almost every right-wing host that I've talked to says, yes, you're right about that. Oh my God, we just established a floor that is excellent. And then let's layer on top and have those debates, right? And I did it at AmFest, and the reaction was interesting, right?
Yeah.
I would say 2/3, the best that I could discern, 2/3 of the room applauded trans constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Okay, at AmFest.
That's impressive, yeah.
So now Charlie said, well, I don't know if housing.
That's not what happened. We saw it. Francesca saw it. That's not what fucking happened. You had at most 1/6 of that room. And for the most basic, like, yeah, but like leave them alone and let them be human beings and live their life, right? 1/6 of the room, yay. The rest of the room, boos and whistles. Boos and whistles at leaving trans people alone and letting them live their life. No, you got nothing, Jink. You fucking loser. You fucking loser.
He's a constitutional right. So I'll debate that with him on another day, right? But so it's a mixed bag. You're not going to get like Nirvana overnight.
Felix Forrester says even 1/6 is kind of generous.
But look at these gains we're making when we actually have a conversation, right? And so again, back to now my identity, to give you another example that isn't about trans issues. So I was talking to a right-wing host last week.
Is this going to be the halal butcher?
And then after we went off air, he said, "You know what I really appreciate about you, Cenk?" Or we might even been done it on.
Or like the guy that works at the grocery store and wants to.
He said, "You put out a video explaining how to pronounce your name." And I was like, okay, and tell me more, right? And he's like, "Look, your name is hard to pronounce, and you acknowledge it. Whereas I feel attacked if I said,
oh my God,
the wrong way."
Yeah.
And then
look at this. Look at this.
I'm a racist for that.
You spare my fucking feelings.
When I had no bad intent. You see how we're pushing people away? Well, we don't need to. Nobody knows how to pronounce Cenk. It's C with a J. Nobody knows that. Okay. Stop assuming bad intent. Because once you do that, you're not bringing people into your side. You're pushing them away from you.
And pull up your pants while you're at it.
Constantly.
Especially you trans people out there.
There's a real incentive to just bludgeon people at any chance you get with, slightly stepping over the line. And there's an expectation more and more that if someone makes you feel bad, even a little bit, like they are in the wrong. And that's turned out to be a very powerful bludgeon, especially on the.
Wait, if somebody makes you feel bad, even a little bit, they are in the wrong. Isn't that what Cenk was just talking about? Somebody that was like, I love you. You're the best. You don't make me feel bad at all.
Progressive side, progressives are very sensitive to people's feelings. And so as soon as someone is told like, oh, you're actually making me feel bad, you're racist or whatever, that really.
The halal butcher is Cenk's Jeff. Yeah, maybe so.
Lands. And it seems like it's getting people to shut up and not actually have these conversations or, just continually take positions which are more and more focused on protecting the slightest harm to the tiniest minority group. Latinx, a good example, maybe.
No, a terrible example for the reasons that I've just illustrated. But Taftash apparently also loves to talk about things that she doesn't know shit about. All right, I don't have a lot of preconceptions of this content creator. I've apparently been on screen with her at some point, but I don't really remember. But there we go. I mean, that's just. I'm glad you weighed in with your ignorance to a subject you don't fucking understand, and you're not curious about it all. You don't want to find out where these inclusive linguistic terms come from. You want to just make the assumption that, well, the right wing told me it was this, so that must be how it works. I'll just go with Ben Shapiro on this one.
Sometimes,
or in this case, Jinx Shapiro.
Any percentage of non-binary, Latino people, but most Latino people are not falling into that category, and then they feel really isolated. So I just see that everywhere.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, and I think it's so true. Like that, guys. Why did we lose the popular vote when the Democrats had?
Because of Latinx. Because of prison reform. Because of defund the police. Because of trans people. Yeah, I know, Cenk. Look, we're getting towards the witching hour, and at the witching hour, I turn into a pumpkin. We are not quite at the Dono goal. We got to 71%. But yeah, not quite there. So I don't know. Should I give like this is just gonna get worse, isn't it? Has Anna been on this podcast? This is one that she would probably like. They would glaze Anna the fuck up. Only a small number of people, teehee. Let's erase them. Exactly. All right, chat. It's 3 a.m. where some people are. It's midnight where I am. I'm gonna go to bed. We'll try to hit the sub goal again tomorrow. Maybe we'll get some cool content. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna read you into political punk here if you're on Twitch. So stick around. Oh my God, Sasha G with the super sticker. Thank you for make it show up on screen somehow. My magic button. There we go. Yay! Thank you for the $5 super sticker. Oh my God, Natalie, that's a rough comparison. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here and supporting me. Oh wait, also thank you to my Patreon. Let me shout out my Patreons. I do this usually every single stream. I don't know why I haven't gotten to you till now, but here we go. You're about to get your shouts out. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Heek. Fancy shouts out to Zarazerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Severa, and to Omega Star. And with that, I bid you adieu. Good night and good luck. There's a little bit of political punk, maybe. Trying to here, there.
How was your stream? How was the no comment chick world? Dude, I'm angry at this guy. I really am. Dude, I'm fucking mad at this guy, dude. Like, not David Packman. I'm mad at Cenk because you'll notice that the continuing theme.
All right, good night, everyone.
Always comes back to is that, oh yeah, MAGA has changed,